robbing them again. See you in hell, I don't give a shit. I'm just a rubbing and a tugging my fucking nips. Oh golly, ooh, my fucking nips are bleeding. See you in hell, I don't give a shit. I'm just a rubbing and a tugging my fucking nips. The doctor said you need to stop, or you can kiss those nips goodbye. I said, hey doc, you can eat a cock. I tell your wife I'm coming by. See you in hell, I don't give a shit. I'm just a rubbing and a tugging my fucking nips. Oh golly. Yeah, I've heard it all before. You can't tug your nips in the department store. Your dorks are fucking boring. I cannot lie, I'll be tugging on these things till I fucking die. See you in hell, I don't give a shit. I'm just a rubbing and a tugging my fucking nips. Whoa, that fucking sting. See you tugging, rubbing, bruising and bleeding. My nips are receding, oh lord. Woo, that fucking sting. I'm just a rubbing and a tugging my fucking nips.
Welcome, everybody, to the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, a.k.a. The Harbinger. We just were listening to a robot do an AI song called Rubbin' and Tuggin' My Nips. If you're surprised to hear that that was AI, yeah, that is what AI is capable right now. Did I lower the bit rate? I did not. Bit rate's looking good over on my end. Hope you enjoyed that. This is our new disgusting future.
Give me, Father, for
That's pretty good, right?
sinned.
You can really only tell when you know it, you can hear it. You can really only tell then. But you know, this is just it already sounds so good.
I've been tugging these nips and I'm rubbing them again. See you in hell, I don't give a shit. I'm just a rubbing and a tugging my fucking nips. Oh golly, ooh, my fucking nips are bleeding. See you in hell, I don't give a shit. I'm just a rubbing and a tugging my fucking nips. The doctor said you need to stop, or you can kiss those nips goodbye. I said, hey doc, you can eat a cock. I tell your wife I'm coming by. See you in hell.
That's my kind of song. I like that. Welcome back, Clutch. Welcome back, Strategy Member. Welcome back, Chem Goblin. And big props to your boy, Dirty Crackhead, coming back out of the damn blue. Appreciate you coming back, bud. Hope things are getting a little bit better for you. Dirty Crackhead, he's been going through it. A lot of crazy bullshit happening in his life. So hopefully things are getting a little bit better. Yeah, it had like that digital thing to it, but what's crazy is that the AI, the instruments, the vocals, you know, obviously the lyrics were created by a human being, but yeah, I mean it's already so good. You know, you just like, I want this song to sound like 1950s swing dancing, and then there you go. So, folks, we're going to be covering Gaza Strip, Ukraine, world news. I got assholes and U.S. news as well. I got the whole day to myself. No kid or wife that I have to worry about, so it's going to be a nice long one. I'm sorry to hear that, Dirty Crackhead. I tell you what, man. You must have really pissed off God or something, you know? You pissed off some voodoo guy. He's got a pin doll. He's like, he keeps pushing you. He's got you on the desk. He just uses your little voodoo doll as a There's like a thing to hold his pens. So you get stabbed like 2 times, 3 times a day. Do people use pens anymore? Maybe you could get stabbed less if you just buy this voodoo priest a computer. Yeah, we're gonna be doing a long one today. Big props to, of course, Ghost Town and Roland Jones. We'll be playing both Roland Jones and Ghost Town throughout the stream. Of course, keep it underground music. The Shrunken Heads, man, I walked past her, shouldn't have bought one. There you go. That monkey's paw, right? Like, I want $1 million, then they drops like $1 million worth of gold on your head. Didn't see that coming, did you? Right before we get to the horror show of real life and all that, of Gaza, I did want to let you guys know, man, this really is what it's all about. You know it's Student Dead. I did want to tell you that you can look forward to a special stream on Monday. We're going to be covering a solar eclipse, and there's going to be live stream, so I'll be broadcasting the live stream, and I'll be looking at it with my wife out of our front door. We're going to, I'm going to make one of those like cereal box things that you see here. And I just wanted to give everybody notice how to make these glasses, but also remind you to not be like Donald Trump and look directly into a solar eclipse. I just read a headline about a poor woman who in the 70s, she was very young. She looked directly into a solar eclipse, blinded her for life. And she's in her like 60s and 70s now or something, and blinded for life. So do not look directly into a solar eclipse. Yeah, Chem Goblin. Look up Trump solar eclipse, and he's like looking right at it, looking straight up at it. But yeah, I thought this was adorable. I wanted to show this. So it doesn't. Chem Goblin, if you have time, please look up the word myopic.
So over right there, so we need to drive from space with our Earth.
Yeah, no, not normal sunglasses. Yeah, don't think you can get away with it. Normal
sunglasses. A little smiley face. So pretend the sun is right here, right? You turn your back to the sun and you look through, and the sun should go in this little hole. So then you can see a little circle. So it's like dark and like, so you can see the circle, and then you can see like a shadow of the solar eclipse.
Okay, so real quick, let me just show you real quick, show you how to make one of these here. So it's really, really effing simple. Take an empty cereal box, you cut one hole on one side, and another hole, you just rip the top off. You don't even need to get the scissors out. You can do this by hand. Leave the rest of the box intact. One side has the tin foil. Just use a little tape to hold it in place there, and the other side's left open.
So pretend the sun is right here, right?
Yeah, so you just pretend the sun is right there. You turn your back to the solar eclipse.
And you look through, and the sun should go.
Yeah, so, and a little pinhole, just use a pen. If you have a pen, pull it from your voodoo doll, poke it in there, and you're good to go, okay? Do not look right directly at it.
Go in this little hole, so then you can see a little circle. So it's like dark and like, so you can see the circle, and then you can see like a shadow of the solar eclipse.
Yeah, okay, DCH.
You can.
All right, okay. So then the rest of this is like kids being cute kids doing cute kid things and all that. But I just wanted to tell you, I'll be covering this on Monday. Look for a special stream there. It's going to be an earlier stream. I think I'll have to start at like 10 or 11 or something to catch it. So I'm going to try to figure out the timing. But yeah, see, it's so simple a kid could do it. Don't blind yourself, please. You want to see the rest of this report? It's right here. Camrian. that's a name. Hey, look, you got to get creative. Can't use Karen anymore. You can't do Karen. That's off limits. All right, so moving on to, of course, the Gaza horror show. We're going to cover that first, then jump into Ukraine news. I forgot to actually go through the Discord before I hit start stream here. So I might end up doing that here while we're watching this introductory clip here from Crux, who is, mixed bag from Crux in terms of his source here, but always exciting. Can't deny how exciting Crux is. My grandmother's name was Karen. Poor Karen. Oh. So let's go ahead and watch this report from Crux while I dig through some Discord here real quick. Get dementia. Shit was not pretty at the end. Well, yeah, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. Dementia is terrible. Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be this attack against Iran or not. It's scary. It's scary to think that it could happen. But I don't think so. I don't think. I think Iran is going to launch a bunch of drones into Israel, who is going to easily shoot them down.
But obviously, what we want is full transparency and accountability, which is why the Deputy Prime Minister and I have written to our counterparts, setting out our expectations. It's also why the government will appoint a special advisor, who we have requested the Israelis work with, so we can be advised about the appropriateness of the process. We want to have full confidence in the transparency and accountability of any investigation. We will continue to work to achieve that.
Israel is really making a fool of the entire Western alliance, kind of like Russia is making the fool of everybody right now. But it's like, do something about it, bitch. They're like, oh, well, we're going to have a long discussion and a long talk. It's like, yeah, all right, getting shit done, huh? Getting shit done. It is interesting how, just a few bad actors can change the entire geopolitical landscape.
The Australian government has made clear our expectations. We expect full accountability for her death and for those.
Full accountability. I mean, come on. Full accountability, huh? Isn't it funny when Israel gets on TV and says we're doing an independent investigation? Then the reporter asks them, "Oh, so it's independent. So the IDF is not connected." And they're like, "Oh, well, no, not directly. No one who's a member of the direct chain of command is going to be doing this. So this independent investigation is going to be 100% from within, with no third parties whatsoever." Yeah. That's what our new definition of independent means.
The passing
the Iranians giving the green light.
Central Kitchen College.
Like it's probably gonna be like, a couple hundred drones or something. It's gonna be something. It's gonna be something that is gonna allow them to be really loud and angry in speeches to their people. Look, we got them back. But it's gonna be enough for Israel's air defense to actually handle. Some are speculating though that they might go after a Israeli embassy in a completely different country that is friendly with Iran. So we're seeing Israel, empty out its embassies in various areas that they think are in danger. So we might see that as well, where it's, either way, Iran needs to be very, very careful about this. If they respond correctly, they'll it won't trigger any greater conflict. But if they respond incorrectly, or if they get lucky and they kill somebody actually important, I mean, because am I wrong in saying that a war with Iran would help Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir with their various goals? I'm not saying it would be good for Israel as a whole, of course, but just speaking from trying to put myself into their slimy shoes. Wouldn't a war with Iran benefit? Right? That would help keep Bibi in office, wouldn't it? Make people even more desperate and scared. Maybe get that judicial reform passed where he can basically be a dictator.
Who also perished with her. We believe these deaths are utterly inexcusable.
Oh, yeah. inexcusable. That's why we're going to do nothing.
To ensure this tragedy is never repeated.
Yeah, you bet.
We have made clear, after we were verbally briefed, that we have not yet received sufficient information to satisfy our expectations.
No shit. I'm shocked. I'm shocked to hear that, quite frankly. I am just shocked to hear that.
This can't be brushed aside.
But it will. But it will be. This can't be brushed aside, but it actually will be. Do you think we're going to be talking about this in 3 weeks?
People have been raising.
Look, I'm sorry to laugh. I'm laughing because of the absurdity of treating Palestinians anything other than human, and that's what's been happening since the 40s. And all of a sudden, all of a sudden we care. All of a sudden, we give a shit. Decades and decades of criminal activity in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. And all of a sudden, this one can't be brushed aside. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in the grave. Well, those can be brushed aside. Couple aid workers from a European country fucking no, dude, what? Those people's lives are important. This cannot be brushed aside, but it will.
Concerns for some time about what is occurring in relation to humanitarian workers. This has been a deadly failure of deconfliction.
Oh, she mentioned deconfliction, which was the term that we learned during the last stream when we watched that Israeli shill kind of explain the official military term for what is it? Identifying targets and attacking them? Was that what deconfliction means? I'll have to look it up. Process of so deconfliction is the process of reducing the risk of friendly fire within an army or between allied forces. Okay, so yeah, that's the fancy term for saying we're trying to actually find the people we want to kill and avoid civilian casualties. They haven't done any deconfliction up until now. It's been an absolute tragedy. Welcome back, Borderline Feline. I think it might. It's given him more reason to be extreme. Just give him some juicy territory. I don't know, man. One war at a time. One war at a time. Fancy for don't shoot our good guys. Well, fancy for avoiding international incidents like this. Because yeah, you can kill innocent civilians. You can even kill aid workers as long as they're Palestinian. But see what happens when you kill a person who has an important life? Oh no, it's inexcusable. Might give more reason. Well, because one is a war crime that doesn't involve Europe and Americans, the other is, yeah. Shocking. I'm glad I talked about AI right at the beginning because it's a big part of this, and we will be getting into the details. Fancy talk for trying not to be held responsible at some point. Well, I don't. I mean, it's that is the reason why you avoid civilian casualties is so that you can continue to commit your crimes without scrutiny. So that's why the United States avoided civilian casualties because they learned lessons in Vietnam. The My Lai massacre. They learned lessons that we can't hide this shit forever. It gets out. They didn't really learn it too well though, because then you have Iraq and Afghanistan, double taps, drone strikes, blowing up weddings, blowing up funeral processions. But if imagine America running its anti-terrorist operation like Israel is running its anti-terrorist operation. It's so funny. I use quotes for both because in both cases, this is really loud. Because in both cases, the excuse was terrorism. We're seeing in Gaza here the excuse from Israel being terrorism, and the excuse for Iraq and Afghanistan was terrorism. But that wasn't the actual reason, was it? Ukraine's been using AI to guide their long-range attacks on Russian oil refineries so they can't be jammed by Russian air defense along the way. Wow, really, Clutch Cargo? Do you have any proof of that? Because that is fascinating. That allows them to stay under the radar and but still track a target without having a signal back to HQ, huh? I mean, like they kind of did in Vietnam. Well, it was interesting, right? They would drop napalm everywhere, and then any survivors that were, men, women and children survivors that were able to get to the GIs were airlifted to a hospital, which is like it's a sick, gross practice, but it's better. It's like a better than nothing, because what does Israel do? Shoots you and runs you over with a fucking bulldozer in a shallow grave. So. It's disgusting, but it's disgusting in a whole other way, because it's like, wait, are you justifying your actions, the United States? Are you justifying your actions by being somewhat merciful? Why not just, mask off, be the brutal empire that you want to be? Why even pretend like you're merciful? That's kind of a joke. But technically, it's better than nothing. I'll take it. If that's all I got, if that's all you're giving me. Marine police announced the arrest of senior group of Islamic State. Okay. Boy, that Islamic State, they're not making a lot of friends. Not making a lot of friends over here. Speed and size of the drones makes it easily misunderstood as a commercial drone or some other forms of radar. Yeah, it's so tiny. It's so interesting because, it was all about bigger, taking out the cruise missiles, taking out the airplanes and the flying fortresses, but everything's gotten so small, and all these detection systems don't know what to do about it. They're getting easily juked by tiny little toys, because when these things were built, no one could imagine technology being that deadly, being that small. Like, if you're gonna blow something up, you need a big boom. Well, this seems like a very good report, but I have plenty more lined up. Don't worry. I wanted to show some of these Canal 13 videos because oftentimes Canal 13 gives us kind of interesting views that we don't see from Western media. An ad titled "David and Goliath," seeing a lot of from the Navy, basically claiming we're David and the Goliath. We're David and the Goliath. Wait a minute. And such a stupid ad. You cannot be both a giant, which means to destroy the world, and some little. That's kind of what America wants, though. It's so funny because we want to be the aggressors, we want to be the conquerors in a way, but we also want to be the victim. It's this disgusting little game that's being played, and you just scratch the surface and you see, oh, it's a game. It's a game of empires. It's a global domination kind of thing. The United States doesn't want to plant its flag in your country, but the United States wants you to force you to use its dollar, wants you to force you to contribute to the central economy. That's domination for the United States, because really everything else kind of follows that, right? It follows the economic situation. Iran is preparing to attack Israeli diplomatic facilities. Tehran wants revenge, so maybe they'll give us a source here.
The U.S. and Israel are sure that Iran...
There's a lot of chatter. There's a lot of effing chatter about, oh, they're going to attack this, they're going to attack that. Why in the hell would they tell anybody where they're going to attack? With that said, though, we do have the United States with an incentive to release data. And when that happens, all of a sudden we get really, really good data about when shit's going to happen, like within a few days, right? Within like 48 hours. Oh, there's like a real deal attack happening. And then it's right. It's correct. It's like, it's not just some Alex Jones ass pull. So we're in that situation here. So some of these leaks might be legit, because this is an enemy of the United States. Now, of course, if this was, Britain or France or none of this, we'd know nothing. We'd just nothing but speculation. But no, if this is an enemy of the United States, then yeah, we might get some real good data here from who knows? I mean, who knows? Leaks everywhere. Everything's so leaky when it needs to be, huh?
Iran is preparing to take revenge for the attack on the consulate in Damascus. This was reported by CBS News.
Man,
According to
isn't that
U.S.
crazy,
intelligence
huh?
estimates,
I mean, they could flick a dewdrop off the dick of an ant with a fucking cruise missile from 100 miles away. But, oh, we didn't see a bunch of aid trucks with a big logo after you told us exactly where they're going to be. And apparently it wasn't all like just one strike. It was like one. Some survivors got out of the vehicle and then went to the next one, and then that one was hit. You know, over the span of minutes. It wasn't just a single strike on all three of them. Whoops! Come on, guys. Come on, guys. It's not like there's an intentionally created famine happening. Come on.
a retaliatory strike
All that UNRWA stuff is just a coincidence. Why did Israel cross the line and red line about anything? Well, Clutch Cargo, that's not a long-standing red line. Israel has actually been hitting Iran, and throughout this entire conflict and before that, they've been antagonizing Iran. So it's not a long-standing red line. Israel is actually crossing it quite a bit, and the reason is that they know. Look, as much as I defend the humanity of the Palestinians, I'm not going to sit here and lie about the unity of the Arab world in defending Palestine. The fact is that Palestine is at best a political bludgeon used internally by these Arab governments. They're not gonna. It's not the Nakba. We're never gonna get another Nakba situation where, you know, Egypt and Jordan come in with their armies to try and defend the Palestinian state. Like, everyone has accepted that this is all over with. Really, the question is, okay, what are you going to do with 2 million refugees once the veil is lifted and the farce is no longer, you can no longer keep the farce up. And Israel has to come out and admit, well, for our security, yeah, it looks, you know, we did a security review, and we just can't give back the Gaza Strip. What can I say? Oh, also, and just to mention all the IDF soldiers that died trying to take this land, and, you know, all the sacrifices Israel has already made to make this land safe, to pacify, to make this land safe. We can't just, you know, let those sacrifices go nowhere. We obviously now need to, you know, completely occupy it. I'm making a strong case. Am I, Father Dari? I doubt it. I doubt it. I'm sure if Destiny was on the other end of this, it would be, you're wrong about everything. Genocide's okay. Right might makes right. Right. I'm sure that's what it'd be, right? And I'm just a utopian asshole. And obviously the default way to think is that, well, Arab people, but specifically Palestinians, are a special breed of brutal human, like a Dothraki or a Klingon, right? Some kind of warlike race that, you know, is just an aberration to the rest of mankind. It certainly can't be that they just, you know, that they're human beings with very human motivations and yada yada. Come on with this. Destiny would be like, well, it depends on how you define need according to my yeah, exactly. Some totally pedantic fucking semantic argument about the definition. Meanwhile, he fully supports Israel doing. I mean, I literally saw him just a couple weeks ago with a big smile on his face tell some guy that he would be totally okay with him getting domed by the IDF and wouldn't think twice about it. With like a big smile, like it was funny. Like, haha, if you get shot by the IDF, yeah, I don't fucking care. Like, am I supposed to be impressed that you're a fucking monster? Is that supposed to, like, he'd be like, I'm not trying to impress you. Okay, all right. Good. I hope you're not trying to impress me, because you're very unimpressive. Welcome back, Estonian.
Could be carried out by a combination of drones and cruise missiles. The TV channel will not disclose the approximate time of the strikes.
Palestinians aren't
human.
Come on.
However, it is likely that the response to the attack in Damascus will be Israeli diplomatic facilities. Sources believe that the strikes could happen next week. The channel also notes that it is still unclear where the drones and missiles will be launched from Iraq, Syria, or Iran. The White
If I
House
was
has
Iran, I would
previously
do it, like,
expressed
2
concern over
months
the
later.
possibility of a full-scale war between Iran and Israel after an airstrike on the Iranian consulate.
Yeah, if I was Iran, I would do it like the first day of the presidential debates or something in the United States. You know, like a big news day in the United States, and then I would do something epic on that day.
In Syria. Recently, Iran and one of its key proxies vowed to respond to a strike widely attributed to Israel that demolished
But
Iran's
they don't
consulate
really
in
need
the
to do
Syrian
that.
capital
And they
of
might not
Damascus and
want to
killed
do that.
13, including 2 Iranian generals.
Okay.
Iran state.
Because really, all Iran wants to do is just placate the masses on their side, right? So they don't need, like, if they don't need to do something effective. They just need to do something showy, right? And then let their media lie their way to tell, oh yeah, they're so scared of us, and yada yada yada, right?
TV reported that the country's
member has
Supreme
been
National
attacked by an
Security
American
Council,
proxy.
a key decision-making body, met and decided
Oh,
on a
watch
recorded
out.
response to the strike. The report said the meeting was chaired by
Oh, watch
President
out.
Ebrahim
Brick's
Raisi,
gonna get
but
you.
provided no further details. The cowardly crime will not go unanswered, Raisi said on his office's website, according to Agence France-Presse. Agence France-Presse reports that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, said
Yeah,
on his
dirty
official
crackhead. A lot
website
of
that
Destiny
Israel
fans
will
are
be punished for the
accelerationists.
attack. Against this background, the Israeli authorities decided to suspend the
no,
work of
Estonian,
28
no.
diplomatic missions around the world.
Oh, really? American, really?
U.S.
Yeah, you better watch out for BRICS, guys. Most powerful economic military bloc in the world, huh? That's adorable. That is adorable. Mass shooting today at City Place Mall in Doral, Florida. All right. Well, don't worry. We will be doing a mass shooting update. We will be covering the U.S. in like 4 or 5 hours. We'll be getting to the U.S. So make sure you stay tuned for everyone's favorite mass shooting update, exclusively here on the News Underground. I'm, of course, it's tragic, just as they always are. Thoughts and prayers, right? I don't believe in banning all guns, but I do believe in banning assault weapons. And if you want to gaslight and be like, what's an assault weapon, hippie? Then you're definitely part of the problem. I've never met a person who goes, the government doesn't even know how to define an assault weapon, so how do you dare? How could they even pass a law that would ban them? So then I go, okay, well, if I provided you a list specifically of the M16 type weapons that would be defined as assault weapons, would you be okay with banning them? Well, no, of course not. Well, no, of course not. So then they're not making any point whatsoever. They're pro gun anarchy, and they would like you to shut up.
CIA warns of a risk of war between
Gasparinci.
Iran and Israel. The destruction of the Iranian consulate in
Better watch
Syria,
out for BRICS
which resulted
strategy.
in the deaths of
Talking shit
dozens
on
of
BRICS.
senior Iranian officials and
It's the most
generals,
powerful
risks
socioeconomic
escalating
bloc
into
in
a
the
major
fucking world,
war in the
bitch.
region. American intelligence CIA warned
When
that
BRICS
within
says
48
jump,
hours,
the world
Iran
says
could
how high.
launch a military operation
watch out.
against Israel, reports Vox News.
Shut
Earlier,
up, producers.
senior officials in Iran
Yeah, no, we got to
reacted
be very
to the
scared.
attack
We
by
got to be very
stating that
scared. America, we got to be so scared. Russia's so scary. Are you going to trigger World War III if we start really kicking your ass? I got a story coming up in our Ukraine section about how NATO is pledging $100 billion fucking dollars to Ukraine. Are you worried about that? Are you worried about the brave Ukrainians who absolutely kick Russian ass like 4-1, 4 dead Russians to every 1 dead Ukrainian at least? Are you worried about what that courageous army is going to do with $100 billion fucking dollars? Oh no, we don't need nukes to kick your ass, honey. We don't even need a navy to kick your ass. How's that Moskova? How's that Moskova doing for you, buddy? Prize of the Black Sea Fleet. Woo! Yeah, I'm the one coping. Yeah, honey. You've dumped your entire military ability into invading your neighbor, and you've only gotten about 13% of it. You've lost over 300,000 soldiers to take 13% of Ukraine. You know, there's a reason why China doesn't want to get, tussled up with NATO and tussled up with the West, because they don't want to have their military embarrassed on the scale that the Russian military has embarrassed itself. Where do I get my facts? Exclusively from the CIA. I get faxes from the CIA because I live in the Soviet Union. I still get faxes. Yeah, I get all my facts from Nazis and the CIA. We watch nothing but, I don't know what, Chris Saliza. Exactly, you're a clown. I don't think English, guys, do you think English is his first language? What do you think? What is your source? Nazis. Duh. Come on. Duh. My source, Nazis, my butt, the CIA. I'm just making everything up, man. I don't exhaustively go clip by clip, source by source, every single stream. I don't spend literally hours going over clips every single fucking time I hit start stream. I have no evidence. I literally just make shit up. I show Blender 3D animations of my underground bases. What's the official source for Russian losses? My butt. My butt. Guys, do we honestly think there's a single thing I could say to this person that he'd be like, oh, okay, oh, that's a pretty good source. Oh, that's a good source. Oh, yeah, okay, you got me. Oh gosh. All right. You know what's most pathetic about individuals like Mr. America Messiah over here? It's very likely that he's not getting paid for this. Right? It's very likely he's making a total fool of himself for free. Can you imagine? Imagine debasing yourself and not even getting a paycheck for it. My goodness. All right, let's keep going here.
That their country already has every right to respond to Israel's attack on their consulate, a Middle Eastern media outlet reported. Lebanese pan-Arab satellite news channel Al Mayadeen has stated that Tehran plans a combined drone and missile attack dubbed a rainstorm, launched from its bases targeting strategic sites within Israel. Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei published threats in Hebrew. With God's help, we will make the Zionists repent for the crime of attacking the Iranian consulate in Damascus, he wrote. On April the 1st, Israel launched a missile strike on the Syrian capital, Damascus. As a result of the attack, the Iranian consulate building was destroyed. One of the casualties in the attack was a senior commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Mohammad Reza Zahedi. His name was included in the so-called blacklist of the United Nations, which consists of 15 high-ranking military and political figures of Iran suspected of involvement in Tehran's nuclear and missile programs and who are banned from leaving Iran. His death was arguably the most significant blow to Quds since its then commander, Qasem Soleimani, was killed in a US-targeted assassination in January 2020 in Baghdad. After the incident, the Israel Defense Forces announced a call-up of reservists to strengthen its air defense system. This is not the first time that the Israel Defense Forces has struck Syria. In December, the Israeli army eliminated the senior advisor to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, Sayed Razi Mousavi. Ukrainian officers complain of receiving Western weapons systems when they're no longer relevant. Unnamed Ukrainian military officials said there is an unfortunate pattern of the West finally sending weapons when they are no longer relevant for the current battlefield dynamics.
Yeah, it's true. That's always been the case, though. This is Ukrainian news, so I don't want to stick too much to it here. We gotta stick to the subject of Gaza, and I have a bunch of new clips here that I'm pulling from Discord that we definitely want to talk about. Get those in there. What are your sources? What are your sources, nerd? What are your sources for those numbers? I want to shit on every single one of them. I'm not going to look at them. I'm not going to look at the information. But if you tell me, if you give me an answer, I'm going to shit on it. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Nobody's died. Only Nazis. and they don't get paid for it. That's the crazy thing to me. And they don't get paid for it. You know? My God. All right, I'm just looking through the Discord here if there's anything else I want to put on here. Yeah, there's a few things in the U.S. section. What do we got? Joe Netanyahu responsible. Yeah, so I won't show this because it's fucking Morning Joe, but Morning Joe actually came out and said Netanyahu responsible for Hamas being able to run loose. Well, okay, I do kind of have to show this because this is kind of wild. You know, I'm actually afraid.
In our top story this morning amid
I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. I know. But I'm actually afraid to talk about this too much in length because I'm afraid I might get banned. But here's Morning Joe talking about the connection between Hamas and Netanyahu, which is really fucking crazy if you ask me. Let me just get to this clip here. It's a little later when he gets to ranting. Let's see
here with pinpoint today to Gaza. Why that need
humanitarian consequences, basic the time more
to be done. So many.
Yeah. Okay. So I know. I'm sorry. It's Morning Joe. Your Ben Shapiro voice. Your Ben Shapiro voice. Everything funny. Banned? Why? Well, I mean, look, it's like Israel has a lot of clout.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
And what they will do, bad actors who support Israel will, take you out of context. Send it right up the line. Look at this anti-Semite. Look at this person who hates Jews. Making crazy conspiracy theories on your platform. You don't want that, do you, Jeff? Of course, he's not involved with it, right? It'd be a boss at Twitch or something like that. But look, when you're doing the news, sometimes these platforms are concerned about misinformation. They don't want their platform turned into a misinformation platform for bad actors, right? So you got to be careful. We had to be careful during COVID about the misinformation, and then you still have bad actors talking about masking didn't work. Masking fucking worked. What are we talking about? Masking totally worked. Yeah, Fauci wasn't great. Fauci lied to us initially about the need for masks. Immediately, like 1 week later, came back and said, "Oh yeah, all that other shit." He should have been fired immediately. But let's not get into it. Why run defense for that? And then you get called crazy and that they are fighting Hamas. Huh? Did you know there's actually more than one way to destroy terrorism than leveling buildings and killing entire families? Did you know that you can actually achieve anti-terrorist goals by not committing an ethnic cleansing campaign? Did you know that? Wouldn't that be hilarious if the only way to defeat terrorism was to just completely eradicate the area? Israel doesn't know that. They know that. This is not about eliminating Hamas. It was never about eliminating Hamas. Getting Hamas out of the region, that's a cherry on top. What this is about is taking the Gaza Strip. Anyway, so like I said, you got to be careful with this kind of stuff, but I was shocked to hear Morning Joe of all places. And let me tell you, there's a hilarious interview of Morning Joe interviewing like the head of the PLO in 2016 or something. And he was just all about literally every single question from Morning Joe to this guy was, what about the rockets? What about the rockets? What about this guy's like, well, the humanity of the Palestinians, we're in an open air prison. We don't have freedom. It's an apartheid state. Yeah. But what about the rockets? What about the rockets? It was like 5 rocket questions in a row, and then they went over to Willie, and it was just more rocket questions. The entire segment, they refused to acknowledge the humanity of the Palestinians. Bunch of people who need to gaslight others defend the worldview because changing one hurts too much. Well, that's kind of the human nature, isn't it? That's the challenge of politically oriented people like us when we're trying to change minds. That's the challenge. Because we're dealing with emotional people. We're not dealing with logical people. Greetings from somewhere outside of South Boston. Homeless bag. Get this guy a sandwich so that he can say, I don't want a sandwich. Give me $1. I want to buy some crack. Doing homework while ADHD. Welcome. Thank you for the follow.
self.
You know, so many investigations that need to be done, so many investigations that are being put off, so many investigations, you know, why are you tracking these trucks from an organization that you know is delivering tons of food of aid to Gaza to bring desperately needed aid to Gaza? Why?
So Morning Joe saying this shit tells me Bibi Netanyahu has fucked up. Bibi Netanyahu's fucked up. Okay? When you've lost Morning Joe, okay, you've fucked up. Okay? Because Morning Joe wants desperately to defend Israel and its ethnic cleansing. Like I've said before, the only thing that guys like Morning Joe and the Western consensus, the only thing that they actually really don't like is the speed. They would prefer the theft of the Gaza Strip happen over time, slowly, under the color of law, you know, in a very messy but slow process, just like what's happening in the West Bank, all for security, right? They want it to happen slow. What they don't want is to be pushed into a position by the Israeli government. This is the United States, I mean, to basically force the United States to come to some kind of deal with the Egyptian government to basically give 2 million people a small slice of Egyptian territory to exist on so that they can avoid a humanitarian catastrophe, a Holocaust. A genocide? I mean, it's not a genocide because we still have Palestinians in the West Bank. But what would you call, you know, the death of 2 million people, the intentional death of 2 million people, right? Because what Israel is trying to do is create a crisis on the border with the Sinai Peninsula in Rafah. Hundreds of thousands of desperate, starving people storming those fences. And then all of a sudden, you got tens of thousands of people in the Sinai Peninsula. You got a huge quagmire. Israel is basically going to be forcing the United States to come to the Egyptian government with a bunch of goodies saying, look, we're so sorry this got out of hand. We're not going to stop supporting Israel because we're actually afraid of all of you Arab countries. And we want a card to play in this region. So that's not going to stop. But we would really like to still do trade with you, and we don't want you to, join BRICS or et cetera, if they're a member of BRICS already. I don't know. But you know what I mean? We would actually like our cake and eat it too, if possible. We would like to just give you a bunch of shit, and then you could just pretend this never happened, and then we'll just let Israel do whatever it wants with Palestine. Is there any way we could work that out? That's my feeling. That's my personal opinion, based off what I've been observing so far. I could be totally wrong, and goddamn it, I hope I'm totally wrong. Hey, you know what I hope? I hope Bibi Netanyahu isn't lying, and Ben-Gvir isn't lying, and that they totally plan on letting the Gazan citizens back into the Gaza Strip, and that they're going to do everything they can to prevent the settlers from coming in there. That's a nice dream. My eyeballs are not telling me that. My eyeballs are not telling me that. On war casualties, Clutch Cargo over here still responding to that bad actor that I banned a half hour ago. I think both sides are emotional and sort of hard to not be looking at destruction. It's also strange when side people fell on his leftist. Which side people fall on? Which side? Leftist and right people want to swap, and he said, I'm on the side of humanity. It's actually the bad actors, the killers, need this to be complicated. It's not complicated. This is settler colonialism. There's a term for this. It's not even the first time it's been done in history. Maybe not done in this specific way with the West Bank and over time and all yada yada. But no, it's not that complicated. It really isn't. The bad actors need to be complicated. Anyway, so back to Joe here. When you've lost Morning Joe, you've lost the mainstream in terms of, any kind of wiggle room to be like, yeah, well, I mean, I know it's really bad, and I know it's really, it's against all of my values that I claim to have, but it's justified. October 7th, rapes, babies, it's justified. But when you've lost Morning Joe, it's like, yeah, it's bad. I don't have anything else to say. I got no buts. I got no wiggle room on this. It's bad, and I want it to go away. And I'm tired of pretending like I care. I'm talking from the mainstream opinion. I'm talking from the mainstream. Remember, if you're on the left, you want to create change. We got to think about normies. I know, it sucks. Okay, you got to step into the gap. Okay, you gotta configure your brain like a normie. Okay, like, you know, the type of people that will watch a political commercial and be convinced by it. They exist. Welcome back, Trailhead.
Why were they tracking them? Why did they fire on them? They were clearly marked. After all, this is the same IDF. This is the same Netanyahu government that was bragging about their pinpoint precision and being able to kill Iranian leaders just a few days ago. And here, with pinpoint precision, with their logos on the top of these vans.
Oh, you couldn't see them, man. Come on.
For the World Central Kitchen.
Can't even barely see them.
Missiles are delivered through the middle of those vans, and they're targeted.
Thank you, DCH.
I mean, my God, and so many investigations coming after the war's over. We're told Benjamin Netanyahu says,
once it's over, guys.
About those hostages. Now's not the time. The hostages.
They care so much about the hostages, right? They care so much about the hostages. That's why they're giving Hamas such a great deal. We'll hold off on your total annihilation for 6 weeks if you give us all your political leverage. It's the deal of the century, guys.
Who escaped, who took their shirts off, who raised their hands after escaping from the horror of being a Hamas hostage.
Anyway, it's a mistake. Anyone can make it.
With their hands in the...
Hey, they made it in America a couple of years ago. I'll be reporting on a teenage girl who one cop encouraged her to run towards the police, and then the rest of the police gunned her down. I mean, you just don't know. Life is a movie. Everyone could be like, you know, a scary bomb-wearing, you know, kung fu doing killer, John Wick style killer who can nail headshots, you know. So it's really just best to just gun people down, you know, kill everybody, and then just, you know, figure it out afterwards. Because, like, I'm scared for my life here, right? It's tough, man. When you see a shirtless, frightened individual, it's tough not to just, you know, mag dump, right? He's running, he's screaming, he's got a white flag, right? He's totally shirtless, right? I mean, it's better just to mag dump him just in case, right?
The air with their shirts off. IDF guns them down. That's an investigation we have to worry about later too,
Joe.
And then Netanyahu knowing for a year beforehand
it's scary.
Of Hamas's plans. They had the plans in hand in the government, doing absolutely nothing about it, doing absolutely nothing about the illicit funding that Trump and Netanyahu knew about in 2018, the funding sources that kept Hamas's war machine alive. They looked the other way. They said, don't worry about it.
Can't say that, Joe.
And of course, as I've said on this show, and yet, for some reason, Netanyahu still's not having to answer for this. As I've said repeatedly, Netanyahu sent a representative up to Doha 3 weeks before the attack on October the 7th. The leaders of Qatar said,
DCH.
Do you guys still...
South Korea donating $2.3 billion to Ukraine. Big props to South Korea. Yeah. I love masturbating to your music videos. Not really. Not really. I mean, they're sexy, but... I mean, come on. I'm well beyond K-pop music videos now.
Want us to keep sending all this money to Hamas? The answer, yes, of course we do.
Better be a Rickroll.
Netanyahu was the chief sponsor of Hamas through Qatar. It was Netanyahu that was keeping the money flowing there.
We'll show that in a second.
We can't investigate that until after the war's over.
No, we can't, Joe.
We can't do anything until after the war's over. We can't ask any questions about
be careful, Joe.
Benjamin Netanyahu set up a situation where Hamas had the weapons, the powers, the means to basically walk into Israel. Walk into Israel. And assault
talking about the security failures of October 7th.
IDF and the famed Israeli Defense Forces with mopeds, drugged up terrorists, and paragliders? And Benjamin Netanyahu did nothing for...
I mean, Drank, we can't really base our principles off of a single antidote, you know, an anecdotal evidence, you know, an experience that you had with a single person. You know, I you know, I said it's not complicated when it comes to, you know, treating Palestinians like human beings. But you know, there are complicated things. Like there's decades of anger and ill will that are going to need to be considered. You know, like the problem is that we have one side, Israel, that is not straight up, has never been considered, has never been interested in a Palestinian state. They've never acknowledged Palestine. They've never defined their official borders. Israel has never defined its official borders. They've never truly stopped the settlers. They've never respected the right to return, which is against you know, all kinds of international laws. As the saying goes, the plural of antidote is not data. Oh, interesting. That sounds like a smart person thing. But I'm not a smart person. I'm sorry if you got the wrong idea that I'm like some kind of well-read academic. I'm just a jackass. I'm just a jackass with two eyeballs, and I know what's right and wrong. Mama didn't raise no fool. Well, maybe she kind of did. I don't know anymore. I got imposter syndrome. I was going to use Bibi as a scapegoat, get rid of him, feel better, but ignore the deeper issues causing this conflict. Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, Clutch Cargo, and I'm glad you brought that up. Because, yeah, they're really, really mad with Bibi Netanyahu, but are they actually mad with, you know, they're totally okay with pretending this is an anti-terrorist, anti-Hamas campaign. You know, this is all about Hamas. Let's just ignore the incredible, obvious evidence that they're taking the Gaza Strip and they're never going to give it back. Of course, they'll, you know, Morning Joe will, you know, once it's all too late, Morning Joe will be like, oh, yeah, wow, I guess it looks like the entire intention from the very beginning was to take the land. You know, of course, they wouldn't admit that they were willing patsies to this anti-terrorist narrative the entire time. That, of course, benefited Israel in its goals to take the Gaza Strip. If I had three eyes, that'd be cool. Yeah, I wish. They're going to use Bibi as a scapegoat, really feel better, but ignore the yes.
Hours? Well, Israeli women were beaten and raped
for hours
and killed.
Yeah.
And grandmothers were beaten and burned to death. Babies were shot in their cribs. Parents had to watch these terrorists.
It's hard to listen.
I'd like to call them something else. These terrorists.
They're monsters, yeah. Hamas, they're monsters.
Shoot their children in front of them. And children were forced to watch.
Yes.
As these terrorists shot their parents. And
so there's video. There's definitely video of that. I haven't seen any baby beheadings, but there's definitely evidence of children being shot in their cribs. And there's absolutely evidence. There's one devastating video of a child asking his parents, you know, if his sister is okay, and she was just murdered in the kitchen or in the next room there, and you know they're trying to comfort him. I believe they were all kidnapped and maybe murdered, not sure. To force an emotional response. I mean no, I mean maybe, yeah. I mean no, I mean I think it's less I think the frustration that we're hearing is less about his humanity for people and more of his frustration that, you know, it's putting him and his career in a really weird place where he has to like skirt this line between defending this obvious ethnic cleansing campaign, but also still pretending he's a human being so people will continue to watch him. So yeah, it is kind of an interesting thing. Yeah, but I'm not. Do we do we believe Morning Joe has a soul? I don't know, man. That's a good debate.
In front of them. 1 hour goes by, Netanyahu's government does nothing. 2 hours, nothing. 3, 4, the rapes continue.
Borderline. Yeah.
5 hours, 6 hours, nothing. 7 hours, not 8 hours, nothing. 10 hours. Some places 12, 13 hours. Nothing is done.
Yeah, 12, 13 hours where Hamas monsters just had the run of the place. Building to building to building to building. Total nightmare. I mean, even if you are like a settler, settling on occupied land, I wouldn't wish what Hamas did to those people to my worst enemy. This idea that Hamas is some kind of legitimate government is demonstrably, absolutely 100% without a doubt provable that they are not. They don't represent Palestine. They cynically use Palestinians as human shields. That's a total fact. You don't do some of the shit you do, like with because like there's a lot of lies, right? Israel saying, oh, they got tunnels under everything, but that's not true. But they do have critical infrastructure. There's a long history of Hamas well before October 7th using critical civilian infrastructure for their own cynical means. There's a long history of Hamas encouraging civilian deaths and statements made by leaders of Hamas saying that civilian deaths are good for them politically, and they hand wave it away as, oh, they go to heaven, Allah Akbar. Right. That it's not, Che Guevara. We've had this debate before, but like the leaders of Hamas are no Che Guevaras, right?
What happened that day? How in the hell did Benjamin Netanyahu's government allow that to happen?
I didn't hear about that.
You can't ask those questions. We're fighting a war. Why would you allow this man to continue running your country when he is responsible?
I think they're asking that question.
When he is responsible.
Rank. Interesting.
For Hamas being able to run loose in Israel and commit the worst atrocities against Jews since the Holocaust. We know the nature of Hamas. We know their stated goal has always been to kill Jews, to destroy Israel.
Yeah, that's...
Yet not Netanyahu was funding them. Netanyahu had their war plans. Yeah. Netanyahu did nothing. Yeah. Netanyahu...
So, I mean, he's saying this shit, dude. He's saying the shit that I was actually afraid to say, because it's like, I'm not sure how much, but if he feels confident saying this stuff, that... The notch has clicked. This has reached a new level.
Netanyahu had their war plans. Netanyahu did nothing. Netanyahu, he was asleep at the switch when this happened. I mean, Hamas, it's like scorpions. If you had a nanny put scorpions in your baby's crib, would you say, well, it's a tough time right now. The baby's in the hospital. We better keep the same nanny until the baby... No! In this case...
Specifically, the point about Hamas that I'm making is that if this really was an anti-terrorist operation, I wouldn't be shedding tears, seeing IDF kicking down doors, going after targets in a surgical manner across the entire Gaza Strip. And forcibly, basically forcing some kind of election, or maybe even forcing the Gaza Strip to have some kind of technocratic transition government, bring the PLO in, But here's the thing. They don't want to work with the PLO because they're stealing the West Bank, and they're almost done with that project. The goal is to take the entire Gaza Strip to make it so messy that they'll never have to give it back, claim its security. So, I was just saying that Hamas are absolute monsters. They don't legitimately represent the Palestinian people. I wouldn't be shedding any tears if the IDF was actually doing an anti-terrorist operation. I'd be like, yeah, that's great, because there is no real negotiating with an outfit like Hamas. Yeah, you can do prisoner swaps, and you can do military style negotiating here and there, transfers and things like that. But in terms of really treating Hamas like a legitimate government, it's a complete non-starter. It's a total non-starter. They're the definition of religious, extremists. It's like working with the Taliban. But even worse, the Taliban have problems with Hamas, apparently.
The man who is almost singularly responsible for letting Israel's guard down because he was too interested in fighting.
Yikes. So that Slick Diaz, that's inherently racist. Do you accept that you're a racist person?
The rule of law in Israel. He was too interested in dividing one Israeli against the other. He was too busy tending to the needs of religious extremists, so much so that he kind of forgot to take care of the secular elements of the IDF and the Mossad and the intel services that had kept Israel safe.
New world order. New world order.
How long? How long?
If Israel wasn't killing as many civilians and fucking up everything, I would get in big trouble saying the shit that he's saying. Right? If Israel was still, pretty friendly with everybody and kind of behaving itself, but, killing, still doing a lot of killing, but not as much killing, right? But just enough to keep the West happy, I would get in big trouble saying this shit. You're a colonial subject, don't forget it. Gaza power. So you come in, the first thing you say is, I'm a racist. And then the next thing you say is, I'm the colonial. I'm the pro-colonial guy. Wow. I mean, wow. It's crazy. I believe in humanity, but I can't help but deny that some people, some human beings are basically emulating trash cans. So what can I say? What can I say to this guy? He literally comes in, says I'm a racist, then calls me a colonialist. Amazing. Yeah, there's your ban. I know that's what you wanted. So there you go. Welcome to the internet. Oh, okay. Yeah. Do you think this pundit understands that it isn't an anti-Israeli? Well, I think it doesn't really matter what he actually believes. We'll never know what he actually believes doing homework, right? We'll never have that magic power. What matters is that what he does. And what he is doing is, there's that very specific blinder to what is actually going on. We want to avoid that narrative because what he is hoping, he doesn't want to talk about ethnic cleansing. What he wants is for Israel to slow it down. Like I said before, it's just the speed. They want the Gaza Strip stolen in the manner that the West Bank was stolen, little bit by bit, piece by piece. 3,000 settlements here, 10,000 settlements here. And then it dies down for like 6 months, right? So, I get outraged for one day. Oh, this is really bad. They need to do something. No, moving on to the next Trump story. And then 6 months later, it happens again. And if it's a busy news day, you don't even need to talk about it. If Israel takes 5,000 settlements and it's not even kind of a part of the news, you can just totally ignore it. This you can't ignore. You just can't ignore. And especially because it's harming Joe Biden electorally. You got that whole other, horse race aspect to it that they can't ignore. So
let's bring in Admiral Stavridis.
So that's a failure. That's a total failure of Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir, who are extreme right wingers, and they're kind of pushing this as fast as possible. So someone had a funny clip here. I guess I should show it. Hopefully Fox, Viacom, or whatever billion-dollar conglomerate doesn't get mad at me for showing a 28-second clip of South Park. They probably will, though. But yeah, this is the IDF when they see. This is the IDF when they see a hostage running shirtless with a white flag.
And it's coming right for us.
Oh yeah, this is the cops in America when they see a 17-year-old girl running in terror for her. Even if one of their own cops is on the radio screaming bloody murder, don't shoot her. This is how they act.
You see, boys, the Democrats have passed a lot of laws trying to stop us.
That's how they act. And yeah, it's the Democrats' fault. Look, I'm sorry for the gallows humor, but where else can I go with this? You know, what do you want me just to be crying on air? In the arms of an angel. I've looked into the abyss, and the abyss looked back. Okay? What do you want from me? This disgusting world. I got to talk about it. I got banned for making a South Park joke. Uh-oh. I think colonialism is sort of a buzzword, so sort of understand people that use it because it really upsets some people who very easily just say it to smear. I mean, colonialism is a real-ass thing. And, you know, we have the United States and all these other empires doing their own kind of versions of colonialism. It's like neo-colonialism in a way, right? It's a whole new kind of thing. You know, but then you got Russia over here, you know, blowing off the motherfucking history books over here, motherfucking war, and you blowing off War and Peace and deciding let's do another. You know what I'm saying? Like total old school, line up the army on the border and invade kind of shit. So you do get the throwbacks. You do get the throwbacks. Okay, I'm not saying it's totally gone. Yeah, doing homework. I agree. I'm not trying to make light, though, of this. I want to see this end immediately. And I want to see criminals in jail. You know, I want to see people who get other people killed get in trouble for it. And, yeah, I know. Yeah.
Shut your fucking mouth!
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, you cunt!
Yeah, no one's buying it. No one's listening. No one's buying it. I get it. But I don't care. I've always been that guy that just says the shit that people don't want to hear. And I'm nobody's fucking friend. And that's just how I am. I'm nobody's friend on the left. I'm nobody's friend on the right. I'm shitting on everybody. Meanwhile, I'm a total fucking overweight loser. Smoking weed. So take everything what you will, man. It needs to be a sound. Redeemed. Oh, yeah. You can be my friend. I don't have friends anymore. I had a friend. I used to have one. Now I don't. How do you report on... Why is this in here? Yeah, no, this is from my U.S. section. I definitely want to talk about this. Already been streaming for a goddamn hour here, though. Let's get into it. What I've been talking about in the West Bank. Violence continues in the West Bank. I'd like to remind you, Hamas is not in the West Bank. And it's internationally recognized. It's internationally recognized that the settlement, settler colonialism happening in the West Bank is illegal. Of course, nothing offends an Israeli person more than talking about giving back the settlements. Oh, we can't do it. We can't do it. We just can't do it. Oh, we just give it back. We built homes there. We spent money. We just give it back to the monsters? Never, never, never. It's ours. Never. Yeah. Okay.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
But no, I mean, I've had conversations with pro-Israeli people that acknowledge that the settler movement and the settler colonialism is wrong. And then the conversation of, okay, you're going to give back the hundreds of kilometers, the shrinking Palestinian islands, on the map. Are you going to give any of that back? Oh, well, maybe if they stop firing rockets at an indiscriminate, it's a bunch of qualifiers that they know that they'll never be reached. Isn't that cute? Oh, well, their fate is in my hands, and my qualifications are the ones that they're going to need to meet if they want to have security, peace, liberty, and freedom. Sorry. Isn't that cute? Palestine can exist as soon as Israel acknowledges that it can exist. Isn't that adorable? It doesn't happen anywhere else, right? But these Arabs, these people are extra scary. They say Allah Akbar all the time. It's so unsettling. Meanwhile, you watch footage of U.S. people, and it's like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. All day.
من تحت ومن تحت الدار بكوه. جمعت اولادي جمعت نسواني كل هذا الحيط والحيط الخارجي بحمانا من الرصاص. طلع الرصاص.
This is in the West Bank. I need to remind you, this is in the West Bank.
حملات الاعتقال طالت حتى الآن
حوالي 8000 مواطن من الضفة الغربية والقدس وال48. طبعا عملية الاعتقال نفسها تخللتها أعمال وحشية، أعمال عنف وحشية طالت الأسير وأسرته.
They're arresting people. They're being economically depressed using sanctions because it's an apartheid state. Every single day, borderline. The very existence of some of the rules that exist for Palestinians and not Israelis, right? The apartheid state that is every single day, that is enforced by law, is a human rights crime. Here's an explanation of lavender, and I'm not making this up. Where's Daddy? AI targeting systems that Israel is apparently using to identify so-called terrorists, track them to their home, and then, you know, painting the entire building. And of course, we saw this across the entire Gaza Strip. Was it 90% of residences in the Gaza Strip, or in Gaza City, I mean, demolished? So wow, I mean, this AI is so good. It said it started with one building. It started with two buildings, and it was just like, fuck it, all of them, kill them all. Apparently, according to the reports, and these are preliminary, so grain of salt, but according to the reports, the only human scrutiny of target selection that was done was double checking if these people being targeted were male. That was it. And it was determined that it's easier to kill them inside their home because you're guaranteed to kill them because you know where they live. And of course, the civilians that died in the process were just, well, we're so sorry. Here's some information on this horrific practice that is probably going to be fully defended. You know, it's just like, oh, we had to do it. It had to be done this way. Yada, yada, yada. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely unprecedented, right? And yeah, I'm sure Destiny's got a fucking wing dinger for this one, baby. I'm sure he's got a wing, just a fucking way, just blow my top off, man. I mean, just knock my ass down, right? Well, it's actually fully justified if you think about this. October 7th. Yeah.
Using an...
So apparently, you know, apparently once an October 7th happens to you, you can commit hundreds of October 7ths over and over and over again for an indefinite amount of time. And it's all morally justified. I didn't know that. You know, I'm getting schooled.
Israel has been using an AI system called Lavender that marked at least 37,000 Palestinians as suspected terrorists, and to compile part of its kill list during its ongoing military offensive in Palestine's Gaza. According to an investigative report by the Plus 972 magazine and Local Call, testimonies by Israeli military officials revealed how Lavender was used to assassinate.
Hey, Mike makes right doing homework. My Destiny impression is total garbage, and I'm sure, you know, I don't know. Sometimes sometimes he'll knock you dead with something very, very, you know, smart. Destiny. And then other times, with a big grin on his face, he'll talk about, you know, how, you know, he wouldn't even consider the Holocaust a genocide, you know, because, well, technically it's not. It's like, oh my God, I can't defend you, dude.
Assassinate individuals in Gaza with almost no human oversight to verify the targets identified by the AI. Developed by the Israeli military's Elite Intelligence Division Unit 8200, the AI system analyzes data obtained through the mass surveillance of most of Gaza's 2.3 million residents to identify potential targets. The system ranks every individual in Gaza on a scale of 1 to 100 according to the probability that they are involved with the military wing of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Some of the targets mistakenly flagged by the system included relatives of Hamas operatives, those those with social media connections to Hamas members, and even people who happen to have the same names as Hamas operatives.
So,
despite the Israeli military...
So, Drank, you are aware that in the Gaza Strip, it's not just liberal propaganda that it's called an open-air prison. They literally... It's an extremely confined sliver of land. Where would you go? You have a family. You know, where are you going to go? You can't leave. Can't leave. Now, with that said, I have described Hamas using their using civilians, perfectly okay with martyring their families. So that dynamic does exist. But at the same time, where are these people supposed to go? You know, and then I'm not trying to make excuses for Hamas, but it's not like they have a mountain, you know, they can just pick from, you know, they're like a country that can just pick from their selection of mountains to build their military bunker in. Okay. All they have are is underground because they're in an open air prison. So I'm not trying to make excuses for a terrorist organization, but I'm just saying there's some realities. There's some just realities in the situation that Israel has created in the Gaza Strip. That's all.
Assessment that some of the individuals identified by the AI may not be affiliated with the Palestinian resistance groups.
I mean, who knows? We didn't know in Iraq and Afghanistan, did we? Literally, the definition was if we killed somebody in Iraq and Afghanistan, and are they a 16-year-old boy and are 16 or older, male? Well, then they're a terrorist. So it's and the IDF and Israel is happy to bring that up, by the way, that our definition of terrorist when we were blowing up brown people in a Middle Eastern country was basically the same.
Definitive. The only check made by humans was to verify that the target was male. According to the report, the system has played a key role in Israel's massive bombardment of Palestinian territory, especially during the early stages of Tel Aviv's offensive. The report reveals that it was during those initial weeks that an Israeli military command allowed the killing of up to 20 civilians whenever the system identified what it assessed to be a junior Hamas member. In the case of senior Hamas operatives, the army authorized the killing of over 100 civilians while assassinating just one target.
I mean, honestly, though, it really doesn't, it does not justify, using a kindergarten as a weapons cache. It really doesn't justify that. I mean, unless this is like Skynet and we're up against the machines. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. I can't picture an organization that claims to care about its people being so callous with children in that way. Drank, by every definition, the Gaza Strip is a prison. By every definition.
In other cases, if the potential target gave their phone...
And I don't have time to explain it to you. I don't. Please type... I told you what to type into Google. Do that. Come back to me an hour later once you've read some things. I'm not pulling phrases and shit out of my butt, dude. Gaza is by definition an open-air prison.
To a male relative, that person would then become the target and would be bombed along with his whole family. Additionally, a home tracking system called Where's Daddy was used to boost targets when the number of assassinations was waning, and was specifically used to carry out bombings when the targets had entered their family homes. Low-ranking Israeli officers were the ones making decisions about who lives and dies, according to the report. In addition to Lavender and Where's Daddy, it was revealed that the Israeli military had been employing another AI system in its war on Gaza using the Gospel to identify buildings where suspects were operating before bombing them.
Patriot,
according to the report, the staggering death toll in Gaza...
It does, human shields does seem to be, like, getting civilians involved does seem to be a pretty common pattern. There doesn't seem to be a way to keep the civilians out of it. all the same, you know, the people running the organization do have a choice of locations, and it's not like every building in the Gaza Strip is a hospital or a school, but they absolutely do use those locations. But so did the Vietnamese. You know, that famous scene from Apocalypse Now, you know, with the helicopters coming in, you know, it's all quiet. It's a kindergarten, you know, they're teaching the kids. And then 10 seconds later, it's a full-blown gun battle. You know, they're pulling out the weapons. So yeah, it's not new. I don't like it. I don't think it's a good thing though, but yeah, I guess it goes all the way back to castle sieges if you want to go far that
Gaza
far
is
back.
a result of Israel's weaponization of these AI programs, which experts say gives Tel Aviv a free hand to commit genocidal acts with impunity. In its all-out war on Gaza, which is now in its 6th month, Israel has killed over 32,000 Palestinians, mostly
Hamas
women
numbers.
and children.
Hamas numbers. They say that, and then I'm like, okay, so what are the real numbers? And they're like, oh, a couple thousand. Okay. Totally unrealistic. Oh, those numbers are ridiculous. Except Anthony Blinken from the fucking United States is using them. Feels like Israel has ever proven the human shield's accusation to the extent that they claim it exists. I don't want to get into the weeds that deep. I will acknowledge that that the settlers absolutely use human shields. Like I said, I've described this before and I've shown video proof. It's the first thing they do when they take over a Palestinian home. They bring those women and children in. It's the number one thing. They're like, literally, I got footage of women and children standing in a building that's not even finished. You know, there's no wiring, there's no plumbing, but they're standing in like a foundation. And it's like, oh, this is ours now. We live here now. We're moving in. Yeah, we don't have running water, but we have Yahweh. I've seen more than one holding the collar of a civilian entering buildings. I have not seen that myself. You're talking about the IDF using Palestinian prisoners to walk them into a building that might be dangerous. I've not seen video or picture evidence of that myself. Israel opens routes to aid deliveries after Biden's stark warning to Netanyahu. So it looks like Biden, got real pissy on the phone, and Netanyahu, and this is counter to what Netanyahu wants, is a little bit of food relief. This kind of hits the reset button. He really wants to create that panic. Once the starvation has reached a fever's pitch in Rafah, that's when you go in with the strikes into Rafah. That's when you create that panic. I don't know if that's how it's going to actually go down, but in my head right now, that's how I see it going down. I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, go ahead, doing homework. Go ahead and put the link there. I'll put it in the Discord and review that. I won't be able to show it until I review it.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office has announced the temporary opening of a border crossing to allow aid into Gaza. The opening of the Erez crossing into the Palestinian territories north was among several steps approved by Israel's cabinet to increase the flow of humanitarian assistance. The news was welcomed in Washington, where President Joe Biden had earlier told Netanyahu in a phone call that further U.S. support for Israel's war...
So, I mean, Woke Patriot, though, the one thing that I would say to you, though, is that do you acknowledge that a resistance... Yes, I fully acknowledge that a resistance movement, basically, that's how it's always been. They're going to be amongst the population. But do you acknowledge that there's some responsibility for that resistance movement to try to avoid civilian casualties? Especially because, the whole reason why they're doing what they're doing is supposedly for the civilians. Usually that's the case. But do you acknowledge, Woke Patriot, that the resistance organization has some responsibility to maybe not use kindergartens and schools? If there's no other choice, if there's no other choice? Because it's really, I don't think because the Vietnamese did it when they were resisting the United States during the Vietnam War, I don't think that makes it a good thing. No, I've Googled, sorry. I think I misunderstand because English is not my first looked at Al Jazeera, then Israel one. Did not mean to offend. I'm pro-Palestine, but understand figurative is hard for me. Hey, no problem, Drank. No problem. I get you. It's not the resistance army causing civilian casualties. Yeah. Sure. But that resistance army, what does that resistance army honestly expect the opposing army to to have more morality than they have? You know? That's kind of an interesting blame game kind of being tossed back and forth here. I don't know. If I was in charge of a resistance movement, I would do everything within my power to try to reduce the amount of schools, hospitals, and like markets and other places as best I can. Understanding that there is a reality like what you're talking about. You know, a market is a great place to trade weapons, you know, incognito, right? So maybe the market is essential. We have to use the market or else we can't supply our resistance movement. You know what I mean? It's like I don't feel comfortable giving a free pass to terrorist organizations that cynically use their populations like that. You know, because, well, it's the only way to resist. I don't think the presence of bombs in the basement of a school makes the school a valid target. Well, that's wildly unrealistic. So you're expecting your enemy, the evil empires usually that resistance movements are fighting, to somehow be more moral than the resistance movements themselves? So who's the real bad guy then? If one side simply says schools are off limits and we know the bad guys are using them, but they're off limits to us, who's the real bad guys then?
Or in Gaza depended on such steps. Biden also said Israel must take more action to prevent civilian deaths. Relations between the two allies have soured since Monday's killing of 7 aid workers in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. Speaking at a NATO meeting in Brussels, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken called on Israel to do more to protect civilians and allow access to humanitarian aid.
Well, Patriot's got a good one. He's cooking up a good one. You wait. He's got a good comment.
Of hostages, but also to enable.
Sides do not say what is off limits. That is international law. Who? International law? All of a sudden, that matters. I expect Israel legal standing to be more obedient and respectful of international law than Hamas. That's pretty convenient. That's pretty convenient. You know that's wildly unrealistic. The entire reason why resistance movements are resisting is because the people they're resisting are amoral, don't care about what's right and wrong. But here you want some fantasy world where international law is respected by the aggressors. Come on, man. Yeah. I mean, do you acknowledge there's a difference between a resistance movement like the one that we saw with Che Guevara and religious extremists like the Taliban and Hamas and Hezbollah to some extent? Is there no difference between how those entities behave?
A dramatic surge in humanitarian assistance, as well as obviously better protecting civilians. Now, as I said, the President and the Prime Minister just spoke, but it's our expectation that Israel
I don't even know what we're arguing about
will
anymore
and certainly
now.
should announce concrete, specific,
we went
measurable
a different
steps
direction
that,
and we hit a
it
dead
will
end.
take as soon as possible to make sure that there can be an effective surge in assistance, that it can be sustained.
Yeah, Kim Goblin.
And
this is
that
totally
humanitarian
bizarre.
workers and civilians are better protected.
DW correspondent Tanya Kramer joins us now from Jerusalem. Tanya, what more can you tell us about these new steps to let aid?
Yeah, I've definitely heard of the IDF doing that, using Palestinians in that way. I haven't seen too much video or picture evidence. Hamas has some greater moral obligation than Israel. No, No, I'm trying to. Both sides are wrong, but I'm not willing to give Hamas a 100% pass for putting weapons. Just as I'm not going to give the Vietnamese passes either, because you're right, it makes them a target. Well, no, I mean but this idea that it's okay for resistance movements to actively use children as a defense, because those resistance movements who are fighting against immoral empires are all of a sudden expecting those resistance movements to, I mean, it's interesting though to follow international law, but it's interesting though because the strategy is it depends on international law to exist, because if international law doesn't exist, there would be no real way to shame Israel or the United States for its civilian casualties, right? If there was no real law being broken. You know what I'm saying? So it is kind of interesting how Hamas is kind of depending on international law to kind of cynically weaponize international law against the evil empire by putting women and children in direct danger intentionally. It was a very clear image of civilians as shield IDF. Also, no TOS issue, I believe. Well, I'm going to have to review it all the same, doing homework. You're new. I appreciate all the work you're doing, but you're new. I'm going to have to take a look at that. Let's see here. Oh, I think I might have. That's not really human shield, is it? Well, actually, no. That is. Yeah, that's not him being arrested, is it? That's definitely not him being arrested. I can show this. I'll show it here. Yeah, no, this is definitely not him being arrested. Yeah, he's got his gun right on his shoulder there. There you can see other guys lining up shots. Interesting. Direct Hamas is not the one attacking Gaza. I disagree. I actually disagree with that. Hamas has taken the Palestinian people hostage, and they want to impose a type of brutal authoritarianism on the Palestinians, based off of their interpretation of a religious text. Hamas is absolutely I don't know, attacking Gaza, but they're no friend to Gaza. You know, they don't represent Gaza. They represent power.
دخلوا علينا على المحل، طلب تفتيش المحل كامل، اطلع الشباب اللي بيشتغلوا عندي في المحل فتشهم وفتشني انا شخصيا، طلعنا برا، بعد ما طلعنا برا بطحنا على الارض، تمام؟
That's interesting. So they needed to hit a position. They just grabbed this guy.
ممنوع الشباب يراجعوا.
Both sides.
هذا اللي صار معي وسحبنا على نص البلد طبعا.
You're the one that seems to have a myopic POV on this, because I can't inject nuance into this argument without you accusing me of one-siding, of defending one side or the other. You're the one that seems to be pretty fucking myopic about this, because you won't even acknowledge that there's even granular differences between a resistance movement in the vein of Che Guevara and these religious extremists who believe, who are like a death cult, who are eager to die, to be sent to their little paradise.
Into Gaza.
All right, let's keep this moving. Yada yada. So this is more speculation about what Iran's response will be. Okay, thank you, Woke Patriot, for acknowledging that. Jesus. Sorry, volume warning. I don't know. I'm not willing without a lot of, without someone who's really poured into, the specific locations in the Gaza Strip. I'm really hesitant to just be like, well, Hamas had no choice. It's the strategic smart thing to do, and they're fighting a war. They're resisting, against, they're doing everything for the, to protect the Gazan citizens. It's like, I'm not convinced of that, and I'm not convinced that Hamas needed to use kindergartens and hospitals. That doesn't excuse, Israel, because what Israel should do with those kindergartens and hospitals is send their troops in to clean them out, right? They're like, oh, well, the only thing we could do is annihilate it. That's our only option. We have no option. It's all about, you just got to blow it up. So I do agree that, the IDF blowing up that building is, I think it's fair to say it's worse. It's worse that the IDF blew up the building than Hamas having bombs in that building or weapons and bombs in that building, right? It's more morally monstrous, regardless of whether it's true or not. It's more morally monstrous to annihilate the building and all of its occupants instead of just sending your troops in there to clean it out and verify whether there's weapons or bombs in there or not, putting your troops into direct danger. I think it's more morally reprehensible to kill everybody in the building and blow up the building than it is to store weapons and arms there. If we're having some kind of balancing act here, moral balancing act. You see what I mean? And then woke patriot over here. You try to, come on, man. You're not doing yourself any favors when we're trying to have like a real discussion, nuanced discussion, and you're just slinging or you're an Israeli propagandist. Come on, man. Yeah. Drank. Yeah. I'm not trying to have a nuanced discussion, huh? Okay, all right. Fine. Yeah, you're... Okay. Wow. Okay. Wow, that's misinformation, dude. You were trying to... Hamas bad, Israel not as bad. That is what you think I said, huh? Really? Really? I mean, that says it all right there. That is a completely dishonest description of what I've been saying. Totally. I literally 2 minutes ago just said it's more morally reprehensible for Israel to blow up the building than for Hamas to store weapons here. But you're not hearing that, you're not seeing that. You are so fucking biased, dude. You're so up your own fucking ass. No, enjoy. You know what? Thank you for your time, woke patriot. Have a nice day. I'm going to get back to the show. Thank you so much. Unbelievable. I literally say it. Israel is more reprehensible. Both sides. Oh, Israel not as bad, huh? That's the kind of liberal super left dishonesty that I fucking despise from the left. I despise that from the left. Can't have a fucking conversation. Outrageous. I literally say Israel is more reprehensible, and he interprets that as, oh yeah, give Israel, you're giving Israel a break. Both sidesing it. Brick wall, dude. Brick wall. That shit happens on the left just as much on the right. And I fucking am sick of it. Exactly. Doing homework. Exactly. All right. Whatever. Yada, yada, yada. Iran vows. I timed him out for 30 minutes. Fine. He's probably already gone. Fine. I will untime him out. But that shit is outrageous. So here's Gazan citizens literally eating grass. This is what Israel has created.
بنات يعني بيقولوا لنا يابا احنا كل يوم خبيزه خبيزه خبيزه نفسنا بالسمك نفسنا بالدجاج نفسنا بالبيض نفسنا في كل حاجه صار نفسنا باي حاجه غير الاكله هذه لا طحين لا اكل لا شرب لا مصاري.
These people are literally eating grass. This is what Israel has done. This is intentional. He's just trying to give. He's got two beautiful daughters. He's trying to give them something to eat.
بنجيب حطب بنعمل الفطور على الحطب.
Living there doesn't give you an excuse to be wrong about the things that came out of my mouth. You know, living there doesn't give you an excuse to spread misinformation about what I was saying. I don't care if you're from the fucking moon. Yeah, strategy. Thank you for that correction. So is he a Hamas member? Yeah, and do these people look like animals? Right? Oh yeah, animals that just got, you know, they're just pooping on the floor and they're just maniacs and they're worshiping, you know, a Moloch over here, you know, praying for the death of every Israeli citizen? Or do they just look like human beings desperately trying to live a life of peace and harmony, just like 99.9% of us? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You gotta eat grass soup. This is what Israel has created. I can't. It's shocking. It's shocking. I mean, even during the what did he call it? The Great Plan. You know, Mao's great reforms that created the famine. The intention wasn't to create a famine when he was killing all the birds and, you know, making all those changes. The intention was to make more food than ever. Yeah, I appreciate WP. But this famine is being created by the Israeli government and supported by the Israeli people. I've shown footage of the blockade of the aid blockade, of the aid being blockaded by Israeli citizens. They're all barbecues and dancing and blasting music and having a good old fun time, making sure Palestinians are eating grass because this will somehow help them defeat Hamas. And everyone knows, man, it's not about Hamas. It's not about Hamas. They're over here talking about beachfront property. Beachfront property. Israel fires officers for death of aid workers and opens 2 border crossings in Gazan aid. You know, if you want to watch it right here, that's fine. But, you know, Israel's thrown some guys under the bus. Oh, claims, it's some problems with our hierarchy. We gave too much power to these low-level guys who were allowed to just kill at will. Oh, that's our bad. But the Israeli, you know, the top decision makers of the Israeli government are not culpable for this. We didn't do this. If you want to watch it, it's right there. Let's get an update on the Al Shifa hospital. It has, quote unquote, literally become a graveyard. OSHA, O-C-H-A officer says. I'm not sure if that's OSHA or different organization. Never seen that acronym, actually.
walking through the emergency department.
Back in Shifa Hospital, or what's left of it, after the end of...
Hey, Drank, don't bet on it. And don't give me your suggestions about how I should act. Thanks for coming.
Weeks of bombing and fighting between Israeli troops and Hamas, the UN returned to what used to be one of Gaza's top medical facilities.
There's just no words to describe the level of destruction that we can see in this hospital.
Mid-November, Israeli troops stormed the area a first time.
Yeah, doing homework. Just both of you, go to separate corners. I'll time you both out. Doing homework, just back off. Some commies don't want to hear it.
Saying that underneath the site, Hamas had built one of its headquarters and hid weapons. The hospital was largely damaged then. Israel returned to Shifa on March 18th, saying Hamas and the Islamic Jihad reoccupied the site and that it has killed and arrested hundreds of fighters here.
They just run these bodies over, dude. They just run, just running over corpses with tanks and shit, dude. It's just disgusting.
International organization.
Can't even imagine what a corpse would sound like being mangled in tank treads. It'd be snapping and cracking and snipping and making all kinds of gushing and terrible fucking noises. And you're just running over them.
Including the World Health Organization.
Whoa, come on, dude. I get my ass in trouble with Jeff Bezos over here. Come on.
Say many civilians were killed.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Hospitals should always be
you can't even tell it's human.
Protected place of healing, and yet I'm standing around in the midst of utter devastation. Shifa has literally become a graveyard. There are bodies still in this courtyard.
Disgusting.
These images added to other destructions of medical facilities.
What, they take the bulldozer to this area too?
The lack of medicine, the desperation of Palestinians who need urgent treatments, and the attack on a humanitarian convoy that killed 7 people on Monday have intensified pressure on Israel to end its operations in Gaza, pressing it more than ever to open roads to bring vital aid to civilians across the enclave.
Yeah, and this is Bibi Netanyahu going a little too far, because he was able to destroy UNRWA with propaganda. But the thing about World Central Kitchen is that apparently the guy who runs it is like super close friends with Barack Obama and Joe Biden. Dude is super connected. He's in line to win a Nobel Peace Prize. Not that means anything, but it means something to the normies. So this Jose guy running it, mega fucking connected, right? And Bibi apparently was going to have a much harder time, doing what he was able to do with UNRWA, right? There was going to be no plausible way to say that, Hamas, World Central Kitchen, a bunch of Hamas people in World Central Kitchen and all this. There was no connection. There was no, there was no fact to tie that to. So this is the most expedient way to get them out of that region, is to attack them directly. So he overplayed his hand, and now he has to let some aid in to keep Joe Biden happy, slowing down his plans. I'm telling you, I don't think we're going to see that Rafah offensive until the starvation is at a fever pitch. So the Israelis cleared Shifa in December, then decided to do it again in March. Hamas just reconstituted. That's the problem with having destroy Hamas as a war goal. Yeah. That was like from the very beginning, when the war on terror was coming to be, it was like, oh, that's ridiculous. You can't, you piss somebody off enough, they become a terrorist. You know what I mean? How are you gonna have a war on terror? We can't even have a war on drugs. The fucking drug takers won it. The fucking people stoned out of their mind, dying and ODing. They won. How the hell are we going to go after people who are motivated? Welcome back. Greetings from south of Boston. It's your boy, Lenny. #1 Twitch streamer on this platform. Make sure you're liking and subscribing to Lenny's channel, folks. STEM nobles are the only good ones.
7 people on Monday have intensified pressure on Israel to end its operations in Gaza, pressing.
No, fuck the Nobel Peace Prize. They gave a Nobel Peace Prize to Barack Obama, and then like, it's very possible that Barack Obama was dropping drone bombs on the day that he accepted his Nobel Peace Prize. So fuck Nobel, fuck the entire institution.
It more than ever to open roads to bring vital aid to civilians across the enclave.
Keeping the clips coming along here. There's this interview with a doctor. Who said he walked out during this meeting with Joe Biden. I don't know if I'll watch the whole clip, the whole interview, but let's go ahead and get a chunk of this in. Anyone that votes for Biden is a traitor terrorist. Well, I don't know about everyone, but yeah, I mean, there's that's always been happening, right? You're unpatriotic if you're not supporting my side kind of argument.
After an Israeli airstrike killed 7 aid workers for World Central Kitchen. But even as President Biden expresses outrage over the incident, the White House is reaffirming its support for Israel's war against Hamas. And the frustration is also mounting.
And that's such an important framing, right? And that's, and this is how the mainstream media continues to carry water for this atrocity. It's the Israeli-Hamas war. The Israeli-Hamas war, right? What other war have you seen with such a dramatic power difference, with one side being able to just completely overrun, right? It's not like Hamas has its tanks lined up on the border of Rafah, and it's the final stand of Hamas and they're fighting. No, it's just Israel standing there peacefully, waiting to commit an atrocity. Hamas, pot-shotting, little rockets here, sniper bullet here, there, some RPGs with the fancy, propaganda videos. Allah Akbar with the echo, showing a fucking rocket exploding on a tank, but then the tank doesn't blow up and it just pulls away. We got him. But what other war have you seen play out like this? You know what I mean? What other war have you seen with this kind of power dynamic? It's not a war. It's a total fucking joke, is what it is. I mean, the U.S. went up against, when they went up against the Taliban, that was a little bit different. That was a war for a little bit. It was kind of a war for a little bit. This is not a war.
In Israel as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu faces pressure for failing to reach a deal to get those hostages held in Gaza released. Today, family members of the hostages stormed the gallery of the Knesset, the Israeli parliament. Watch this.
They have every right to be. They have every right to be angry, and it's really interesting when you talk to a family member. Some of them, when you talk to some of these family members, they fully acknowledge that it's a really, really bad deal that Israel and the West is offering Hamas, of like, give back all the hostages for all of your political leverage, and we'll give you a 6-month break before we annihilate you. They're like, oh, that's ridiculous. No one's going to give up their hostages with that kind of deal. So they're ripping pissed because they have the balls, because they have some skin in the game, but they have the balls to call out this for what it is, the total fraud. Because they would be, oh, well, Hamas doesn't accept our terms. Hamas doesn't accept our terms. Hamas are the ones that are not working with us. And it's like, yeah, why in the hell would Hamas ever accept this as a deal? It's preposterous. Hitler's favorite model. Yeah, Hitler wasn't an honest actor. We'll say that.
Some demonstrators chanted, and as you saw in that video, others climbed over the seats as authorities tried to contain everyone. Earlier, a key Netanyahu war cabinet member called for early elections in September, echoing what protesters have demanded for weeks now. Demonstrators are also calling for Netanyahu's resignation. Let's get.
Apparently, though, there is a group of family members of hostages who agree with the IDF strategy and want to see the complete annihilation. They think that's somehow going to, I don't know, get it's you know, it's like, you know, we just got to get the annihilation of Palestinians out of the way and then profit. And then they're gonna pop out like it's you know, some kind of Nintendo game, dude. You know, the hostages are freed now. You did it, IDF. You just had to kill everybody. You think Hamas could continue to try to leverage control by using civilian hostages? I mean, it's such an amateur hour over there with Hamas. They don't even know who's alive. They don't know who has who. So that probably complicates it as well. They can't give any honest numbers. They can't give any, you know, like, hey, okay, show me a video of this guy from yesterday. Take a video of him and, you know, a statement, have him hold up a newspaper or something. So you know, Dr. Phil, I don't know, you know, it's amateur hour over there with the hostages from day one. They never expected to be able to take this many hostages. They never expected to be able to get as far into the kibbutzes as they were able to. They're like, okay, I guess we'll massacre everybody. We've been here for 10 hours. The IDF isn't here yet. I guess we'll get more hostages. I don't know. Okay, they shouldn't have. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, I shouldn't eat, you know, fast food and smoke marijuana, but, you know, what the fuck? Welcome to the real world. Welcome to the real world, okay? If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a fucking Merry Christmas, right? Well, we're not talking about what should have or shouldn't have happened. We're talking about what did happen. Welcome back, Ribbons.
Perspective from the White House now with CNN's MJ Lee. MJ, let's start with your new reporting. The White House, again, reaffirming support for Israel, even amid backlash over the deadly strike on these aid workers. What is the White House saying?
I don't know what you're talking about,
Yeah,
Phil.
Boris, I can tell you that the deaths of these 7 aid workers has touched off fury and indignation here at the White House. And you certainly sense that from the statement that we got from President Biden last night, where he said that he was outraged and heartbroken, and a senior administration official saying that frustration here at the White House has really reached new levels. What was striking about that statement from the president last night was how explicitly he blamed Israel for the incident. He said Israel.
Joe Biden's bony ass finger just pops the fuck off. He's like, oh.
Has simply not done enough to protect civilians and protect aid workers.
I'm a permanent resident in Canada, so it's motherfucking party time over here. It's the only thing Justin Trudeau, you know, progressive thing Justin Trudeau did. Yeah, Dr. Phil. I mean, look. Yeah, no, I got him in my basement. No. Here's the thing, Dr. Phil. How different do you think this war, and this is where the amateur hour comment comes from. How different do you think this war would have been had Hamas taken hostages but didn't rape, didn't kill, right? But they took this opportunity on October 7th, kidnap a bunch of people. And then Hamas kept track of all those people and did a real negotiation with Israel. You know, but didn't give Israel, you know, any of the fuel that it needed to justify this ethnic cleansing that it's doing right now. How different do you think that would have been? You see what I mean? Like, you know, it was up to Hamas, and Hamas had no organization. They didn't know what they were doing. You know, they thought they were going to be shot on sight, you know, by fucking robot turrets. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think, I don't know. I think they're just wildly incompetent, Hamas.
Workers, and he said what happened to these World Central Kitchen aid workers simply should not happen. Now,
yeah,
despite the president,
I was about to say something about that, but yeah, no, Woke Patriot might be totally correct that it could just be, oh, you know, they would have used that as a justification anyway, but it would have been a lot harder. You know what I mean? Every time you talk about this, every time you see a debate, it's, you know, October 7th, you know, I knew somebody who was killed, and, you know, it's really good fuel. It's really good fire to create a justification for what's happening. had Hamas not given Israel those tools, I think we would have gotten to this point a lot sooner, because it would have been like, whoa, what are you doing? Whoa, you just annihilated the entire Gaza city. All they did was take hostages. What are you talking about? It would completely change that. The outrage meter would have shot up a lot faster, in my opinion.
Being completely furious over this incident, the White House is making clear today that the U.S.'s stance in supporting Israel and its current war against Hamas is not changing. Take a listen.
Yeah, Dr. Phil.
I can say that nothing has changed, and we've been clear about that since certainly.
I do know one thing. I do know ethnically cleansing an entire population is not the only way to fight Hamas. So I'm troubled to see Israel eager to take that step. There's a million different paths to fight terrorism, to fight Hamas, and the choice they took was a full-blown ethnic cleansing campaign. Yeah, I don't know, man. There was a couple other options on the table. Then Hamas should fight. Huh?
Since yesterday, we are going to continue to have those really tough conversations.
Oh, so
right?
tough.
Important, tough conversations.
$2 billion worth of Hellfire missiles, or $4 billion. It's just let us know. It's a tough conversation
About how Israel moves forward with their operation. We want to make sure that civilians are kept safe, that are protected. And
have you seen those Hamas edited PR videos? they're way too overdone and overproduced.
Also, folks who are providing humanitarian aid.
The U.S., of course, has been urging Israel to change its conduct for months, sometimes to little effect. I should also note the White House says it is waiting for the results of that investigation that Israel is conducting into that incident. The president says that he wants to see accountability, but it's unclear right now what accountability there would look like.
And MJ, what is the White House saying about this meeting where a Palestinian-American doctor walked out? Dr. Ahmad is here with us, and we're going to chat with
the music that they use in the propaganda, the Hamas propaganda videos. Yeah, well, they blast it, man, in the Hamas video.
With him in a moment, but what is the White House saying about that meeting? Man.
Yeah, this was initially supposed to be an iftar dinner hosted by the White House, a breaking of the Ramadan fast.
No, he was responding to something that it was a hypothetical that I presented to him, Lizard Lounge there. Basically, I'm pointing out that Hamas could have handled this situation a whole lot better. Because they're not even keeping track of the hostages. What they could have done, they could have taken hostages without killing anybody. And really started a negotiation without giving all the fuel that Bibi Netanyahu needed to justify this ethnic cleansing. But I mean, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Like, Hamas acts as the perfect boogeyman for Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir's agenda. They couldn't have crafted better boogeymen had they literally had, like a form to fill out. We need them to, dedicate their entire lives to the destruction of Israel. We need them to, justify the use of civilians as human shields. We need them to make horrific videos of them murdering men, women, and children in various ways. I mean, literally every checkbox. This is the perfect foil that we need to justify this land grab to take the Gaza Strip. This is what we need to justify, and Hamas fit the bill perfectly.
But it was revised to a meeting when participants raised concern.
Hey, Dr. Phil, what was Israel doing to the Palestinian people before October 7th? Are you going to say nothing? Hey, Dr. Phil, I'm asking you a question, buddy. What was Israel doing to the Palestinian people before October 7th? Was everything just peaceful and everyone was getting along in the Gaza Strip before October 7th? Welcome back, Al Rakabi.
Concerns about this idea of having a celebratory meal, given the situation.
Holy shit! Woo! Okay, buddy. All righty. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Phil. Thank you so much, Dr. Phil. You know, because you were so funny, we'll just give you a 30-minute. I'd normally ban you, but we'll just give you the 30-minute. Wow. I hope you get paid to say shit that stupid. I really do, man. I hope you're getting a paycheck to sling that kind of dung. Woo!
In Gaza and how many people there are starving right now. And among the participants, of course, is Dr. Ahmad, who traveled to Gaza earlier this year. He stood up and left the meeting as a sign of protest. And one of the things that he says he did was hand the president a letter from an 8-year-old girl who has been orphaned in Rafah, basically begging the president to stop Israel from going in. Obviously, just one more vivid example of the furious backlash that the president continues to confront as this war rages on. Boris.
Yeah, it's called
MJ
being
Lee live for us from the White House. MJ, thank you so much. Brianna?
As we just heard, tensions high at the White House last night as the president met with a small group of Muslim community leaders, and that included emergency medicine physician Dr. Thayer Ahmad.
So starting at 1 p.m. Eastern time, I'll be covering this. So I think is that 12, maybe 11 o'clock PST, something like that. So we'll be covering the eclipse on Monday, folks. Look forward to that. News Underground covering the eclipse. Blind yourself watching the News Underground. Well, I'll be able to stream the actual thing because they'll have special cameras, so you'll get the best view if you watch my stream instead of watching the eclipse. I'm going to try to look at it with a cereal box.
In that group before he walked out in protest. He recently traveled to Gaza as part of a delegation of doctors from the NGO Med Global, where he was treating patients in Al Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. And he's here with us in studio now.
So my question is, in this interview, why, he's been on air for probably 2 seconds, 3.
Doctor, thank you so much.
3-4 seconds. Why hasn't he, come out and spoken against Hamas yet? Isn't that disgusting? Isn't that disgusting? He's been in this interview for at least 3-4 seconds, and he hasn't even denounced Hamas and their actions on October 7th. How can we trust what this guy has to say? Is what I'm trying to say. When he's sitting there and he's not even denouncing Hamas. All right. Hopefully Trump will do what he did at the last eclipse. Lenny bringing it up. Kev Goblin was like, did he really do that? Yeah, he really did. He looked right up at it with a big fucking smile on his face. Was that the eclipse? Oh, I'm immune to sun rays. Stare at the sun. We're going to be covering on Monday. The next one that we'll be able to see on this hemisphere is going to be in like 72 years from now. So this is going to be our last chance to see an eclipse for at least for me. This is it. This is my last eclipse probably. Someone should throw a condom full of hummus at Piers. No.
For taking the time to join us. Can you just tell us about this meeting at the White House?
Okay, once again, he has not even denounced. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Can you just tell us about this meeting at the White House, how it started and why you decided to walk out?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding was that in lieu of the traditional annual White House iftar, that given the circumstances and the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, that it was going to be some sort of like working dinner. And it would be the first time that the president would hear from people who were actually on the ground in Gaza since October 7th. But over the course of a week, many things developed and changed and really kind of soured people's intentions and expectations for the meeting. And so it was a few members from the Muslim American community, people who had also been on the ground in Gaza, ready to give their firsthand eyewitness testimony, and myself, the only Palestinian American.
So tell me how the meeting went. It starts. How does it start?
Yeah,
I mean, a meeting with Joe Biden?
We had showed up at the White House, and the president walks in. He shakes everybody's hand. He sits down, and then he says a few words. He just says, "This is a listening session. We're here to hear you guys out. We know a little bit about what's going on the ground, and we're working very hard on it." There's no mention of Gaza or Palestine, of the World Central Kitchen, people who have been killed, the starvation or the famine in the north, or the looming invasion in Rafah, of which we're all very concerned about and trying to communicate a sense of urgency.
He asked you to speak.
Yeah.
Tell me about that and tell me what you said.
Yeah, I mean, he looked at me and said, we'll start with you. I let him know that I'm a Palestinian American ER doctor, that I was in Gaza, in Khan Yunis, in January at Nasser Hospital. And what I saw at Khan Yunis was devastating. I mean, that hospital was the largest remaining hospital in Gaza at the time. It was overwhelmed with people who had been injured in airstrikes. And there was 10,000 people sheltering in and around the hospital. You cannot walk in that hospital without seeing families sheltering in the hallways. And I said, all of those people, after that hospital was surrounded and shut down and raided, they went to Rafah. Hundreds of thousands of people went to Rafah to make it 1.7, 1.8 million people there. Anybody that's communicating with you and telling you that there's a strategic or tactful way to do this, to do a military operation in Rafah, is lying to you. I can tell you that firsthand. I was in Rafah, I was in Khan Yunis. It would be a bloodbath. It would be a massacre. There is no way to do this, and the war has to stop. There has to be a ceasefire.
When did you walk out, and what did you say to him?
As soon as I had finished communicating the urgency with respect to what's going on in Rafah, I looked at him and I said, out of respect for the Palestinian community, people who are mourning, who are grieving the tremendous loss of life in Gaza, I have to get up and leave this meeting. But before I do that, I want to give you this letter from an
we didn't, I mean, I don't know. Well, no, I guess I take that back. No, because he wanted this statement. He wouldn't have gotten this news interview had he not walked out, had he played the game, had he been respectful. So no, this was an intentional sign. So no, I take it back. I'm gonna reverse that, and we're gonna agree with that. We're gonna agree with that because at this point, Joe Biden does deserve direct disrespect.
Of respect for the Palestinian community, people who are mourning, who are grieving the tremendous loss of life in Gaza, I have to get up and leave this meeting. But before I do that, I want to give you this letter from an 8-year-old, Hadil. She's an orphan in Gaza, in Rafah, staying in a camp. And she wrote him a letter, and I wanted to give it to you. And I gave him a picture of her as well as the letter. And the letter basically begged President Biden to do whatever he could to make sure that there was no invasion of Rafah by the Israelis.
And what did he say to you?
He looked at the picture, and then he said he understood, and then I walked out.
Did you know you were going to do that ahead of time?
He handled it.
Initially when I had heard that I would have an opportunity, along with other medical professionals, to brief the president about the situation on the ground, I thought this was my chance to be able to at least communicate what I saw and to elevate the stories of the people that I interacted with. But over the course of a week, all of these different stories broke. There's more fighter jets being sold, 2,000-pound bombs being transferred. There's John Kirby just tenaciously and impassionately defending the Israeli military after what happened to World Central Kitchen convoy. I mean, for me, it really was upsetting and it enraged me, but I wanted to make sure that I was calm, I was collected, I was able to deliver a message, but to also walk away from an administration that I feel has walked away from my people.
What's your biggest concern right now with the war?
Yeah, he's right.
I mean, it's gone on for 6 months. There has been no reprieve. And we're talking about a famine in the north and an invasion in the south. I cannot imagine what hell looks like, but Gaza is hell on earth. And I need to, whatever we can do, everybody in our community is doing whatever they can to shout at the top of their lungs that there cannot be an invasion, there needs to be a ceasefire. But it's not just about the bombs not dropping. It's not just about planes not flying overhead. It's about getting food and water and medicine inside and getting people who need to be medically evacuated, the more than 9,000 of them, getting them out and getting them some treatment. I mean, all of Gaza has been devastated and it's basically unlivable at this point. That needs to change.
As you said, it's hell on earth, but you're going back.
Yeah, I mean, I have to go back. I think many Palestinian Americans like myself, we have this tremendous amount of survivor's guilt. We're living here, we're living very comfortably, and people who look like us, we could have easily been in their position, are suffering immensely. At the very minimum, we need to be over there and do what we can. I'm a physician, I should go and practice medicine over there. Other people who can help in other ways, I'm sure that if they get the opportunity, they would do something similar.
Wow, wait a minute, a Palestinian physician? How is that possible? I heard these people were animals and they were, exclusively and very uniquely more willing to contribute to, you know, violence and terror. How strange that such a bizarre species like the Palestinian could produce such a calm and eloquent doctor. Surely this is some kind of psyop from the deep state that's trying to, you know, trying to convince us that these Palestinian people are somehow human. It's bizarre, strange. But no, I think I agree. I agree with what he did, and I respect Joe Biden for at least looking at the picture and saying something. I don't know about respect, but I mean that's all you got to say to that. Oh, we're working hard. Meanwhile, Joe Biden over here, you know, enthusiastically, you know, screaming into a microphone, "I'm a Zionist." Okay, bud. I heard the term demonic on Fox News and conservative radio. Yeah, demonic. Yeah. Obviously. Yeah, so okay, this is why you stuck around. If you stuck around through my bullshit and my bleeding, you're going to be rewarded here. This is a humdinger of an interview. Your boy Owen Jones, who I don't agree with 100%, but I agree with about 90%. And you know, some Hen Mazig, some pro-Israeli guy, shill, you know, saying all the usual shit, you know, all the usual justifications and guilt trips, you know, well, it's all justified. October 7th, October 7th, October 7th. This was a ride. Well, if you've stuck around this long, you're gonna really enjoy this because, like I said, this is a really great interview, and I'm just gonna let it speak for itself. It is you will have to suffer through a person shilling for the Israeli government, and it's very cringy. But you know, deal with it.
Well, tough words from the U.S. president today, but it doesn't seem like a red line has been crossed for them. Certainly not yet. Can we say the same for the UK? With me in the studio tonight, the Israeli author, Hen Mazig.
Yeah, so this question is never answered, by the way, which is kind of funny. But I think the support in the UK has you know, I don't know if James from the LBC is correct, James O'Brien. I don't know if he's correct in saying that this is like the end of British support for Israel, but we are seeing a pretty strong anti support for Israel's war from the Tory government, right? Not just Labour, you know. We're seeing it from big names on the right, and that's nothing to scoff at. It's generally wild that some people live their actual life around the fear of demonic forces. Yeah, less and less every year, but you know, religious ignorance is getting replaced with a whole new kind of like techno ignorance, like social media, you know, it's injecting all new kinds of blinders. And that support Israel no matter what. They get a lot of their money from Israel donors. Okay, thank you for that correction, Borderline. I'll take your word for that. So LBC kind of being a little hyperbolic about, you know, this is the end of Israeli government support in the UK. Good to know. Good to know. I need to look into it deeper to have a cemented opinion. But I've watched a lot of LBC lately. So.
And also the journalist Owen Jones. Let me start with you.
James O'Brien.
How much pressure do you think Benjamin Netanyahu is going to be feeling tonight?
We'll play that
I think he's feeling a lot of pressure, not only from the States, but also from within Israel. There are many voices of Israeli civilians that just don't want this war and want it to end. But most importantly, we want the 134 innocent Israeli hostages, and many of them are being raped in captivity right now. We want them to be released out of hell. We have testimonies of rape victims speaking about the horrific conditions that they are being held in. We need to do everything we can to bring them home. I would hope that every government would do everything they can to bring those citizens home.
I'm sure that they would. But I mean, right now, the US president is saying there's got to be a ceasefire. There's a ratcheting of rhetoric from the UK. I mean, at some point, is Netanyahu going to have to give in to
doing
this?
homework.
I think that he would have to. I think that there's a lot of pressure. And
sorry, I spoke over him, but that's kind of a funny, good point there. Doing homework.
Of rhetoric from the UK. I mean, at some point, is Netanyahu going to have to give in to this?
I think that he would have to. I think that there's a lot of pressure and he would have to do something different. I know that the war is not something that Israelis want. I just came back from Israel the other day and my family are all shattered. Israel.
What? What? That's not true. Well, all right. I'm going to get myself in trouble here. There is a support for finishing the Palestinian project. They voted for Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir for a reason. But yeah, I think they would prefer the West Bank style over the brutal war that Bibi Netanyahu is. I don't know. I want to see some poll numbers. I want to see some updated poll numbers on this because I'm hearing this from people who support Israel. Oh, there's no we want to stop the war. We want to stop the war. But this, but that, caveat this, caveat that, and I'm like, okay, I want to. What does the actual poll numbers are showing in terms of support for this? I want to see some updated polls.
Israelis are not in a good place. They want this war to be over, and I think that's what we are focusing on right now to try and finish it. But the truth is that Israel has been giving over and over again suggestions for a ceasefire agreement, for negotiating with Hamas and trying to achieve a deal to release the hostages.
Once again, the only offer he talks about, like they've put it all on the table. The only offer they've offered Hamas is give us all your political leverage. And we won't annihilate you for 6 weeks. Give us all the hostages, and you get a 6-week break, and we will absolutely not guarantee that we're not going to get back to it. In fact, you could basically set your clock to it that we're going to get right back to it after that 6 weeks. Who would take that? Who? Israel's attacked by Hamas, but that attack doesn't justify genocide. Yeah, and I'm not even willing to call it a genocide yet. See what they do about Rafah, but it's definitely an ethnic cleansing. It's the fucking textbook definition.
But Hamas is saying no, because all of this is exactly what Hamas wants. There are two wars here. There's a war in the battlefield and there's a PR war. Yeah. And the PR war is playing perfectly for Hamas, that is not distinguishing between civilians and terrorists. When they say that 32,000 people are dead, we know that majority of them are, at least 13,000 of them are Hamas terrorists, and they don't report them.
Sorry, let me just...
So remember, these quote-unquote Hamas numbers are the same numbers that Anthony Blinken and U.S. government officials use when they talk about deaths. So I guess there's some legitimacy to them if your largest and most important ally is using those numbers. But let's go ahead and ignore that. Let's gaslight and inject a bunch of doubt about the real number, like that fucking matters. Like if it was, one child getting blown up is one too many, right? But no, let's get bogged down in some debate about the legitimacy of the numbers, because that's going to somehow lead to that ceasefire, right? Yeah.
Can I just
Can I just say we don't know that. We don't know that. We don't know that 13,000 of those people are Hamas terrorists.
No. Can I just actually correct that?
I'm not bringing it but I think we've got to be clear about that. Owen, I will come to you right now. I can sense your exasperation when you were looking at Mark talking about Joe Biden's comments and there.
Well, to be clear, Israel has said 9,000 so-called terrorists have been killed, but as the Israeli newspaper Haaretz pointed out, they include those who cross into a kill zone with an invisible line, including many civilians, and when they cross, they are then posthumously termed terrorists with no evidence whatsoever. 40,000 Palestinians are likely to have been killed or more in Gaza because the official statistics exclude those buried under the rubble. Now, the point about Joe Biden and his position there, Joe Biden's hot air all the way through has been a defining feature of this conflict, so-called conflict, genocidal onslaught against the people of Gaza. He has armed and backed Israel as it has caused so much destruction. A large majority of Gaza's civilian infrastructure is now severely damaged or destroyed, so Gaza is now a different colour and texture when looked at from space, where around 13,000 plus children have died violent, horrible deaths.
Demonstrably
with their buildings
proven.
Coming down on top of them or being burned and cooked slowly to death or suffocated or both at the same time. And that point, which I did think was editorialising on the part of your journalist, was that it was beyond any doubt or any reason that, it was completely unthinkable that the US could pull the plug on arms, because that would then pose an existential threat to Israel. That's in Israel's court. Yeah. Israel has decided to starve the people of Gaza, the fastest drop in the nutritional status of a population in recorded history, the most severe famine since World War II.
That's a fact.
Now beckons. You have people in the north at the moment who are starving to death and eating animal feed in order to live. As David Cameron, Foreign Secretary,
Blue brother, we were talking about that earlier. I agree with that statement. Like if it was like an actual war against Hamas, I really wouldn't be tripping as hard as I am. But it's just so demonstrably not about Hamas.
Not someone I normally quote. Detailed in a letter which led, I would note, to the sacking of the Israeli spokesperson Elon Levy, which is probably why you don't have him on your news channel anymore, is because Elon Levy made false statements about aid trucks being allowed in, which then David Cameron went through and said that wasn't true. Israel had gone to great lengths to stop them coming in. The point I'm making is, Israel, all the way through this, has been razing civilian infrastructure to the ground. It has conducted the biggest killing of aid workers in recorded history.
192.
And the point I would make, and this is why I think there's a bit of journalistic malpractice, which has defined this conflict, is...
So he'll say Hamas numbers. You can't believe those numbers. You can't believe those numbers. Oh, okay. So then what's the Israel numbers? And it's either something comically low, or, well, we got to do investigations, and we'll get back to you after the war, and when everything's done, we'll answer all these questions that you have. But it's like, that's not good enough, man. That's not good enough. Okay, not when the United States, like I said, is legitimizing these numbers. It's not just these are numbers that are not just coming from Hamas. That's a total lie. So isn't that funny? Like he really would like to have this person on the right would really like to have a debate about the legitimacy of these numbers and get into it and the morality. And you'll see exactly what it's the usual technique. I can't quite remember the name of it at the moment, but he immediately gets into attacking his opponent here. With non sequiturs, or kind of implying that Owen is okay with the violence on October 7th, that Owen is in his own, useful idiot kind of way supporting Hamas, right? All that usual stuff. Oh, what is the term for that? God, it's right on the tip of my tongue. It'll get back to me.
And this is why I think there's a bit of journalistic malpractice which has defined this conflict. Israeli leaders and officials were very clear from the very beginning about what they were going to do. They didn't hide it. You don't have to go through leaked documents. You just have to listen to, for example, to Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, who's in the war cabinet of three, who said...
No, he's Darvo, sorry. Owen Jones is a weirdo? Really? We're going to get into that? I mean, is he? Is he wrong? No, Darvo is the term I was looking for. Was it distract? There's a term here. I can see now. I got it. Now I got to show it to you. Hold on. Darvo meaning. It's an acronym: deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender. Deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. Yeah, borderline other stuff. I don't know. I really don't even know what you're talking about. But yeah, I know there's some controversy with him, but honestly, he's sourced, he's loud, he's getting on the news. Do we really want to get distracted with, his past? He's probably apologized for all of that. But anyway, the fella here on the right is engaging in Darvo, and you'll see how he does it immediately. Remember these words: deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. So deny what the person is saying, engage in attacks on their character or person, and then of course reverse victim and offender. The real victims are the ones that are committing the crime.
Beginning about what they were going to do. They didn't hide it. You don't have to go through leaked documents. You just have to listen to, for example, to Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, who's in the war cabinet of three, who said 2 days after the atrocities committed by Hamas on the 7th of October, that they were going to cut off food, water, and all the essentials of life on the grounds they were fighting human animals. And then, on the 9th of October, he declared he was lifting all restraints on soldiers, and a day later he said he was lifting all restrictions on Israeli soldiers. We've now seen that, and the impunity that Israel enjoys from the West has led to aid workers who shared their coordinates on a pre-approved route with massive World Central Kitchen logos who were chased from car to car with the drone until every single one was dead. And I'll tell you this, if that's true with those aid workers, Palestinians, ordinary Palestinians, don't have a chance. And Joe Biden has sat through all of this, wringing his hand occasionally, whilst ensuring Israel has the arms to continue.
Let me give you a chance as well. I'm interested that there's a lot that I'm sure some of the phraseology you won't agree with, but quite a lot of
the facts as well.
But some of this is facts, isn't it? I mean, Gaza is being absolutely...
Are there no trucks going into Gaza? Is that what you're saying? There's no trucks with humanitarian aid. You're saying that 7 million tons of food today did not enter Gaza? Israel is lying about that?
I can answer that question very clearly. Israel has destroyed much of Gaza's domestic food production and agriculture. Yeah. The amount of food aid, as David Cameron has noted, is much less than before the 7th of October, when the need is much greater. And not only that, the roads have been trashed, OK, for a start. Police officers which guard those trucks have been deliberately targeted by Israel, with Joe Biden's own administration condemning Benjamin Netanyahu for doing that. Whether it comes to the infrastructure, or, for example, the ability to transport the aid around is impossible now.
Right.
So this is why the destruction of agriculture plus the inability to get the food.
You take a pause because you're throwing a lot of hand.
No, and you know what? I do understand why this conflict raises a lot of emotions. I think we need to focus on reality, and I understand, especially when you are Jewish or.
And I really love how people who support Israel, you know, and you know, are defenders of Israel, they arrogantly get to define reality. They insist on it. They insist on it. Everything else is illegitimate compared to sources from a very biased and demonstrably proven, and demonstrably proven how many lies, obfuscations come out of the Israeli government and the IDF, investigating itself and finding it committed no crimes, you know, et cetera, et cetera. It's just interesting to me how they need to define reality. It always needs to be that way. It's our definitions, or you're an anti-Semite, or you're pro-Hamas if you don't agree with our version of reality. And there's no history of truth telling. You know, and it's like, well, if you're trying, what, you saying I'm a lying Jew? You say I'm a lying Jew? No, but you look through history. Look through the last 10 years of the promises made and promises broken. Look at the prior Bibi Netanyahu administrations during the so-called two-state negotiations. It's always their version that has to be accepted, or else you are against them if you don't believe their lies.
Or Palestinian or Arab, why you feel so connected to this conflict, and really being hurt and upset. I'm upset, my family, my friends. I lost friends in October 7th. I don't understand why you are so
because I object to genocide, because I'm a human being.
And of course it's not a genocide, because...
I'm a human being, that's why.
Would you call every war a genocide? So
no,
why is it genocide?
Because you're seeing the deliberate attempt to starve a population to death, which Israel's own leaders said at the beginning.
I think let's
Israel is now on trial at the International Court of Justice.
And what did they?
And isn't that great? Isn't the host desperately trying not to be, you know, attacked by the various, you know, attack. It's hard to define, right? Because it's not like he would, you know, get a. What happens is if you are an anchor, a news guy, and you try to let a person like Owen Jones talk for too long, you'll get these very coordinated and direct complaints, not to you, but like to the boss of your company, like to the guy who owns the entire company. He's getting those complaints, and there's big pressure for you to be kicked off air. Because you dared to provide truth objectivity in a debate, right? There's a certain threshold of you know, that you can of truth that you can allow about Israel, but if you cross that threshold, then you'll get kicked off. We just saw this happen rather recently with Mehdi Hassan. You know, he dared push back against the IDF commander about his various lies. And sure enough, just a couple days later, well, that's the end of Mehdi Hassan's show. So there's just a threshold. So that's why he has to step in here, because Owen Jones was letting too much of it go.
Did they say it's a genocide?
So do you know how they just quickly on
surprise
that?
us?
Well, they can't do that at this stage.
Right, so they can't do it. So why do you bring it up? Because that's what you do.
Because
that's what you've done this whole time.
Because they said it was plausible.
Pieces of ideas that are false.
They said it was a plausible case.
You make the International Court of Justice. You can both win that argument, all right? Both of you can win on the International Court.
Right.
No, they haven't said it's a genocide. Yes, they have said it's a
genocide yet. Just to get the facts right.
But you can say it's a genocide. The International Court of Justice can't. You can say that it's a genocide.
They can legally.
Do we honestly think this shill, if the court that he's talking about comes out and says, "Yep, 100%, it's a genocide," does he think do we think that he would accept that? Come on. It's a big delay. It's delay after delay since the 1940s. It's all about stretching this out and taking little bits and pieces of it, and that's what this is. It's a placating strategy.
Determine something, but I can.
Right,
a British guy in London would tell us it's a genocide in Gaza.
To address this question. Let's get away from the generalization. Let's talk specifically about what happened with these aid workers who were killed on the ground. Now, it's a point that Mark Stone made. It's a point that I know you have referred to and said it's revolting. But is it a reality that foreign aid workers present a much greater international challenge to the Israeli government than the deaths of tens of thousands of Palestinians?
Absolutely not. I think that every civilian casualty is terrible, and that's what Israel has been saying since the beginning of this war. I don't think that anyone in Israel, the difference between Hamas and Israel is that when civilians are killed in Gaza, Israelis are not going in the streets and celebrating it. We're not handing out sweets in the streets.
Do you hear what he just said? Israelis aren't going in the streets celebrating when Gazan citizens are bombed. Do I need to pull up the fucking clips? How many clips do I need to pull up here? I've shown them on the News Underground. I'm not trying to be mean. Here. But there's absolutely video of Israeli citizens in the streets celebrating at Gazan homes being demolished. I mean, that's just a fact.
Every civilian casualty is terrible, and that's what Israel has been saying since the beginning of this war. I don't think that anyone in Israel, the difference between Hamas and Israel is that when civilians are killed in Gaza, Israelis are not going in the streets and celebrating it. We're not handing out sweets in the streets.
No, but they seem a lot more bothered about the international reaction.
And honestly, yeah, I mean, I can show plenty of Palestinians, celebrating when, on October 7th and whatnot. But I mean, I'd be hard pressed to find any celebratory video, in the last 4 months, 5 months. There hasn't been a lot of celebrating Palestinians. Quite frankly, there hasn't been a lot of because Hamas has been completely decimated. The power dynamic. It's not a war. The power dynamic is so wildly in favor of one side. There hasn't been any real Hamas victories. They haven't pushed back. They don't have tanks. They don't have an air force. They got a couple guys in flip-flops and AKs with a couple, shoulder-mounted rocket launchers running around the debris of the Gaza Strip, and that's about it. And this guy's like, oh, they're handing out sweets and celebrating the death of Israelis. I mean, maybe on October 7th and 8th and 9th. Maybe you got footage of that. Actually, no, I know you got footage of that. But there's plenty of video. I mean, I could probably find a video from the last month I definitely have video of last week of Israelis celebrating, while they're blockading food aid, into the Gaza Strip. They're having a rave, they're blasting music, they're eating barbecue food and having fun while they're blocking trucks. That was just last week. I don't think I could find similar footage of Palestinians doing that. Hello.
Action to these aid workers than they do about the continual death of Palestinian civilians.
I don't think so. I think that the reason that it was so condemned and so important for Israel to come out and condemn it is because it was a targeted attack. It wasn't collateral damage. It was a targeted attack, and Israel came out before the U.S. even woke up. It was in the night in the U.S., and Israel came out and said, this is a mistake. We've made a mistake. We're going to improve ourselves. We're going to try to do better in the future when we're fighting a war against an organization that is hiding itself among civilian population, building tunnels and shelters underground, and then putting the civilians above ground, hoping that Israel would attack those civilians, and then having people in the West going on to channels and defending them. That's the issue here. And there's one country. Let me just finish.
We'll come to.
Okay.
Reverse victim. So we've had. No, I'm sorry. This is the attack. This is the attack. Part of the Darvo, right? So now he's with he's gish galloping. He's galloping along here, and he slipped in an attack at Owen Jones here, saying he's a Hamas supporter.
And then having people in the West, going on to channels and defending them. That's the issue here. And there's one country. Let me just finish.
And Owen Jones very smart to push back on that specific point because he sees it. That's very important. He just wants to fill the air with that. Oh well, didn't you know the person I'm talking to supports Hamas?
We'll come to.
Okay. There's one country that has built shelters, bomb shelters, invested billions of dollars in defense system in protecting its civilians. And there's a terrorist organization that has done everything it can, building a channel of tunnels underground in Gaza that is like the London Underground
why are they
not
building
civilians,
those
to hide hostages, Israeli hostages, and Hamas terrorists and ammunition. That's the problem here, and that's I can't believe that we haven't seen this clearly.
Owen, I want to ask.
Why would they be motivated to build tunnels? Like, Israel was just minding its own business, and these crazy people were just burrowing underground for no reason, guys. Ace, okay. Keep me out of your dreams, buddy. I'll bring Freddy Cougar with me. He's my homie.
It's a question, actually, to both of you.
Well, do I get to answer any of that? Or?
I'd like to move on. Which is this, Owen?
I do think we could just have misinformation on national television that isn't corrected.
What are you saying is misinformation there?
Well, I mean, first he accused me of defending Hamas, which I have to say, those smears might have worked once, but people watching this think you're desperate. The point about human shields, a brilliant piece of investigative journalism in Plus 972 magazine by the brilliant Israeli journalist Yuval Abraham revealed the use of artificial intelligence, a system called Lavender. And what that does is generate a whole load of low-level operatives generated by artificial intelligence with a collateral damage level per person of those targets of up to 20 civilians. The idea,
which we have to say, the IDF has said that it uses this for information purposes, that it has not.
Well, 6 separate intelligence sources briefed this brilliant investigative Israeli journalist. Now, you can see what's happened there. What they do, according to this information, is they wait for those operatives to go home when they're in bed with their families there, and they blow them up. And they blow up their kids, and they blow up their families. Can you imagine Hamas was going around blowing up soldiers, Israeli soldiers, in their homes with their children?
They literally did that.
Now, this is and you think that's unacceptable? Okay. I do.
The question
Israel is doing that as state.
It's justified. Didn't you know it's justified? It happened on October 7th, so we get to do it until the end of time. That's how it works. That's how morality works, guys. And that's why it's so important to connect the Palestinian people to supporting Hamas. And you'll see it in my chat all the time, in the Discord all the time. Oh, well, didn't you see this poll? 70% of Palestinians support Hamas and all this. It's so important to tie the actions of this group to the entire population. And once again, I'd like to point it out. That would be like other countries looking at our extremists, the extreme of the extreme, and saying, well, that represents the entire country. And then we'll look at the polls. Look, they voted for Trump. Look, you got Trump in as, the king of extremists. Did an insurrection. Look, you made him president. So clearly all of America believes in Donald Trump and believes in, they fall for every word, and they cheer for the death of his enemies in the streets. Sounds pretty ignorant, doesn't it? It sounds pretty ridiculous when you put it that way. But for some reason, it's perfectly okay with Palestinians. They're a monoculture, hive mind. They are legion.
I haven't said that.
The question, I've said they've committed.
Let's have a reasonable.
You watch the atrocities and you challenge the authenticity.
I want to ask you both a question. Which
I didn't do that.
If Hamas were to release the hostages tomorrow, what happens then?
Look at the West Bank. Look at the number of people who have been slaughtered in the West Bank since this began. Last year alone, before the 7th of October, 240 Palestinian civilians, 40 of them children, were killed in the West Bank. And we were told that was a ceasefire. In the West Bank now, people are being driven from their homes and they're being slaughtered. The West Bank is not run by Hamas, it's run by Fatah, who put down their arms and accepted a peace process. What we're seeing in Gaza already, this idea of releasing the hostages, which I want. Taking those hostages was a severe war crime, a grave and unacceptable war crime. And the only way hostages have been released in any significant number is through ceasefire and prisoner swaps. That includes those prisoners who have need to be released. And
yeah, they've gotten like two people, I think, due to military action. And they've gotten more people killed than they've rescued using military action. And Owen Jones is correct. The only time that they ever got a significant chunk of hostages back was when they did real negotiations and a real prisoner swap.
And again, the information that's come out today of the treatment of these prisoners who are held without charge, with their handcuffed so much that they've been amputated, as well as the work by Save the Children, which is detailed how child detainees are sexually and physically abused.
Oh,
now, it's very important that we talk about this.
I want to give you to get a chance. Yeah. Same question. If the hostages were released, what do you think would happen?
I mean, the amount of passion that you have for Palestinian prisoners, but not for the Israelis, and this
I said it was a war crime. I said it was a severe war crime.
See there? See how it goes? Deny, attack, reverse victim. See how that works? Isn't that slick? Very intentional. And notice how he's not disagreeing about how Israel is monstrously using AI to pick its victims.
Yeah. Same question. If the hostages were released, what do you think would happen?
I mean, the amount of passion that you have for Palestinian prisoners, Jennifer. But not for the Israelis, and this
I said it was a war crime. I said it was a severe war crime.
But they did not describe in specific what the Israeli hostages are going through for 6 months.
Well, I'm asking,
and that's and I just want to point it out because it's important, because we're seeing this campaign by yourself and others that are pushing those details that are not even true. That are widely contested by every news media and intelligence.
No, they're not. He's like, no, they're not. They're only contested by, Israeli government and IDF sources. They're not contested by all journalists. Come on.
That are widely contested by every news media and intelligence agency in the world. If you want to know what would happen if the hostages would be released, go back to October 6th. The reason that the hostages are there is because Hamas went into Israel, committed one of the worst massacres against Israeli civilians, and took innocents from their beds. Babies. There's a baby in Gaza that Owen did not mention here, and that's the issue.
I haven't mentioned every war. I said it was a severe war crime. The difference between...
And he's so desperate, so desperate. That was such a desperate, slimy move. You didn't even mention a baby that died one time. You can't talk about human rights. You didn't even talk about every dead baby that's ever died. My goodness. Hey, Jennifer, can you fuck off? Are you really going to make me ban you, or can you just fuck off? You're a fucking piece of shit, and I don't want you here. I don't agree with you. I think you're kind of a scumbag. Do I have to ban you, or can you just fuck off? This is me asking nicely.
Israeli civilians and took innocents from their beds, babies. There's a baby in Gaza that Owen did not mention here, and that's the issue.
I haven't mentioned every war. I said it was a severe war crime. The difference between me and you is I condemn all war crimes.
Gentlemen, I'm going to cause a...
There's much more than that different between us.
Request a...
Yeah. Great debate, huh? Pretty cool, huh? So that was that was good. He wasn't perfect, but you know what? He held it down. Owen Jones did a pretty good job. Probably did better than I would. I'd be flipping the table over. Right? So, yeah. People want to bring up, I don't know, I honestly don't know what his controversy is, but I do remember some kind of sex controversy or something. But no, that was really good. He held it down, and he did not allow. We saw the Darvo tactics in full display. Push back at every chance. Pelosi joins call for Biden to stop transfer of U.S. weapons to Israel. You know, I'm not going to watch this whole clip, but, you know, that's something, like I said, that outrage. Bibi Netanyahu's kind of lost control of the narrative, and that's really bad for him. But it's really worse for Joe Biden's election because he's not going to stop supporting Israel. We all know that. Joe Biden's a sucker. Joe Biden's kind of a punk. And he's made a calculation that, you know, it's more beneficial electorally to help Israel than it is to treat Palestinians like human beings. He's making a miscalculation, though, because one of the most important swing states in this election is Michigan, and he's lost Michigan. Nothing but a full-blown restoration of the Gaza Strip. Nothing short of Gazans being allowed back into the Gaza Strip is going to fix Michigan for Joe Biden. If you're not aware, there's a heavy Muslim population, Arab and Muslim population in Michigan, and it's growing. You know, of course, it's not across all of Michigan. I think it's just in Dearborn, something like that. But Biden has basically lost Michigan, and he's, like I said, he's just, you know, he's a shill for this. He's a punk. Far too excited to make speeches about how he's a Zionist than to make speeches about how he's whacked his finger at Bibi. I don't really have time to show this. Kind of need to move on to the next segment here. It's been 3 hours. I think that's enough Gaza. But this is a pretty interesting discussion on France 24 about the Gaza ceasefire talks. Biden may have already lost Wisconsin as well. You think so, Woke Patriot? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Al Rakabi, for that demographics. Yeah, clutch cargo. I mean, you know, it's Nancy Pelosi saying it, so it's, you know, it's like, well, you know, it's kind of bad. I don't know. Right. It's big for Pelosi. It's big for Pelosi. But it's also, she's out of politics now, so it's a little bit easier for her to say those things. She wouldn't be saying that if she was still in charge, I can tell you that. I just wanted to, you know, break it up, little transition video here while we move over to Ukraine. This is fascinating to me because it is some monkey tribes, I think in Thailand, maybe. Where does it say here? Yeah, in Thailand. So these are like out of control. They're like pests, you know, they're like rats or pigeons, right? Totally out of control. And they fight over territory, and they do it in public. So here they are, broad daylight, just big groups of them screaming at each other. I don't know if you can hear that. If it actually is in the audio. Yeah. But let me just turn off the music so you can hear this, because it's just insane. Screeching at each other. And like they're intentionally like grouping up and, you know, going at each other. It's so interesting, you know. They have gangs, yeah. It's so interesting, yeah.
เอาอีกแล้วลุมกันกลางถนนเลย
I mean, there's like 1,000 of them. It's kind of old footage too. I think it's from the 2000s, maybe. They throw poop. They got poop trebuchets. We see him hauling a trebuchet. They should just call them. I think they do, Davey. I think they do. Welcome back, by the way, Davey. And by the way, thank you to all the lurkers. If you've been lurking this whole time, haven't made a comment, I do appreciate you being here. That view is the #1 most valuable thing you can give to the news underground. So thank you so much for giving me your view. You know, it's a big deal. You know, a lot of trust. So thank you to everybody in the chat and all you lurkers. So moving on to our next subject, Ukraine. And yeah, we got some more funny videos for you. I got some more funny videos. We'll do this funny one after Ukraine. It's going to be a big one. I was playing golf, just got here. You would play golf, wouldn't you? Suddenly the Middle East makes perfect sense. All of mankind makes perfect sense. It's not just the Middle East, right? Every country's bathed in blood. +7, decent game. +7 is good. I couldn't get mine would be +70. I'd still be in the water trap. 77, 78, 79. Like, is he golfing or is he mowing the grass? Main problem is the U.S. election system. When you're a Republican, California, Democrat, and Alaska, you can basically skip your vote. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, that either the Electoral College. We could get into that Electoral College debate, huh? Couldn't we? Lot to talk about with that one. But we're not in the U.S. section yet. Hey, I'm going to be here. I mean, I'm going. Wife and kid are gone, dude. Okay, I ordered Chinese food. I'm going to be here until I keel over and die. Yeah, my food's already been picked up. God damn. The serfs on DoorDash. I wish they were paid better. I'd feel less bad about using their service. Close I got to playing golf is fidgeting a random golf ball I found. Golf is fun. Mini golf is more fun. I have more fun with mini golf than regular golf, but golf can be a lot of fun, especially if you and the boys are boozing it up, and and you're just being the boys, tooling around on a golf cart, whacking golf balls. That's a good time. The less serious you take golf, the better, the more fun it is. Can you get the middle hole at the windmill? Sometimes. I've hit it a few times. I've hit it a few times. If we ever do a News Underground meetup, we should do it at a mini putt golf place. That would be fun. Bunch of political junkies playing mini golf. No, I got some good ideas we could do for meetups. Basically, the meetups that I want to do are going to be protests. I want to meet up and do a fucking protest right then and there, right? That's the kind of meetup I want to do. Golf is no more ridiculous than any other sport. All right, so we're not going to watch this whole 45-minute fuck. People looking at the timestamp like, oh, what the fuck is this guy doing? No, we're not going to watch this whole 45-minute clip. But this is a pretty good. The first 5 minutes are a really good recap of the news of the day. So let's get to it.
In a bid to show Vladimir Putin that
yes, I know TVP world. I know Polish government. I know. I'm aware. Thank you. I'm aware.
Ukraine's allies are there for the long run. NATO has begun talks to commit $100 billion in support for Kiev over the next 5 years.
Indeed,
Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg emphasized the need for support for Ukraine to transition from being predominantly based on short-term voluntary contributions to more stable long-term commitments by the.
I mean, Chem Goblin, you make a good point. At the same time, though, this is, there has to be, making a public statement like this about this means that they, they're going to have to come through with it. They're going to be asked, okay, are you coming through with it? There's going to be scrutiny on it. So at the very least, they feel confident enough that, that they want to announce it and talk about it. But you do make a good point. We see lots of this. We see lots of this in the West, lots of European countries saying, we're going to give you this, we're going to give you that. And then they don't forget, but they're like, oh, it's delayed for this reason, or, this, there was an excuse here and there. There's always an excuse. Yeah. So, we might see that. But hey, even if half of this, even if it's just 50 billion, whatever, it's also NATO taking a more assertive step towards this, right? Which is, hey, if it's going to take 20 steps, this is the first step of 20. All right, now we got 19 more steps before we get, NATO knuckling up and actually contributing something, worth a damn to the front lines or to that defensive north to give Ukraine the break it needs. Because really, that's what we want NATO to do. We want NATO to get right up there to relieve the Ukrainians that are guarding their border in the north. Let those Ukrainians fight the battle, further south in the east, of course, in Crimea, right? Just let NATO sit there. Just let NATO stand there like a bunch of wooden soldiers. But also, wooden soldiers that have a sign that says Putin fuck with me. I dare you, basically. We do, the left who are supporting this idea with NATO do need to acknowledge that it is confrontational. It is confrontational to put your boots on the ground, even in a defensive stance. With that said, literally, Russia announced, yeah, we're at war with NATO. This is a war with NATO. So Russia's crossing these red lines. Which, but Woke Patriot has said in the past, well, do we really want to use, Putin's definition of red line? Do we really, that's also a good point, is that do we really want to, allow Putin to manipulate us that way? I get that. Hungary going to play defense again. They're getting good at blocking. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. Dari.
The discussions took place in Brussels, gathering foreign ministers from NATO's 32 member states just ahead of the organization's 75th anniversary. This move comes in response to the increasingly dire situation on the...
I was talking through this. They said NATO said they're going to do a $100 billion.
Ministers from NATO's 32 member states just ahead of the organization's 75th anniversary.
Not all
this
of them,
move comes
baby.
in response to the increasingly dire...
Not all of them. There's a Russian red line there that we, look, as long as NATO doesn't take one single step into Russia, as long as Ukraine doesn't take one single step into Russia with the intention of keeping it. That's the only way this works. Is if this is all about Ukraine and this is all about pushing Russia right up to its border and embarrassing them. The moment that so say Russia's getting its ass beat, right? And then Ukraine, I don't know, tries to take a little bit more, then the whole thing is fucked. But Zelensky has done a really good job of making it super clear, even sending in Russian separatists or Russian rebels to create havoc. These guys are like, "Oh, we're liberating," and they're like, "Nah, just playing, just playing, dude. We're just playing. We're getting out of here." We should send 500K troops directly to the Russian border. Yeah, I don't disagree. Fuck, I don't disagree with that. Shit, fuck me, fuck. I agree. Yeah,
dire situation on the battlefield in Ukraine, where Russian forces have recently gained an advantage due to a critical shortage of infantry and ammunition on the Ukrainian side.
The Ukrainians are not running out of courage. They are running out of ammunition. We need to step up now to ensure our support is built to last. So in our meeting today, we discussed how to put our support on a firmer and more enduring basis for the future.
Reports suggest that the multi-year plan could involve in funding up to $100 billion, though specific details have yet to be...
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, specific details later. Okay, but I'm looking for some positive news. This is positive news. It's not a guarantee, let's admit that, but it's some positive news.
Disclosed by Jens Stoltenberg. This scheme is, however, likely to face the veto of Hungary. The proposed plan entails NATO taking a coordinating role in the efforts of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, which consists of around 50 countries that have been active in rallying support for Ukraine throughout the conflict. Although the plan would not entail NATO directly supplying weapons to Ukraine, continuing the policy of providing only non-lethal aid such as demining equipment, fuel and medical supplies, it represents a significant step in the alliance's involvement in the war.
Yeah, I don't know about significant, but it's something. So there you go. Like I said, I don't have time to show you this whole thing here from TVP World. But they do a great job. They really do try to cram the whole, every Ukraine update into this. But it is TVP World, so big fat grain of salt there, big old salt block. You're getting that pro-Polish, perspective, the PPP, the pro-Polish perspective. Well, pro-right-wing Polish government perspective. To be clear. Might be solved now, but this is one of the logistical issues NATO had to deal with. Don't underestimate the bureaucracy and their meddling with logistics. Interesting. What do we got here? From Strategy Member. Truckloads of Ukrainian aid stuck in UK. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Yep. It's stuck in UK due to post-Brexit paperwork delays. Yeah, that's the exact kind of bureaucratic shit we're talking about. And a lot of these paperwork delays will sometimes, you know, like if the political party that is that opposes giving aid is in charge of some of these, you know, avenues, if there's any way for them to block it or delay it, they've been trying to pull out the stops to do that. But this might just be a Brexit issue. Wow, you know, no one saw that one coming. Great job, Brexiteers. You fucked it up again. Fucking Brexiteers over here. Do they have a single win? I mean, you know, you fucked up policy when this, you know, like even the rich people aren't they can't figure out a way to get filthy rich off of this. You know, the filthy rich found a way to get filthy rich off of COVID, right? A global virus infection, you know, like something out of a movie. And the capitalists ran away, you know, swimming in green. You know, consolidated their gains even harder. Post Brexit, I can't think of who are the billionaires making dough. It seems like everyone is. It seems like literally everyone is losing money. You know, the rich was all about this. The rich was all about Brexit. I don't see who's making any money. I'm going to show you a couple Canal 13 videos here because I just wanted to show some Ukrainian dubs on the front line. Whose side is time on?
Units of the invading Russian army have increased their attacks in the direction of the
city. I think time is kind of right wing.
Who want to capture the city use armored combat vehicles and aviation. The goal is to completely destroy and occupy the city.
They do a big TVP change up recently because
in the frames distributed.
Is that the case, Chem Goblin? Yeah, because they were kind of radio silent for a couple months with the transition there. So maybe that was the case. I'm not sure, Chem Goblin.
On Telegram channels, it can be seen that a large part of the city has been destroyed. Russian soldiers approaching Chasiv-Yar are said to have already occupied some houses. Ukrainian fighters are trying to prevent advancing vehicles and infantry with artillery. It should be noted that the Russian army's attacks in Donetsk region have intensified in recent days. Attacks of the invading army in the direction of Tonenk village near Avdiivka city and near Novomikhailovka village were prevented. A large
this footage is sped up, by the way.
Number of combat equipment and manpower of the invaders were destroyed.
Okay. As you can see, this footage is wonky and it's sped up to 100 miles an hour, which makes it really terrible to watch. But if you do want to see the rest of it right here, I just want to show a couple dubs. This might not seem like a dub, but when Russia launches an attack in any one location, they have to sacrifice an incredible amount of troops and all different kinds of resources. So this might not necessarily be an L for Ukraine. We'll have to see what the results are. Russia's Belgorod region was subjected to continuous rocket fire. Buildings and houses were damaged. So it's good to mention that Ukraine does not target civilian infrastructure, but Russia will shoot down some of these weapons, and they will sometimes, unfortunately, hit civilian infrastructure. The rocket attack in Russia's Belgorod region. The Russian press reported on this as a result of the attack. They're still using this music? My God. 12 multi-apartment buildings, private houses, and sports complex, a building of a commercial enterprise, and cars were damaged. Said to have engaged to hit 10 targets. Has reported that no casualties were a result of the attack. I mean, if they were targeting if they were trying to hit civilian infrastructure. Watch this video. Russia's packing as many bodies on top of their tanks as possible. Tank hits a mine. The 26 troops jump off and scatter. I gotta watch that. That's like a terrifying carnival ride. Amazing, no civilians were hit. That's good. I'm no fan of the apathetic Russian civilians, but I don't think that they should be terrorized like they terrorize Ukrainians. Two wrongs don't make a right. Yeah, Blue Brother, indeed. It's all about the U.S., unfortunately. I really wish it wasn't. And, you know, this trepidation from the right wing of the United States is kind of like given an opportunity for the European alliance to be like, well, are we going to put up or shut up with this? You know, here we have a direct threat to, you know, potentially to our sovereignty. You know, this could escalate into something bigger. Like, are we really just going to sit back and watch this happen? You know, because the United States can't get its shit together. My God, the side things. Is this necessary? You're giving me a damn seizure watching this video. Holy shit. Let's move on to the next clip here. Russian strike on the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. Kill at least 6. You end up killing civilians when you targeted them. Ukraine does not target civilians, and thankfully none of them are killed. But for, you know, your average Russian civilian would support this, which does need to be pointed out. Not justifying it, but pretty disgusting. Some of those man on the street interviews you get from Russia. Oh, yeah, well, you know, it's got to happen. Oh, yeah, well, you know, I just try to keep my head down. I don't really pay attention. Kind of similar to the American attitude for, you know, Iraq and Afghanistan. Pretty disgusting apathy there. I think it'll be a good reason to unify Europe to a new powerhouse again. I think post-Napoleonic phase. Maybe.
The explosions came just after midnight in a residential neighborhood of Kharkiv.
Lizzie, yeah.
According to police, Russia fired 2 missiles at the city, then attacked with drones during rescue operations.
I was sleeping. The explosion woke me up. The fuel station was on fire. They yelled at me, "Get out." But I stood there and stared. There was another explosion, and everything started falling.
Yeah. That's kind of it's not the same dynamic. There's a similar dynamic. You know, there's if you stand up and are effective in the United States, you will be, you know, destroyed if you are effective in pushing back against the will of the American empire. But in Russia, like, your career will be destroyed. You'll lose your job, you know, like your life will become shittier. But in Russia, your ass gets thrown into a fucking cold cell, you know. Fuck losing your job. Your ass gets disappeared and your family doesn't know your whereabouts for 6 months. And then you just appear, like, you know, stripped down to you know, they strip you down to your fucking, you know, underwear and then toss you into a road, you know, 5 miles outside of your town or something, you know, just, you know, full blown fear tactics. You know, maybe I'm exaggerating, making some of this shit up. I'm pretty sure I've heard of that, where they kidnapped somebody. They didn't tell his family where he was, and then when they dropped him off in very little clothes, miles away from civilization. He had to walk his way back to find his way back to his family. It's not like they just dropped him off at his house.
The attack came as Ukraine's Air Force reported multiple Russian drone attacks across the country
I think
in
everyone
recent days.
wishes that now.
On Friday, a Russian strike on the southern city of Zaporizhzhia.
The reason why we see this accelerated timeline is because of Zelensky's popularity, and because of, you know, putting NATO, you know, joining NATO as you know, right into the Constitution, and making that very clear that no, we're absolutely doing that. And I think that's when Putin realized, okay, I no longer control Ukraine in the way that I control Belarus and all my other vassal states. So it's time to take care of this. And obviously he thought it was going to be done in 3 to 4 days, but that has changed.
Killed 4 people and wounded more than 20. As in Kharkiv, local authorities also accused Russia of bombing the same spot twice in order to kill the rescue workers on the scene. The Russian army said it intended to target a Ukrainian aircraft engine manufacturer, which it said was being used for military purposes.
From March 31st to April 5th, in response to the Kyiv regime's attempts to damage facilities in Russia's oil, gas, and energy sectors, the Russian armed forces carried out 39 group strikes using high-precision ground and air-launched weapons and drones.
In addition to attacks on Russian refineries, Ukraine has also struck an air base in the Rostov region. On Friday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visited fortifications in Chernihiv. Zelensky has been calling on the West to continue its military aid as Russia gains ground against a Ukrainian army short of soldiers and ammunition.
I'm rather conflicted on the whole phrase buffer zone. I still don't quite understand what that even means. A buffer. It's like there was like that wasn't a reality in World War II when the lines were shifting, you know, like none of that shit works. Like when I think of a buffer zone, I think of the Maginot Line and how much of a fucking failure that was. You know, I'm just not even sure if that's even like a thing. Like, you know, people talk about it, but I don't know. Is that even a thing? Yeah, no man's land. I do wish. Does anyone know if there's a spot in France where you can ride in the railway inside the Maginot Line? I want to ride in one of those little Maginot Line carts. They had a little mini railway to travel along the Maginot Line inside the Maginot Line. You get like inside the structure. I want to ride in one of those little rail carts is what I'm trying to say. And then I'm going to blast Donkey Kong, the minecart level Donkey Kong music is what I'm going to do. Ukraine fortifies its front lines in anticipation of new Russian offensive this summer. So, you know, what I like to see from the leadership of Ukraine is that they understand the situation that they're in, that there's not a lot of delusion, right? Not a lot of crossing your fingers and hope Uncle Sam saves us in the last minute. There's a realistic assessment. Okay, it's being held up by the right wing. The election is happening. You know, they're fighting tooth and nail to not give Joe Biden any kind of win. Mike Johnson is like, we'll turn it into a loan. Ukraine is like, okay, fine, we'll do a loan. And then Mike Johnson's like, I was just kidding. I don't want to help you at all. I don't want to give you any wins because I'm a partisan hack who supported January 6th and I'm not in jail for some fucking reason because the neoliberals are atrocious. Was left and closed. The Kamaz engineers were busy. Yeah, Matty the Crow. Yeah, I think having NATO cover the Russian border, right? Having NATO up here. I'm sorry, up here. You can't see that. Sorry, I was on the wrong screen. Having NATO right up here would be a big benefit for the Ukrainian military because all these Ukrainian troops and resources could then be sent over here to actually fight instead of just standing there. And yeah, Russia would, they'd get in all of a tizzy. The nuclear weapons. We're going to hit the button. We're hovering above the button. You better watch out. How dare you put NATO troops there? That's all they're going to do. You know, maybe they'll start using chemical weapons or escalate in some other way, in some horrific way. They're not dropping no nukes. And they're certainly not going to take a shot at NATO. If Ukraine, we use their manpower instead of their own against the Russian. Yeah, I agree. But back to what I'm saying here. Ukraine here fortifies its front lines in anticipation for what they see is there's going to be a big Russian offensive. You know, we're seeing the mobilization right now. We're seeing the buildup of resources. So it's, you know, every expert right now is saying, yep, this is going to be happening. We're going to see a big push from Russia. And Ukraine doing the right thing, hunkering down, not hoping against hope that things are magically going to get better, but are accepting the battlefield reality and doing everything that they can with the resources that they have to keep pushing back, to buy. It's really about buying more time, right, until the end of this U.S. election. That's how pathetic this whole situation is. It really does depend on our crappy, stupid, fucking presidential election. It really does. It's so disgusting, but it really does. But yeah, Kem Goblin, our friend from Ukraine there, pointing out, yeah, they're not there to die. They're making common sense, decisions here. So I love to see it. Hey, thank you for that follow, Lizzie Mallow. Well, let's dig into it here. Just a 2-minute clip.
About 20 kilometers from the front line, huge works are underway.
We've moved from offensive operations to defensive. And
Germany's been a little bit more complicated, I would say. Germany has been a little bit more complicated. You know, Merkel being pro-Putin, and then we get Scholz, who is very pro-Ukraine, but he's dealing with that Merkel contingent, that defeatist Merkel contingent. Yeah. Be right back. I'm going to get my food.
When you're defending, you've got to be prepared. So we're getting our defenses ready. We've got mines, barbed wire, dragon's teeth, concrete capsules, and anti-tank ditches being dug. It's a whole system.
The Ukrainian government is spending €500 million on constructing 3 lines of defense, at least, along the 2,000-kilometer front line as fast as possible. The military are building the first line of defense themselves. But further back, as here, countless construction firms are suddenly engaged in a whole new kind of work. Colonel Voloshin has come to inspect their progress.
The lines that are a bit further from the front are entrusted to regional governments. They do some work themselves and also hire civilian contractors. We keep an eye on how they're building this system.
Today, he seems satisfied. But questions are being asked as to why all this wasn't already put in place long ago. In Kyiv, opposition parties are accusing the authorities of a serious failure.
We urge our government to budget the expenses for fortification, but unfortunately they were deaf for that, and they paid more attention to the reconstruction of roads, of bridges and buildings.
Others have dismissed such criticisms as political opportunism, saying that Ukraine was not expecting to find itself in this defensive position, and anyway, the new fortifications will be finished on time. The test will probably come in the early summer, when the country fears a new Russian push to take more of its territory.
Yeah, when the weather cooperates. A business. Guys, did you know Trump is a criminal? You know that? MSNBC would like you to know that. No, we got to talk about him. We knew that. Welcome back, hot dog. What? No way! Russia loses 780 soldiers and 30 artillery systems. I think this is in a single day. Now, grain of salt. This is, Ukrainian source here. Guys, it's true. It's true. But yeah, Russia loses 780 soldiers and 30 artillery systems. The Ukrainian Defense Force continues to inflict losses on Russia over the past day alone. This was on April 2nd. Russia lost 780 soldiers and 30 artillery systems and 29 armored personnel carriers. Oh, I got to show Davey's link here. Let me get that after reading this article. Sorry, Davey. Almost forgot your linky link. But yeah, source this, so we got a Ukrainian source referencing the Ukrainian military. So a couple grains of salt on this one. Go ahead and pour a couple grains. FYI, losses includes wounded. Well, there you go. Okay. All right. Okay. We're bringing it back down to reality here. But yeah, as you can see here, it's still, nothing to scoff at. It's absolutely progress, and it's absolutely more damage to the Russian military than it is to the Ukrainians. This wouldn't be such a positive thing if it cost the Ukrainians double this to create this kind of damage, but that's not the case. One Ukrainian soldier it does more damage to the Russian military than 4 Russian soldiers do to the Ukrainian military. Now, that doesn't mean it's a guarantee for the Ukrainians to win the war, but what it shows that, Russians are under-equipped, intentionally under-equipped, intentionally under-trained. It is an intentional strategy to throw human bodies at this, under-equipped, under-trained human bodies, until you've exhausted the other side. Moving on to the next. Oh, let's do Davey's thing here. So this. Oh no. Of course, the music is totally bananas. Oof. So it hits a mine. and just oh no. Oh no. And they're just running back. I don't think they're running towards where they were supposed to be going. I think they're just literally retreating. Now, usually Ukraine will take this opportunity to pick some of these guys off if they can. So I think these guys are well aware of that, and they're getting the hell out of there. Because this is a great opportunity for Ukraine to follow up, pick them off. So it's like, no, get the hell out of this field and quit clumping up. Like the guys that are like, they're like clumping up together. No, you're like, get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me. So yeah, surprisingly safe for work, because usually it's they hit the APC or the tank or whatever. The guys are totally exposed, and then the Bradley opens up. And there's just no cover. You can't take cover anywhere. And then the drones start dropping grenades, and it turns into the definition of a clusterfuck. These guys are lucky. So they were far enough out. Right. They were far enough out. Why is it down here? So they were far enough out for the Ukrainians to not follow up. Just a complete botched, just totally botched. Look at this. Look at this insanity. That is not I'm sorry. I'm a rookie. I'm not a military guy. But I'm sorry, but that cannot be the proper way. That cannot be the proper way to transport troops to the front line. Hey, Blue Brother, thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed the News Underground. Hopefully, you'll see you again next time. Great video, Davey. Thank you. Russians suffer significant losses, retreat after 2 assaults on East Bank and Dnipro River. So just here's another example of, strong, courageous Ukrainians doing everything they can with whatever they have to hold this front line. Adivka, Bakhmut, these places, if Russia wants it, they can eventually have it, but they don't get it for free. They pay a heavy cost. Every step forward paid for in buckets of blood. And I'm not saying that like, oh, it's such a great thing. People are dying. It's just the reality of it. It's giving you the cold reality of it. If I was on the front line and I had the choice, Ukraine or Russia, even Ukraine, I would go Ukraine every time, even with Ukraine in the shitty position that they're in right now because of the United States and the Republican Party. Just in how they treat their troops. Ukraine's Southern Defense Forces said in a post on Telegram Messenger, Ukrainian defenders repelled 2 enemy assaults on the east bank of Dnipro River in the last 24 hours and forced Russian troops to retreat to their original positions with significant losses. Excellent job. Thank you for the follow, Joel. Burning alive as they desperately tried to put out the flames. Yeah, Davey, I've seen several similar videos. Horrific. And I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy. And it's shocking to me that Putin is capable of ignoring the cries of thousands, screams of thousands. Ukraine's Southern Defense Forces said in a post on Telegram Messenger, so they said that on the left bank of the Dnipro, the enemy carried out 2 assaults, traditionally without using armored vehicles and suffering significant losses. They retreated to their original positions, the post reads. So just literally a meat wave. Anything to try and destroy Ukraine. Yeah. That terrorist attack was totally tragic, but seriously had nothing to do with Ukraine. It was just, religious terrorists taking advantage of, Russia's war, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Boy, who knows what's happening to those guys right now? They just have they have a lifetime of boy. I mean, they're absolutely. If you saw those videos of them slashing throats, you know, it's still, man. I don't know. The shit that Russia does to you when they really hate you, when you're in the deepest depths of the grossest gulags. Yeah, Maddie the Crow, look, you seem a little too eager. You seem a little too happy that the terrible state of the way, you know, the things the way they are. You seem a little eager. You seem a little happy at the terrible state of things. Why are you so jovial when describing these things? Is that just my misconception? So this is really interesting. We haven't seen this before. Quote unquote, Ukrainian Cessna drone blows up factory 745 miles inside Russia. So Russia is so, you know, Russia really concerned about a NATO invasion. Can happen at any moment. They have strategic missile response stations every 5 feet. Everywhere you go, they're ready for that inevitable NATO invasion. That's why a Cessna airplane can travel 745 miles in Russian airspace, unmolested, hitting its target directly. That's how prepared Russia is for this NATO invasion. Look at this footage. This you know, regular Joe Cessna, the kind of Cessna your uncle who's really into flying a plane would be able to afford. You know, it's like they're like $150,000 or something. You know, they're not like super luxury, you know, kind of private jets kind of thing. I don't know, Ace. I don't know. I don't know if Russia is really concerned about this. Because look at this. Regular, filled with fucking TNT, hitting the exact spot they want it to hit. So this is a factory that makes drones. Wow, 3 of them. Yep. World Star, subscribe to PewDiePie. Suka blah. Rushes on one-way trip to really deep ass whooping. Yeah, I mean, if Joe Biden wins, there's a very good chance that the Russian military is going to be embarrassed. But I don't know, man. I don't know anymore. Joe Biden over here, you know, throwing weapons at someone that's literally destroying his presidential election. Meanwhile, starving the country of ammunition that would actually give him, you know, lot support. I'm not saying every American supports Ukraine, but it was a big slam dunk. It was a big slam dunk for Biden. But I guess now it isn't. Even if the drones get taken out of the cost of anti-air, it can be a lot more. Yeah, totally. Yeah, anti-air ammunition is very expensive, but I don't know if you'd want to do that strategy, but it's shocking to me. 3 of these goofy ass, you know, regular Joe Cessnas. Just leisurely flying. I mean, obviously they're low on the radar, you know, but just on its way to its target, no problem. Russia over here with its pants all the way around its ankles. You know, thumb in their mouth. Oh, we're worried about NATO. Radar signature looking like a Cessna. right? I mean, in the United States, we would have had F-16s and shit. You know, there's no way 800 miles. You know, a plane, a totally unknown plane. You know, it's not. We're shooting the pings. You know, because there's like a whole system, unidentified, not responding to radio. Looks like it's on autopilot, flying below the radar. We'd have F-16s on that shit in minutes. But in Russia, just all the way to its target. It's the Dodo from GTA 3. Russia definitely doesn't want Biden to win. Hello, comrade. It's NATO time. Is that the AI video? It's NATO time. I want to see that video now. Hold on. Biden, it's NATO time. Wasn't that AI video? Yeah, it's NATO time, Jack. I wish this was true. I wish this kind of deification, right? I wish America deserved. I wish these countries deserved this treatment. But they don't.
It's NATO time, Jack.
It's NATO time, Jack. Remember, this was before. This was like at the start. Remember, this was at the start of the war when it was looking like, you know, when Ukraine was slam dunking before, you know, Russia changed its strategy, right? Remember this? Remember all the confidence? Yeah. No, he's gone. No, he's still there. Isn't he gone? It's NATO time, Jack. It's so ridiculous. Yeah. Remember this? Remember this cringy shit? Remember the NAFO? Yeah, remember this cringy nonsense? Yeah. Wow, AI generated war porn. That is what it is. It's totally ridiculous because, like, I wish they were like this. Yeah, dude, you're obsessed with this video. It's the craziest, most fucked up video ever, dude. Stop showing this. My God. I'm fucking jump out of a windowsill watching this, man. What's Article 5? It's the article inside NATO that says, you know, if any country attacks a NATO country, all the other NATO countries have to respond. Mandates it. You're not allowed to say, "Oh, I don't want to." You have to. Yeah, it's totally fucking crazy. Davey's tried to get me to watch it several times. Poland will be the spark. Yeah, with videos like that. It'd be Poland's fault making those crazy YouTube videos. Super depressing. Isn't that all there is to NATO? Like, there are other articles? No, I mean, well, there's more to it. Like, being a member of NATO, there's a certain amount you have to contribute, but you're not going to be punished if you don't. You know, that's kind of what Trump is talking about when he says he wants to get out of NATO. Oh, no one pays their bills. No one pays their bills, so we're just going to get out of NATO. Can Turkey stop Ukraine joining NATO? They can delay it. All Turkey, you know, all Erdogan wanted was sweet treats. You just have to put, you know, F-16 jets in his pockets, and he's like, okay, all right, sure, whatever. Thanks. Yeah, kissing Gonzo. I mean, that's, you know, that's who he is, right? Yeah, strategy. Yeah, great point. So this, you know, I think this was from Davey. Thank you, Davey. I think you're the one that posted this, but this is Kharkiv. Maybe it might have been you, Kim Goblin. Let me know. Kharkiv completes first underground school construction. Schools without windows. This is what Russia's world is like. But I mean, this is also Ukrainians persevering. Thank you, Davey, for posting this. And it's really amazing. You know, the Ukrainians persevering. They're not going to allow their kids to not get an education, because they're cowering. Because Putin likes to attack them directly, attack them at their schools, attack their playgrounds. But no, they're still going to get an education. Now, this has the feeling of propaganda to it. Are all Ukrainian children getting this kind of treatment? Probably not. Hopefully, because like there's a lot of children in Ukraine. You know what I mean? So hopefully this is just one example of many, right? Oh, certainly not. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. But I wanted to show it all the same. But let's not get our, let's not get confused here. They'll get a good education in Russia. Yeah, they would. A good re-education. Oh, this is your language now, honey. You have to speak this language, or we'll starve you. God help us all for those poor kidnapped kids, Ukrainian children in Russia. Russian soldier dodges French hammer missile in intense footage from Ukraine. So we not only get to see one of these French hammer missiles in action, and it's totally terrifying, but we also get to see, what that looks like just a couple hairs away. Wow. Jesus. And that's just nuts. I mean, as you can see there, it's cruising along, finds its target, and then straight down. Wow. I feel so bad. I feel, once again, I always need to mention this, that I feel so bad for this is like a Ukrainian person's home, turned into like a Russian target because of the Russians, but it's just totally demolished. I feel so bad for the Ukrainians. Our news covers so little of the subject. Well, but Trumpy Trump. Didn't you know that? I'm French. Oh, les Trump, les Trump, les Trump, les Trump. Is that better? Is it? No. So we can see here Russians, barricading themselves in a Ukrainian building of some sort. If we can script it to war, you'll be the sniper and you can be the foot soldier. I'll have you covered. Hey, thanks, Borderline Feline. Thanks. I'll be all like, I know IT, I know computers. They'll be like, okay, here's a gun. See you on the front lines. If we have any computers that need to be fixed, we'll let you know. In the meantime, go ahead and be a grunt soldier on the front lines. Wow, look at that. Just completely obliterated. Jesus. They don't? No, they don't? They don't need any computers fixed? If I'm lucky, they'll just have me digging trenches. Yeah, pretty wild, isn't it, Lenny? Just, more footage here. Oh, okay, thank you for that. But more footage of what the Russians can expect to see. We're seeing, Ukraine is not wasting time. They, oh no, you didn't do the French thing. Oh no. You did not clip me doing the French thing. I'll fix the computer so you can do a cool job. Thank you. It wasn't even funny a second time. Very funny. Very funny. Always wonder what goes into the mind of those targeting operators. I wouldn't be able to do that job. I mean, you got to be pretty cold-blooded, man. You got to be pretty cold-blooded. But Ukraine over here, taking advantage of, these guys that are fighting and dying on the front line are buying time for these guys further back to, to give them some proper fortifications here. I don't have time for this. This is a great clip. Unfortunately, I do not have time for it. But if you want to hear, from the horse's mouth, from a Russian widow, about the oppressive environment that she has to live in Russia, she wants to. She doesn't agree with this. She doesn't like the situation, but she doesn't have much of a choice. So please go ahead and give that a watch if you want. It's kind of like it's more of like a slow kind of, something to throw on while you're doing the dishes or something, right? It's not really good for the stream, but I do recommend it. It's a very good interview. Yeah, and then these, okay, yeah. I need to, am I going to do it or not? No, well, let's just say I'm not going to do it, but ABC over here running pro-Russian propaganda. Russia led a bunch of ABC reporters, and they filmed a propaganda piece, trying to say, oh, this is, from Russia's side. The other side is what they're calling it. I gotta watch this though. I gotta make sure that this is propaganda, or if they're actually trying to, they got the forever war right here. So maybe this isn't the way I'm describing it. I need to watch this. But if you want to watch it, it's right here. I found the source. I'll probably get in trouble because it's so new. I'll probably get in trouble if I were to steal it. 2 years later, massacre of Ukrainian civilians in Bucha is impossible to forget. So, wanted to show this 3-minute clip here, showing respect for the victims of the Bucha massacre. Interesting memorial, metal plates. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's hard to forget this image right here. I can't show it to you, but just the bodies strewn about, left there on the road to just rot and decompose. Just the utter brutality, the revenge. How dare you try to separate yourself from the Russian Empire? This is what you get. For not bending the knee, and it's just disgusting. Unarmed, totally unarmed. Disgusting.
Мимоволі вже навіть в розмовах уже хочеш про це забути і так далі, але все одно до цього повертаєшся. Це найменше у нас ось хлопчик 20-го року народження. Тут ми якби намагалися їх похоронити, щоб вони не лежали на вулиці, щоб дикі звірі, там собаки, їхні тіла не тривожили.
Виходить так, що майже як та ж сама поліція з'ясовуємо, яким чином людина загинула. Вулиця Яблонська, там 242, тут було, зазначаємо, що розстріляна машина з ручного протитанкового гранатомета, де загинуло 4 особи там. Складно воно все переноситися, особливо коли вислуховуєш ці історії, уявляєш собі, воно снилося, ці всі події, тому що воно все в мозгу.
She managed to escape.
Я якоби досі сплю. Таке відчуття, що це весь сон, і я не можу прокинутись. Нема того життя, що було, і не буде ніколи. Раніше я могла мріяти, жити. Живу, але не то. Це зовсім по-інакшому. Да, я намагаюся бути щасливою і все, але важко.
so-called Nazi, according to Russian
Оскільки я знаю,
shills.
що снайпер попав Віталіку в ногу і потім сюди в бок, тобто його розстріляли. Так само Олега в живіт і в пах.
Stone Cold shot him dead. Right now we're looking at an image, and of course I can't show it to you, but we're looking at an image of more corpses left in the street. Over to the left, one of these corpses is, their hands are clearly bound. So this person was shot, you know, with his hands tied behind his back, and the other two guys, you know, clearly just shot mercilessly, unarmed civilians, you know. More bodies just left in the street. These are, you know, the Ukrainians trying to pick them up, give them a proper burial.
Одне діло, коли на вулицях міста вже не гинуть люди, але гинуть військові. На жаль, ми їх хоронимо, а це знову ж таки наші мешканці.
And I'd like to remind everybody that Ukraine has had many opportunities to emulate this. Even using Russian separatists, if they wanted to, they could have told those Russian separatists, they've done it twice so far, crossing the Russian border to create havoc, going to military locations, occupying them temporarily, you know, and then leaving. Ukraine has had plenty of opportunities to repeat this barbarism and has chosen not to, and that does mean something. Yeah, more than twice, most likely, Chem Goblin. Yeah, but it's, you know, if all the plausible deniability was there, you know, they had the perfect. No, they're Russian born. A lot of them are white supremacists. A lot of them are literally Nazis with Nazi tattoos. They want to destroy the Putin regime and the Kremlin and all that, but they're Russian born. So all the plausible deniability was there. You know, give them a little, you know, give them some weapons and ammo, and then send them on their psychopathic way, and they could have done all kinds of damage to Russian civilians. But you know, Ukraine is more professional than that. They see the benefit of treating humans like human beings. And you know, in a lot of ways, there's a pretty stark contrast to this conflict versus the you know, the Israeli Gaza Strip conflict. A lot of differences there. I think I showed this specific clip. I think I have, but I think this is from Warthog Defense. There's just a lot of really, you know, amazing clips here. A little bit of war porn, as Woke Patriot would call it. Let's dig into it. Yeah. Great reaction time. Great reaction time. Dude, you had seconds to throw that bitch in reverse. He doesn't even get it to reverse. He doesn't even get it in reverse. If they did, they would lose international support. Yeah, Ukraine, yeah, they would.
Russian roads these days. A Russian tank swept a car off the road in Nizhny
He doesn't even get it in reverse.
The accident took place on March 26th near the exit from Uralvagonsavod. Specializes in the production and repair of.
Reminds me, remember that brutal footage of when Ukraine tried to take Kyiv and a tank rolled over a Ukrainian civilian vehicle mercilessly, and amazingly they got the old man. I was like an old man. They got him out of the vehicle, and he was, you know, he was in the hospital with severe injuries, but he lived. Remember that?
Military equipment.
Okay, we've seen this like 3 times. Next clip.
Russia's war on Ukraine
Was that
has
a Lady
boomeranged
Gaga
back
song?
to Russia. Belgorod is under daily shelling by anti-Putin Russian liberation forces for over 2 weeks.
And we see the anti-air defense. Jesus, look at that. You see that, then 5 minutes later, you get a shower
Russian
of metal
air
coming
defense work in
down.
Belgorod tonight is commented by an English-speaking guy. Thank you for your help, man.
Wild. Are those the Age of War theme song?
Major attack on the city of Belgrade, Russia right now. You can hear rockets coming in, anti-air rockets, engaging the rockets. We're directly in the center of the city right now.
I think we're following Bloody Bernard. Bloody Bernard. Uh-oh.
It's all around. Not sure how much is being picked up by the camera.
Man, that's freaky.
People racing.
It's like, this is my opportunity.
Safety,
There's no
hopefully.
cops on the road, no other cars.
You can hear
Wow.
the sirens going off.
That was funny. It's like, all right, fuck it. What? I thought I was gonna get blown up. Fuck it, hold my beer. It's just fucking pulling e-brake turns. Watch your ass gets pulled over. It said bombs are dropping. The guy's still giving you a ticket.
Somewhere about midnight, I believe. Didn't look at the clock. I was almost asleep. Before midnight. Yeah, it's all across the sky. Over there, over there.
Damn, dude, this Chinese restaurant does not fuck around. Look how full this thing of soup is. Did they literally like close the lid on this while it was like in the soup? He just dips this whole thing in. Look how much soup that is. It's like puffy. You could not get another ounce of soup into this cup. Welcome back, Rob MQ. Isn't it always like that? No, it's not. I wish they'd stop using plastic as well for hot liquids. I'm not even going to drink that because I don't like drinking boiling hot liquids out of plastic containers. I think it's really bad for you. Get soup review between genocides. No, I'm literally not going to eat it. I hate it when my soup is delivered to me in hot plastic things. I don't eat them.
All right, so now.
Why are we still watching this?
It seems that attack is calming down. So we're gonna try to.
No, it's a paper bag, but it probably still is lined with plastic.
That might have been hit.
This is paper.
See what information.
But it's the hot liquids. I really don't like hot liquids in plastic containers.
Lived to that attack. No major damage.
Okay. I don't care anymore. I don't care.
Russians left a message on the M14 highway on the occupied left bank near Krinky for Magyar and his unit. Magyar faggot, welcome to Ukraine. One-way ticket guaranteed.
Jesus, Warthog Defense. Jesus, I know that's a literal translation. But Jesus Christ, Warthog Defense. Goddamn, man. Busting out the FAGs over here.
The M14 is closed for you.
Yeah, clutch cargo. Yeah, I don't like all that. The BPAs and the PFAS and all that shit. I don't like that.
Але допоки ми на півдні, проїзд трасою М14 для вас закрито. І вам то відомо достеменно. Малюйте далі на асфальті. Ну і welcome to Ukraine, суки. One-way ticket вам гарантовано.
Ukraine ramps up ammo production. Russia struggles to advance despite more than 10 times of ammo and personnel advantage. AP footage shows weapon systems and ammo production in western Ukraine.
Wow. Look at that. I mean, what a process here. He's got to do that shell by shell. He's got to machine each one shell by shell. That is so time consuming. You know. Well, they have multiple CNC machines there. Yeah, we got to illegalize PFAS. We got to get the plastic out of our. We're like, it's a generational problem. And you know, like literally, Gen Z. It's already too late for Gen Z. It's already too late for Gen Alpha. They're gonna have plastics in their body their whole lives.
Ми спілкуємося щоденно з
Good job.
замовниками нашими, тому ми, скажімо так, розуміємо вплив, який та техніка має на хід бою.
Okay. Communicate with his customers daily. Yeah, all right. We're getting a fucking sales pitch over here. We're not
Hello,
the ones
everyone.
who need them.
Just a short video here.
Okay, so this is exciting stuff. We get to show a video from Sucumonius, who is a really great content creator, a UK guy, UK fella that is, does really deep dives on battlefield analytics and stuff. Excuse me. Lizzie, if you you can avoid forever chemicals on your pans if you get porcelain cookware. Look it up. You can get it's a metal pan with a porcelain layer on top, and that's the if you want that anti-stick, but you don't want forever chemicals in your food. Anyway, Sucumonius, he's really great. I'm probably saying this wrong. Suchomimus. But he has did an analysis here of these new toys that Russia has put on the battlefield and immediately embarrassed themselves. So apparently, apparently these are supposed to be really, formidable, or maybe it was just an experiment that it didn't work and whatever. They don't care. I can guarantee you the footage of these was probably all over Russian media, but let's take a look and see what these things can do. Let's take a look and see these things in action, huh?
Hello everyone, just a short video here. So you may remember yesterday this image being shared on Twitter, showing that Russia had deployed robotic ground vehicles with AGS-17 grenade launchers, leading to some bragging from Russian shills online about this new technology and how good they were. Well, needless to say, they didn't last long. This was the first deployment of them in Ukraine, and we now see the first destroyment of them in Ukraine. This video shows those exact same robotic drones getting beat up by Ukraine's FPV drones. So these were about as successful as most of Russia's other equipment that they've sent to the front. I think these lasted a grand total of a day before getting destroyed. But it's quite an interesting video. Pretty much robots destroying robots. Reminds me a bit of Robot Wars. Now what's interesting is
this one of the first times in history that a drone was used to take out another drone on the battlefield?
The drones in the video are the very same ones we saw yesterday, and they were stationary when the FPV drones hit them. So it seems very likely that these robots, which are fitted with grenade launchers, actually broke down or got stuck somewhere near the front, and then Ukraine sent these FPV drones in to finish them off. It's doubly funny because Russian shills online were sharing the still image of them proudly yesterday. Turns out, that still photo they were sharing was taken moments before they ended up the way most Russian vehicles do, destroyed by drones. No turrets to be tossed here though. Now I don't have an exact location, but these are, or rather were, deployed near Berdichi, shown here on Deep State, near
So we've also seen Ukraine with some interesting remote-controlled trench mine-delivering remote-controlled cars. They were really cool. They had really big tires. They had 4 tires, really oversized tires, so that if it fell, it would always be landing on its wheels. I don't know how much they're actually getting use out of those. It looks like it looks like 99% of the drone delivered munitions are from the air. I'm not seeing a lot of the remote control on the ground stuff, but I'd be curious. I'd be curious to see.
Hello, my friends, and welcome. My name is Dennis, and this is the latest update from Ukraine. Sorry about the background for
trying to pause. There we go. I'd be curious to see like drone footage of one of these RC cars like going through a trench and hitting their target. Has John Connor been born yet? Yeah, I would say. I mean, if like we're going to be following the Skynet timeline, we're probably John Connor would have been born probably by now, but he's probably not hacking ATMs with Atari portable computers quite yet. So I wanted to show this because there was some confusion on my end in the Discord about what was it? It was about what was it? Trying to find some. Oh yeah, okay. It was about there was a report about the United States maybe telling Zelensky stop attacking Russian oil facilities because it's being too effective. It's too effective. It's affecting the oil market, and that's hurting Joe Biden. You know, like Joe Biden wants low gas prices, and you attacking the oil refineries is actually making the gas prices higher. And we I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that. Don't do that. Do all the other stuff, but don't go after their oil because of our own political reasons, which is totally ridiculous if you think about it. Like what you're telling me, like, because it's a very viable target, it's a very important target to hit. Ukraine should absolutely be hitting these oil refineries. It definitely hurts Russia. It hurts Russia's international trade. It's actually already affected international trade. So it's totally ridiculous to say, oh, gloves off that, because, well, that actually has some ramifications at home. And I only want to fight a war where I don't have to get dirty and nothing bad happens to me. That's the only time I want to fight. It's pretty fucking ridiculous. So then there was a report that said, oh, no, that's not true. That's not true. No one was said that. Zelensky denied it. But then there was another report. There was another report that came out. And it was like, okay, maybe this is true. Maybe there was some, pressure from the White House on Zelensky to stop attacking oil refineries. And I believe Zelensky said, hell no, and did another attack soon after, which is so interesting. It's like all these vassal states to Joe Biden being like, no, shut up, bitch. Keep. Oh, I'd really like you to, help me out in my presidential election. I'm so pathetic. I'm 50-50 with an authoritarian fascist who wants to promise to be a dictator. I'm so terrible at my job. Can you please give me a hand? No, bitch. Fucking Bibi Netanyahu and Zelensky. No, bitch. No help. No, I mean it's way more ridiculous to expect Zelensky to not attack oil refineries, but it's just also totally ridiculous how Bibi Netanyahu is able to put Joe Biden in such a pinch electorally with his ethnic cleansing. The reason why I'm going to show this, we're not going to watch the whole 15 minutes, but I found it interesting because Dennis talked about this, and he seems pretty certain that the United States is encouraging Ukraine to hold back. So let's just hear this out. I want to hear.
Hello,
from
my
Dennis.
friends, and welcome. My name is Dennis, and this is the latest update from Ukraine. Sorry about the background for today, but I'm not at home right now, so what I have is what I have. The news I received.
Bro, I think he's in a bathroom, and that is a bathroom curtain. You gotta give him credit. The man is a hard worker. You know how hard it is. You know how much energy it takes out of you to do a stream, to get all the information together. Right, to put it up and talk about it. It's actually, it's fun, but it is time consuming. This guy over here, no matter where he goes, he finds time to do it.
We all received today is
nice
quite concerning. So President Zelensky gave the interview to the Washington Post, basically confirming the rumors which appeared in internet recently. I mean, two main topics: that Russia is getting ready for the major assault on Ukraine during the summer campaign, and the second news that the United States of America really asked Ukraine to stop targeting the Russian oil refinery facilities. I put those news at the top of today's topic because I think that those are very crucial for the future, not only of Ukraine, but of the democratic world. So, President Zelensky said that the United States of America are not okay or not satisfied with the Ukrainian attacks on the Russian oil refinery facilities and other objects of the Russian infrastructure, energetic infrastructure, he says. So not just the
energetic infrastructure. It's very, they're very pumped. They're very pumped to be there, this infrastructure. Why did Biden give so much support to Israel in the conflict? I've heard he barely started to consider support recently. Lizzie, that's a very complicated question. A very simple answer to that very complicated question would be that the United States empire finds it very valuable to have a military satellite right smack dab in the middle of a major Middle Eastern region. And that's what Israel is. Israel is a pliable military satellite that can, kind of exert the pressure of the United States empire from that location.
Oil refinery facilities, but probably oil storages, pipelines, whatever they have. At the same time, and as for me, it is very important, President Zelensky said that Washington is unable to limit Ukraine in using its own weaponry. So now Ukraine uses its own weaponry to target the Russian facilities. Washington says that they are not okay with it, but they cannot influence Ukraine to stop those attacks. Zelensky basically said that the Russians should study to live without any fuel, benzene or diesel doesn't matter. There should be a shortage in electrical power as well, and it is justice, because Russia continued to target Ukrainian infrastructure.
Yeah. And before you push back and say warmonger, would you rather a missile go into a school, or would you rather a missile go into an oil refinery plant?
The last night they targeted lots of the Ukrainian facilities, so many Ukrainian cities stayed without any sort of the power. But somehow the United States officials didn't say anything about that case. They say to Ukraine not to target the Russian facilities, but not to Russia. Well, they say like that already before in 2022, but now no any longer, and moreover Ukraine is in lack of the air defense system, so the supplies for Ukraine slowed down dramatically, so we are out of the tools to shut down all of the Russian missiles or the drones. Now the worst part of those
No, it's a very smart pivot. It's a very smart pivot. Go after, look, the reason why the Russian economy has been able to, sustain itself throughout all these sanctions is because of the oil.
Ukrainian infrastructure, unfortunately. About the long-range ATACMS version for Ukrainian army, United States said that now they're not going to supply those missiles to Ukraine, even if the new military package would be agreed by the House of the Representatives. But President Zelensky said that those missiles are needed to target the Russian military airfields in Crimea and also on the southern part of Ukraine, which is now occupied by Russia. By the way, Ukraine already did it with the previous version of ATACMS missiles, targeting Berdyansk airfield, for example. Then Russia lost many of the helicopters. One more quote from President Zelensky. He said that if there is no military support from the United States, it means that we'll be in lack of the Patriot missiles and also 155mm artillery shells. It means that Ukraine would be forced to give up its territory to Russia, yes, little by little, but we see the current events, what is happening right now on front lines. We're gonna get to review the situation today, and every day it's not good for Ukraine. at least for now. The Ukrainian president recalled the situation which happened in 2014. Then Russia occupied Crimea and started the war on the eastern side of Ukraine in Donbass, and the Western community, the Free Democratic State, didn't react properly. Moreover, they boosted trade with Russia, especially Europeans, thanks to Merkel and other politicians.
Yeah, there was a big, and it's really interesting because there was a really big push to kind of let Russia get away with it. You know, appease them. All right, okay. Well, they're going to stop at Ukraine. We'll figure out the Donbass situation later. I guess we'll figure out Georgia later. Some true believers, some real true believers. Yeah, okay. So our final Ukraine video of the day, we're going to watch a reporting from Ukraine here. I think we have time for 6 minutes. But this is the latest one, came out just a few hours ago. All alarms triggered, new threat of the biggest Russian offensive, Kharkiv. So we'll get, it looks like, you know, Russia might want to expand the front line to try and retake Kharkiv. Remember, Kharkiv was one of the big victories, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this was one of the big victories that Ukraine had when Russia was unprepared for the you know, they did not know the lion that they awoke, the bee's nest that they knocked down, and they weren't ready for it, and they were pushed back. So yeah, Chem Goblin, thank you for confirming that. They were pushed back here. So this would be a big propaganda win. Of course, there's some strategic viability to Kharkiv, much more than Bakhmut or Avdiivka. There's much more strategic importance to Kharkiv. But by no means is, you know, if they were to succeed in some way to take Kharkiv, I mean, you got a big trek. You got a big trek to Kyiv there. You don't get to go there unmolested. And there's miles and miles of trench from Kharkiv to Kyiv, and there's probably miles and miles of trench work from the Russian border to Kharkiv, because I doubt the Ukrainians have just been sitting on their hands the whole time, just waiting for Russia to reinvade. I'm almost certain that they've been investing an incredible amount of time and resources to shoring up Kharkiv to ensure that Russia can't take it back. So it's probably pretty damn foolish, probably pretty damn stupid for Russia to be doing this, because I feel very, very confident saying that Ukraine probably is really, really, really ready for them at this location. You know, it might even make sense to do something like, you know, somewhere over here on the west. They can't go over to the west. I'm sorry. They got Poland over here, but they're over here, Belarus, right? So it might make sense to do something over here. But I think what Putin wants is that PR victory. Just like with Avdiivka was timed with the elections, Bakhmut was kind of the first, you know, feather in their cap since the failures, right? They really wanted to show that they could still take a city back from Ukraine. And then Avdiivka was about pleasing Putin during the election. So I think that's what Kharkiv is about. It's really more of a PR victory. Completely different scale. Well, thank you for pointing that out. I think Zelensky also said Kharkiv is protected from almost everything, but not from air. That's pretty hard to do. Welcome back. Quick double tap. Hey, no problem. Quick double tap. I totally get it. I totally understand it. Just as long as you are, continuing the fight when you're able. When you're able to.
Today there is a lot of news from the Kharkiv direction. In recent days, rumors have flourished everywhere about an alleged...
Yeah, Clutch Cargo. One last thing about Clutch Cargo about Mike Johnson. I think what he's been able to do is try to convince himself that it's okay, because I think he's setting it up like a loan. Isn't that what he said? He's going to try to do it like a loan. And they're like, Ukraine's like, yeah, whatever, sure, it's a loan, whatever. We know you're going to forgive it later, whatever, who cares? Yes. I think that's what Mike Johnson's doing.
Russian plan intended to capture the city of Kharkiv in a potential new spring-summer Russian offensive. In addition to Vladimir Putin's statements about a sanitary zone, some senior Russian officials anonymously reported further details of a possible plan for an encirclement operation in Kharkiv, aimed to capture the city without destroying it, employing a contingent of
same thing with the loans to Israel, right? that's a really common tactic, right? Oh, we'll do a big loan. Yeah. That'll be okay. It won't hurt our economy. and then they forgive it like 2 years later. It's like, real quiet during Christmas or something. Oh yeah. Part of a big omnibus bill. 300 million things pass. From the direction. Yeah, I don't really like that phrase, Ace. I don't like it when the left is using it for Palestine. I don't like it when, Wait, no, I'm sorry, Ace Fram. I'm mixing. I was incorrect. Sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm losing my brain here. Hold on. I got to get my mind right. Give me 1 second.
300,000 Russian troops. As an additional indicator, Ukrainian authorities recently reported that Russian forces have begun to strike Kharkiv with a new type of guided bomb called UMPB D-30, which is a glide bomb evolution with improved characteristics. Each munition consists of a unified module with folding wings, a guidance unit, a jam-resistant satellite receiver, and a rocket booster or turbojet in the tail that would give it an estimated combat range of 90 kilometers. These improvements bring them closer in accuracy and maneuverability characteristics to a cruise missile at a fraction of the cost. Ukrainian authorities have described the reported use of this new glide bomb over civilian population areas as an attempt to terrorize the civilian population. Ukrainian authorities and military analysts have stated that, for the moment, there are not enough indications about the creation of such a large force that could be aimed at encircling the city. And the various statements and actions seem more like information operations in an attempt to destabilize Ukrainian authorities, to force the commitment of additional resources in this direction, as well as to create disruption among the civilian population. First of all, various Ukrainian analysts evaluated that even a force of 300,000 troops would probably be insufficient to attack and encircle Kharkiv, and they estimated that Russian forces would need at least 500,000 soldiers.
It's like
Kharkiv,
World
with a
War I
population
again.
of almost 1.5 million people, is Ukraine's second largest city, which means that the city is home to many more high-rise buildings, factories, and industrial zones that can be used as powerful fortifications. For context, it took Russians 80,000 troops and 10 months to take Bakhmut. Kharkiv is 10 times bigger than Bakhmut by size and 20 times bigger than Bakhmut by population and the number of high-rise buildings. Interestingly, the estimated figure of 500,000 soldiers is in fact higher than what Russia currently has deployed along the entire front length. Secondly, even assuming a possible additional mobilization in Russia, preparing this new force and its logistics for early spring or summer seems unrealistic. A very relevant Ukrainian military analyst has detailed how Russian forces might approach an advance on Kharkiv. Firstly, an advance from the west would have to necessarily face two crucial defensive nodes, Okturka and Bogodukov, which belong to the Kotelva, Valky line. In addition, a great number of new defensive lines have been built throughout the whole Kharkiv Oblast in recent months.
I knew it.
Secondly, the allegedly Russian plan explicitly indicates an encirclement of the city, and the reason for that is that Russia would like to avoid much harder urban fighting, particularly in such an extensive city. A Kharkiv encirclement would only be realistic if the Russian forces managed to advance further west of the Oskil River and at least reach the Chugev, Pervomaysky line, an objective they have been unable to achieve so far, despite countless attempts to advance in the direction of Kupiansk. As I analyzed in a previous video, an advance from the northern part of Kupiansk is quite challenging due to the funnel formed by the Seversky Donets and Oskil rivers, which in practice forces an attack to face two solid defensive lines in succession. Finally, another critical challenge for the Kremlin would be securing the southern flank of such a potential offensive. As an alternative, Russian forces could adopt a third vector precisely from the south, only if they could reach Izium beforehand. From Izium, they could both compromise Ukrainian resistance east of the Oskil River and advance toward Kharkiv from the south.
So then,
however, the prospects of
seeing this laid out like this, then it doesn't really seem that realistic that they're going to actually go after Kharkiv. That they're going to try for one of these, stage one, phase one kind of locations first, and that's where they're going to get bogged down if Ukraine can hold itself here.
Is in Izium seem unrealistic to accomplish in the short or medium term. Similarly, the Institute for the Study of War states that a Russian operation to encircle Kharkiv would be highly ambitious, requiring long advances across open terrain unseen
nightmare.
since the full-scale invasion began.
Yeah.
The Institute Study of
Took a
War
while,
analysts
yeah.
believe that if Russia launches an offensive in late spring-summer 2024, it will likely focus on another direction, most probably to the western Donetsk region. Overall, Ukrainian analysts and militaries, including their commander-in-chief Oleksandr Syrsky, advocate not to overreact to the situation, while continuing with preparations for any circumstance that may occur in the medium or long term.
Right, okay.
As of today, there are no facts and developments on the front line that could trigger an advance toward Kharkiv in the short term.
Yeah.
On the other hand, the rumors and Russian-sourced articles aim to create uncertainty among the civilian population and undermine international support for Ukraine. Let's hope the months of preparation of the Ukrainian forces in the whole Kharkiv region will allow them to face any Russian offensive threat in the future with full assurance.
They're not going after
If you're
Kharkiv. I feel pretty confident saying that. That would just be a massive mistake. I don't know what they're going to hit, but yeah, it's just, I mean, could you imagine pouring hundreds of thousands of troops and then you don't take it? They got to avoid that. Yeah, there's no way. I don't know. Maybe not no way. But it's not like Avdiivka and Bakhmut where you could just push and then you could definitely eventually get through. You could do a big Bakhmut Avdiivka style push and not even get anywhere close to actually Kharkiv, to actually anywhere close to that. You'd be bogged down like 1 mile into your, into your border. There'd be such little cover for the logistics. Yeah, like the only way to hit Kharkiv properly is in the way that this analyst pointed out. Like you'd have to hit Izium or come in from over here, hit these two, and then hit them. But I don't know. Maybe they got, maybe they're going to pull out, some fancy new trick, some chemical weapon, and they're going to expect, big battlefield victories, and they're going to expect an easier push. We'll see any more large transfers of territory in this war at all, or are we frozen? For now, we're frozen. But obviously, if the ammo attrition continues on Ukraine's side, we will see much bigger pushes. Eventually, they already have massive issues taking Kupiansk to the right, and it's likely they aren't trying. Yeah, talk about this spot right here. Yeah, I mean, I think who was it? Was it U Strategy that did the math? That was like if they had the same results that they had in Avdiivka and Bakhmut, it would take the entire population of Russia to reach Kyiv. If they continued to fight the war like they were fighting in Bakhmut and Avdiivka. I can't remember, but it did not surprise me. I think you did it. I think you ran the numbers. You're motivated, Link. So as a reward for, suffering all this bad news, well, some of it's good news. Some of it's not like it's bad news. It's more of just like expected. Ukraine frontline information. Let's not forget how close Russia actually came to defeating Ukraine. Oh yeah. Sure. Yeah. This is, the initial days of the invasion, when they were mile-long columns of tanks headed towards Kyiv, thinking that they were just going to be unmolested. Boy, they got a rude awakening. They got a big time rude awakening. Man, that was so crazy. I was there day one. I think Davey was there. I think Woke Patriot was there day one. Because there was the big discussion about what Russia was going to do. They're lined up on the border. They're starting to take blood. When you see an army taking blood donations, then it's like, oh, this is actually happening. And then right when I'm streaming, Russia decides to invade. And then just a couple days later, Jesus, yeah, amazing stuff. So as a reward, I just thought I'd show you a funny video. It's just a funny video. Please enjoy.
Would you like to donate $1 to save a dog? No. Yes. Double negative. Wouldn't.
Double negative.
No. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Yes. No.
No. No.
No. Oh. He's dead.
I think that your machine is.
Don't talk to her. Look at me. I'm the one you gotta talk to.
I got it.
Where were we?
I was just trying to pay for. Yes.
Yes. No one likes you. True.
True.
True. It's okay. Okay, all right. That's the best one. I've seen the gag. I've seen the whole, ask for donation thing made fun of by Family Guy and stuff. I think South Park made fun of it as well. That's the best one. That's the funniest one I've seen so far. That's a really good one. No one likes you. True. It's like, okay, give me your card. It's dead. It's dead. Just so you don't want to donate $1 to save the dog? No. And then just silence. It's dead. Really good one. That was the best one I've seen so far. Fuck it. I mean, normally I would have to run upstairs to take care of the baby because it's like, 4.5 hours, but I actually have more time to cover more news. So I have this world news section I've been meaning to get to. So, if you have the stamina, so do I. But I understand if you guys got to leave. I get it. No one has the stamina to keep up with me. They just don't. No one can keep up with me, dude. You go ahead and let me know if your favorite political streamer has covered more topics in a single stream than I have every single time I stream. Every single time I stream. You get 3 topics max out of a Hassan per day. And then like another 2 hours of video games. Not on the News Underground. We cover a lot of news because there's a lot of shit going on. Topics maxing. There you go. Same with Destiny. I don't know what Vosh is up to nowadays. After he got exposed again. This is like Vosh's 3rd pedophile scandal. Stay stuck on nonsense for hours. I mean, it is. They get more viewers though because like the drama is like really addictive. Even I'll catch myself scrolling, live stream fails, reading the comments and learning about the drama. Oh, what's happening here? Lore masters. You're taking care of your mental health too. It can't be easy. Ribbons, you're right, and thank you for your concern. Rest assured, if I ever really truly do need to take a break, I will. Yep, Lizzie, we're done covering Ukraine. It's okay if you need to take off. It's all right. We're on to world news now. Drama about people we don't know or care about. But we do care about them in a way, don't we? It's at least titillating. Brad Wydra, a.k.a. Touring News, used to cover a lot before he got tired of streaming and stopped. It is very exhausting. But for me, it's activism. It's like I might be moving back to the United States pretty soon. While I'm getting my Canadian citizenship. It's so fucking weird. What is playing? Oh, this is nice. Ooh, that was nice. Nintendo warning. Super Mario World. How about that, man? Masterpiece. Super Mario World. Just a undeniable masterpiece on the Super Nintendo. Didn't Ecuador give refugee to Julian Assange? I did not hear about that. What? Say what? Twenty nineteen. Oh, ages ago? The embassy in London? Yeah, I mean, okay, that was a while ago then, huh? Yeah, because I think they have him in custody. Julian Assange is fucked. Oh yeah, 7 years ago. Yeah. Okay. No, he's fucked, dude. Julian Assange is fucked. And he shouldn't be. He's a hero. But no, he's in British custody now, so that means he's going to be extradited to the United States, so that means he's going to be tortured by the land of the free. All right, so let's get to our world news here. Just a smattering of various topics. We're going to be going over Mexico, Ecuador, Thailand, you name it. I got a bunch of stuff in here I've been collecting the past week. Maybe if medical science can turn you into a half man, half Canadian, your powers can save him. Maybe. I'll be doing special streams where I learn, where I'm getting ready for my Canadian citizenship test. So if you're interested in Canadian history, which literally no one is, but if you happen to be a freak interested in Canadian history, I will be streaming some of my studying. We'll be studying Canadian history so that I can pass my Canadian citizenship test. Be very fun. The British are trying to make the United States promise that they won't give him the death penalty before they... Because we're the land of the free. We're the land of the free. We believe in whistleblowers and journalistic freedom. Right, Davey? Gee, you know what that sounds like? That sounds like a brutal empire to me. That would treat its prisoners that way. That would treat its whistleblowers that way. I would, the information that WikiLeaks has provided humanity is so invaluable, is so important to understanding what these empires are actually doing. It shocks me to this day that there's anybody who would disagree with the work that Julian Assange did and continues to do with WikiLeaks. It is an essential tool for progressive reform. It's one thing to have the speculation. It's another thing to have the proof. It's another thing to have the data. It changes everything. It forces these incredibly powerful elements to, at the very least, come up with excuses. Shows the cracks. So Julian Assange, in my opinion, is an absolute hero. And yeah, free Julian. Let's get into Mexico here. This is pretty interesting. Mexico cuts ties with Ecuador after embassy storming in Quito. I don't know if you've heard about this, but I actually just heard about this today. But apparently there was an embassy stormed in Quito. Let's find out more.
Heavily armed police guard the Ecuadorian prosecutor's office all night as the political dispute between Mexico and Ecuador deepens. Mexico's President López Obrador instructed his foreign minister to sever diplomatic ties with Quito.
Mexico announces the immediate suspension of diplomatic relations with Ecuador. In this sense, Mexican diplomatic personnel in Ecuador will leave the country immediately. Mexico expects Ecuador to offer the necessary guarantees for the departing Mexican diplomatic personnel.
So was there not a podium or a press room? Was it totally necessary to do this in what appears to be a public library? I don't understand. What were you just like? Are you in your den and you're organizing your books and you just take care of a little work real quick before I get back to my... Where the hell is she? What a weird... because usually it's like you got the Mexican flag behind you and you got the whole, the podium, and you're making an official statement from the official Mexican government. What the hell is this? She's like uploading it to TikTok.
Mexico will appeal to the International Court of Justice to hold Ecuador accountable for violations of international law.
Ecuadorian authorities stormed the Mexican embassy in Quito on Friday and seized Ecuador's former Vice President Jorge Glass, who had been seeking refuge there since December. He was released from prison in November and had been seeking political asylum at the Mexican embassy, which was formally granted on Friday. Convicted twice for corruption, Jorge Glass served under leftist President Rafael Correa and is the most wanted man in Ecuador. In a statement, the Ecuadorian president stressed that Jorge Glass would not be allowed to get away.
Having abused the immunities and privileges granted to the diplomatic mission that housed Jorge Glass and granting diplomatic asylum contrary to the conventional legal framework, we proceed to seize him. Ecuador is a sovereign country, and we are not going to allow any criminal to go unpunished.
Earlier in the week, tensions had already escalated between the Latin American neighbors after Mexico's president made provocative comments on Ecuador's presidential election last year and the assassination of a presidential candidate. Quito retaliated by declaring the Mexican ambassador to Ecuador persona non grata, forcing her to leave the country.
Jesus. Wow. Everything's heating up. I'm sure. I have a feeling though that this will be worked out with negotiation. I have a feeling that this will not actually end in a Mexican invasion of Ecuador. Yeah, hot world over here. So real quick, I just want to make sure that there's no other Mexican related stories that I have lined up. I want to make sure I'm at least grouping them together by kind, and I did not have the chance to do that before I hit start stream. Nope, we got Haitian stuff. Okay, great. So my personal hero, Greta Thunberg, has once again been arrested, putting her putting her money where her mouth is, and putting her feet on the ground, and showing an entire generation how to actually create change. So here she is doing a traffic block, which is controversial. Right, because I'm okay with blocking traffic as long as you are directly blocking the traffic of rich people or government buildings, or it's a big conference of rich people, so you make it really difficult for them to come and go, like that kind of stuff. I'm not okay with fucking with regular Joes. And look, I understand the retort is that, well, it works. Look, you get in the news, you get in the news and whatnot, and our regular Joe is really going to vote against climate change because they were late for work one day. I get all that, but I don't know. I just want to see the left going after the real opponents. I just want to see the left. Look, I get it. Sometimes you got to disrupt, and sometimes protesting is disruptive, and that's just how it is. That's the nature of it. I get all that. I do. But I don't know, man. Sometimes I feel like the blocking of the highways is a really effective tool for the people that want to, ban protesting. This is a general highway, just convenient place for them to block. It's near a big bank, and their argument is that there are roads around it. Okay. So I also have problems with meaningless protests that don't disrupt anything. So here I go. I'm just a complete, this is, but here I do agree with showing up. I don't care what it is, show up. Sign up and then show up. So she's doing more than me. She's doing more than the chat. She's a personal hero of mine. We can leave the debate about the tactic to later. Keep it up, Greta. Please keep it up. Yeah, and let's not forget that the right-wingers that want to ban protesting are 100% totally cool with blocking the highway and getting in the way of the roads and doing a big convoy protest where you're shutting down traffic for weeks. Right-wingers are perfectly okay with that bullshit when it's their side. But when it's the left doing it, oh, ban all protesting. They're all rioters. They're all hippies. They're all rioters. They just want to see ambulances tipped over and on fire. But let's not forget that honest, that fucking dynamic happening, right? That the people that want to vilify this and turn this into, oh, you see, this is why we can't have protesting. They're all too happy to block traffic when it's about their shit. Put your neck on the line. You got to get out there. Yeah. They did that to me when I did die-ins in front of the federal building. They just pick you right up. Like the hey up. They just pick you up just like that. Ecology protests mostly use sabotage nowadays, though. I mean, it's tough. It's tough because I do get it. You don't get talked about behaving yourself. You show up to a protest and you're there for 2 hours and then you leave. The news isn't talking about you, and nothing gets done. So you do need to be disruptive. You do. It's just there's more than one way to be disruptive, and I believe the left should try to use tactics that avoid pissing off the normies whose minds we're trying to change. Trying to change these fucking normies' minds. And it's not very easy. Because they're very emotional. Okay? They're very emotional. You just go, okay, I'm not going to raise your taxes. It's okay. No, it's okay. No, they're lying to you. They're lying. No, this I know. No, I don't want to turn your kids gay. No. Look, he was already gay. It wasn't me. Look, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, Normie. Come here. All right? That's what the activist movement on the left needs to do. God, this is depressing, but I don't have time to cover this. I will be covering this, though. I'm not going to... We'll get back to that one. I'll explain it when I do it. It's about freedom of the press and the importance of newspapers. We've all heard that speech. We'll do that later. I trans 3 kids on the way to the store today alone. Get up. Gay agenda is working. Why assume public sentiment is a concern, especially that the public sentiment already favors the petrol industry? Wow, that's a really great way to change minds, huh? Yeah, that, we should just, change people's minds by force then? Is that it? Get that Stalinist crap out of my fucking... Why assume it's about changing minds? Politics isn't about changing minds now, huh? All right. Stalin failed, right? Zombie Jesus is trans now because of Biden? God damn it. I knew it. Does every protest have the same goals and ambitions? Okay. That's what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah, okay. Look, last time I checked, we're about 6 months away from a fascist dictatorship in the United States. As much fun as, protesting for various things and, everyone having a good time, as much fun as activism for the sake of activism is, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn to say that, there's a little urgency. There should be a little urgency, in the way that activists are, prioritizing various things. I guess, no, just everyone could just have fun and things will work itself out. I don't know. Maybe we should have a little urgency, try to prioritize some things, get organized around some pretty core pillars. Don't really have a lot of time to be fucking around. No? Woke patriot? No? Just do what you like. Digital Underground? Do what you like. Do how you like. That's a great song. Love that song. It's got Tupac on that shit. I want to listen to some Digital Underground, but I'll get DMCA'd. All right. Moving over to Turkey here. So there's actually some big news. So Erdogan is still in power, but his party suffered a major setback. And amazingly, Erdogan lost so he was defeated so soundly. He didn't even try to steal the vote and gaslight and say, oh, it was stolen from me. And he accepted the results. It was shocking. He's accepted the results. Yeah, woke patriot. Yeah, once again, it's very myopic. There's only one way to do it. We just got to piss off the normie. We got to shove these pictures of dead babies in normies' faces. That's the only way to change their mind. Okay. Yeah, look. I'm just saying. There's more than one way to create disruption than pissing off, folks on the freeway. There's more than one way to do that. We're going to be concerned with people liking us. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, politics isn't a popularity contest. It's about principles. What the fuck are we talking about? We got people calling this more democratic than ex-U.S. president of the land of the home of free the brave. Are you talking about Trump? Trump is the antithesis of democracy. How did the Turkish lira react? Well, let's find out, Gandranandra. Let's find out.
It's like the start of a boxing match. Ekrem İmamoğlu hypes up the crowd.
Ekrem İmamoğlu.
Only he's not prepping for a fight.
Yeah, because woke patriot, that's what I'm talking about. Once again, totally myopic, completely misinformation about what I said. Because that's what I said, right? I said we should disrupt, and there's a million other ways to disrupt. But no, what I said was we should be really nice to people. I mean, you are the leftist people are sick and tired of, man. They really are. Because this is your own form of dishonesty. It's really not cool. I didn't fucking say that. It's a dishonest reading of what I just fucking said. Why? Because we need normies, because the normies are voting. The normies own houses. Okay? They vote. They show up. I'm not saying we have to capitulate and we have to, shape our message in a way, we have to be the neoliberals. But this communist idea that it, public opinion doesn't matter is ludicrous in a democracy.
He's already won.
31 Mart 2024.
Today is the day when the democratic erosion in Turkey ends and democracy begins to rise again.
Yeah.
On the banks of the Bosphorus, it's time to reflect on local elections that have huge national consequences.
To be honest, we woke up to a good day. I believe the results will be beneficial for our country.
I was devastated and very upset that the results weren't in our favor.
Yes, they are. Martin Luther King would disagree with you, woke patriot. Women who currently enjoy the right to vote would disagree with you, woke patriot. Ace, Erdogan, so his party is certainly hurt, and if he doesn't reform in any way, we might see this. But is Erdogan really going to accept the results of his own? That's the question. Okay, that's a whole other can of worms there. Woke patriot, I'm not even disagreeing with blocking traffic. I'm just saying it should be strategic when used. And you're once again, you're just completely rewriting what I said. And then you're basing you're throwing your weapons at me like as if I said that shit. The MLK protests were not popular with some normies. Other normies were incredibly inspired. Normies voted, well, there wasn't really a vote for the Civil Rights Act, was it? That was just kind of a thing well, okay, it was a pressure that the normies applied to their local representatives. No, the democracy worked. There were a lot of normies that were really inspired by MLK. It wasn't just, white hatred. That political pressure was real. And you're like, you have to make your argument, you have to deny the effectiveness of MLK. You see what I'm talking about? People are sick of the left. You're over here shitting on MLK, man. The pressure that MLK was able to get people to apply to their politicians resulted in the Civil Rights Act. Woke patriot is not a chud. But for some reason, he's being incredibly myopic today, and it's incredibly frustrating. Well, I don't know why it attracts so much ire, woke patriot. I'm not a normie. I'm not denying the effectiveness of MLK. I'm pointing out that he was effective, even though many normies didn't like it. That's democracy. That's always the case. There's always a group of normies that are cool with it and a group of normies that are not cool with it. This is not news. Okay, but this idea that, we can expedite things by pissing them off in general without some kind of strategy is ludicrous.
Years there was abundance. Everything was perfect.
Turkey has woken up. My rent has increased 7-fold in 2 years. I live by myself and I have 2 kids. How do I make ends meet?
Imamoglu represents the Republican People's Party. A vote for him is a vote against President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's ruling AK party. Erdogan was re-elected in national elections just last year, but this vote was a chance for him to win back cities the AK party lost in 2019.
I mean, I guess it's all a moot point. Most of those voting normies are like office, a lot of blue-collar people don't vote, but a lot of middle-class people do vote, the white-collar folks, and everyone's working from home anyways, so they're not even going to be driving anymore.
We will evaluate today's results open-heartedly to the heart of our party's soul and make sure we are self-critical.
Remarkably conciliatory and self-reflective for a man who, critics say, has chipped away at Turkey's civil rights, political and press freedoms over his 2-decade reign.
I need to time my dictatorship properly, and I fucked up.
Over the past 12 months. So there may have been hope within the electorate that after the May elections, the government would do something magic and essentially alleviate the economic hardship. The exact opposite had happened.
And Imamoglu's campaign centered that hardship.
Yeah, but woke patriot over here, you're okay. I know. I'm sorry. We got 2 different things going on here, but if it wasn't a big deal, it wouldn't be a strategy that anyone would want to do because no one would care. So if no one cares, they wouldn't want to do it. It's this dichotomy because you have to be disruptive. Your protest has to be disruptive to be effective. So if it doesn't piss anybody off, then there's no point in doing it.
Now there's speculation he could be in the running for Turkey's presidential 2028 election. The constitution's 2-term rule means that Erdogan can't run again,
because you're disrupting the
unless, of course, he changes that.
Yeah, and of course he's going to change that. Of course he's going to change that. Well, it's less disruptive if people care less. There's less of a point to do it.
We begin today's show in Haiti, where deadly violence.
But yeah, no, I don't agree with that. Just because people don't get fired doesn't mean it isn't disruptive. This is about Haitians. This is a 20-minute thing. This is really good. I think I have other Haitian stuff, though, I wanted to... Yeah, here we go.
The United Nations has
Yeah, there we go. No, I think I agree with you, though, Woke Patriot, on that. Get fired for being late or not. But, I mean, surely if blocking traffic didn't result in people changing their vote, we shouldn't do that, right? Even if it gets you on the news, if no one's minds are being changed, if it just gets you on the news, well, I mean, there's a value to getting on the news. I don't know, man. I guess we need more data. How effective are these traffic protests? Would you change your mind a little bit more, Woke Patriot, if there was some hard data? Well, yeah, I mean, because like protests that don't disrupt are totally ignored, and like, you know, they don't achieve their goal. And if the thing you're protesting over is so meaningless that you feel it's okay to protest in a way that doesn't, you know, that doesn't rock any boats or change anything, I don't know. That's strategy. Is there any data about how, you know, how a traffic protest affects people's opinion on that protest movement? So if the right wing, they block traffic, does that make their movement stronger or weaker? And same with the left wing, when they block traffic, does that make their movement stronger or weaker? Yeah, Woke Patriot, I can agree with that. Pretty hard to disagree with that. All right, so let's get to our Haitian news here. See here, yeah, Haiti. If you don't know what's going on, there's actually quite a lot of crazy shit happening in Haiti. Yeah, I don't have time for that video, but we can cover these two right here. So let's get an update from your boy Barbecue, sizzling up over here. I learned recently the Barbecue gang is not even the largest or most powerful gang in Haiti, dude. There's like, this country is fucked up. This country is fucked up. Let's get an update about what's happening in Haiti, because it's totally wild, and so far things are still like, there's no official government. You know, these different gangs, I think, are now fighting each other for supremacy. You know, Barbecue he's very media savvy. He's been trying to do interviews, trying to become the de facto government. So that's kind of an interesting, you know, he's kind of trying to do a loophole where he doesn't have all the troops, the well-trained and well-equipped troops over here. He doesn't have all the troops, but he does have the media savvy, so no cannibal shaming. We're debating it is a really hot topic, though, blocking traffic. You know, like I said, I'm okay with the strategy as long as it is targeted specifically towards the rich and privileged and those in government. I don't know how useful it is to block regular Joes. I'm for one happy with naked protest, just saying. Quick double tap. Quick double tap just wants to see some boobies. People have already in a mood when they're driving. Have fun pissing those people off with a protest. Yeah, Davin, you know, it's like, and this whole idea that we're supposed to, you know, like, I get it. You can't coddle a normie, but the whole idea that there's no such thing as messaging, that there's no such thing as optics, you know, that there's no such thing as political strategy, that even revolutionaries have to be cautious about how they do things and their messaging and how they shape the narrative. You know, it's just weird. It's weird to me to just hand wave away all these incredibly important political things. And I'm not necessarily saying Woke Patriot is, you know, hand waving away all of it away, but certainly from what I've understood, he's diminishing the importance of worrying about the normie's opinion, which feels good. Fuck the normies, right? Feels good to say it, except they run our fucking lives, and that ain't changing anytime soon. Boy, he's cock of the walk out there.
He's not responsible for all the violence sweeping across Haiti's capital, but be under no doubt he's at the center of it.
Thank you for that data strategy.
Far away.
Is this now all your territory? Because it was an open road when I was last here.
Your territory. Barbecue putting on a few pounds.
Jimmy Chirizier, universally referred.
You think this motherfucker does barbecues? I bet he does too. I bet he does big O barbecues. I bet he does too. He's eating it up. He's loving it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking how much consideration do we give few people who are annoyed versus greater good involved? I mean, I disagree with that framing of few. The normies are the mainstream. The political freaks like us who use logic to make political decisions, we might as well be an anomaly. Would you buy his barbecue sauce? No, this guy's a monster. I wouldn't want to support him in any kind of way. But if I was at his barbecue and I was I'd be like, hey, this is great. Hey, don't fucking kill me. Don't kidnap me, man. Barbecue 100%. But no, he's an actual fucking monster who's like, death squads, and apparently lots of civilians have gotten killed for all kinds of reasons. Please say my father hello from Gaza. Nikita Lapshin. All right. Free Palestine.
Referred to here as Barbecue is the head of one of the most powerful gangs in Port-au-Prince. But he's also the head of a gang consortium that's brought Haiti to its knees.
Yeah.
He took us through the roadblocks of buses they've put in place to stop police raids on his territory. That territory now extends over one of the city's main roads, an economic highway he controls in its entirety.
Good luck out there, fiend, if you really are from the Gaza Strip. Really shocked that you would even have internet out there in the Gaza Strip. Where are you in Rafah watching my stream? Yo, over here from Rafah. That would be nuts. That would be I couldn't even No, you're not. That's crazy. You're not watching my stream from Rafah. No way. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
All the way to the bridge?
Yeah. That's insane.
Barbecue sees himself as a revolutionary for the people, and he rails against corrupt politicians and oligarchs. He dismisses all the efforts underway here to form a transitional council that will govern Haiti. But for the first time, he's told Sky News he would consider a ceasefire and talks if his people are represented. This is
Slava Palestine? Who says that? Yeah. So he desperately wants to be part of these because what he wants is legitimacy. He wants to be assumed as the new leader of Haiti and take it from there. So he desperately wants dialogue because he wants to secure his victory, but nobody really wants to legitimize this gang leader. I mean, look at his troops, man. This is literally hilarious. But it's also frightening, right? But he needs dialogue. He wants because who do we talk to? But I mean, the West is in a rock and a hard place when it comes to Haiti. We've tried to intervene in the past. NATO, I think, has gotten involved. Like international community has gotten involved. It's all gone tits up. Nobody really has the desire to do anything about this. No one's going to put boots on the ground. No one wants to, at least. Maybe that'll come to it. But Barbecue here may, just over time, if he can quell the other gangs and create some kind of stability there, he may very well get that, because I don't think there's going to be a Western intervention.
Mais son façon pour renouveler système nan, Jean Lia.
What is the neck? What is the mason? Is he a mason? He's got a mason necklace.
Écart qui gagne entre moun riche et moun pauvre en Haïti en li trop. Dans le monde entier gagne écart entre moun riche et moun pauvre.
Got an eyeball in the middle of it.
Mais en Haïti ali indécent. En nous prêt toute solution.
Haiti has no oil. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. Probably a guy who wants to go to Haiti and fight street battles.
I suppose, though, for talks to take place, the weapons would have to go down.
Et Zamio a bien pour yo baisser.
Yeah.
Les pour yo baisser. Dans moment nous pas arriver dans phase.
Yeah, Lizard Lounge. It's a half measure, Band-Aid.
Nous avons plus passé 2 à 3 ans depuis qu'on a prôné un dialogue, depuis qu'on a demandé pour tout le monde chita sur table pour nous dialoguer avec monsieur qui
They're not even trained in warfare. Small international army can deal with them easily. Borderline feline. They've said look into the history of international intervention in Haiti, and then get back to me about how easy it is to, they're untrained, they're undisciplined. It did not go well. Hi, Bert. Welcome back. A used Band-Aid, indeed. That you've swum with it, it just like falls off like a ring.
That the fighting is far from over.
Et l'Europe gourmet faut qu'on qu'il est pour avancer, qu'il est pour replier. Je pense que chaque jour passé, on a utilisé une nouvelle stratégie pour nous capables d'avancer. Pas gagner qui calme. Et dans le jour qui vient là, on va le plus mal que Jean est là. Parce que tout autant, nous ne pas jouer un bout de système ça. Tout autant, on ne pas choisir tout le monde sous table là. Tout autant vivre ensemble.
Just gonna nuke the place? Is that what you're gonna do?
Pour nous venir, pour nous chita, pour nous parler. Tout autant nous pas gagner représentant nous. Parce que je dis, conseil présidentiel, 7 mois, nous pas gagner représentant nous. Nous pas gagner représentant nous. C'est même système qui va régénérer encore pour continuer tout pisi monde qui dans quartier populaire. Je dis, faut nous représenter. Et les nous représenter, nous là pour nous défendre droit nous.
He's an absolute monster, and I did some digging in my private time. I did find evidence that this guy's, he's been the head of death squads that did get civilians killed. But I will say this about his rhetoric: it's very, if you were totally divorced from this, if you were like blind, you couldn't see, maybe you were just listening to this. It's very convincing rhetoric, and it's very focused on the people of Haiti. For a gang leader, I will say this barbecue fella does seem to be, he seems to be fully aware of what the language the West wants to hear. He seems to be messaging in a way that is like, give me legitimacy. I know what you want to hear. I know what you want from Haiti. Give me that crown.
Et nous fait partie de solutions qu'on a ensemble continuer à solution pour gagner la paix. Mais tout autant nous pas sous table là. Payer ça pas jamais paix.
Fool's errand. Yeah, it looks
Inside
warm.
his territory, despite the poverty, life is relatively peaceful and organised. Unlike in much of Port-au-Prince, queues for food barbecue gets brought in are orderly. Usually it's chaos. But here people wait knowing that there are enough supplies for the whole community. And this is a source of barbecue strength. To the outside world, he may be a gangster, but here he's a sort of Robin Hood.
Well, we're right in the heart of barbecue's gangland territory, and I have to say the atmosphere here is very different to large parts of the rest of Port-au-Prince. It's much more chilled, much more relaxed. There's aid distribution, it's not chaotic. What the sense you get from this is that people feel safe inside here.
Yeah, where's the food from? Not sure.
Is outside the barricades, which is over there. Here, this is much more like a normal town, if you like.
Watched on by his well-armed and battle-hardened soldiers, Barbecue said,
I love how they're holding their guns like walking sticks. This is so terrible for the barrel. You're getting all kinds of dirt and shit crammed up in there. It's so bad. It's such. There's zero discipline with these guys, but it just doesn't matter, man.
Watched on by his well-armed and battle-hardened soldiers, Barbecue says that plans for an international force led by Kenya to impose peace in Port-au-Prince will lead to more violence, whoever is in charge of it.
The last time we met, you said if a foreign intervention was to happen here, poor people would die in the fighting. There is talk of it being Kenyans.
I'm not an expert, Lizzie. I'm not an expert. There's just some common sense things. You don't want the barrel of a gun to be distorted, because then it won't shoot straight. But I'm by no means any expert. But this you're if you were in the Army, if you were in the U.S. Army, and your commanding officer saw you doing this with your gun, your ass would be reprimanded up and down, left and right. They wouldn't shut up about you if you did this for even 5 seconds with your gun. It's really, really bad for it.
Could you do business with them?
You watched Shogun and said my turn.
Premièrement, ils vont venir faire massacre dans le quartier populaire parce que oligarques yo avec politiciens yo parlent orienté yo vers le quartier populaire sous prétexte qu'il y a une décision bandits.
Yeah, and those sneakers are not military issue either. The bucket hat is totally wrong color for the proper military bucket hat.
Mais je dis à gon bagay qui ont ti classe évolué. Je dis depuis militaire kenyan yo entré ou bien policier kenyan yo whatever.
Yeah, he's already talking like he's the leader of Haiti.
Considéré comme des agresseurs. N'a considéré comme des envahisseurs et je dis à nous pas pour collaborer avec aucun envahisseur.
They look fresh as fuck.
Right?
But I mean that kind of shows the corruption, right? Everyone else, walking around in their underwear with, barely half of them don't have shoes, but his entourage, they got the Nikes and the Gucci, or the knockoff Gucci, the knockoff Nikes, right? The really nice, fresh, clean white tees. It really does kind of show, the real truth of it, right? Yeah, blessed up
the road
kid.
barbecue now controls
man.
is all but deserted. The signs of
he's not the only gang.
Burnt-out cars and the deserted buildings are the visual signs of uprooted families who've been forced to flee in their tens of thousands. He says he's trying to rein in the more violent gangs. He says they need to change their ways or risk losing their revolution.
Vivre ensemble son leadership collectif lié. Et moi pas qu'à utiliser la force contre monsieur. Si mal utiliser la force contre son gourmet perpétuel la pied. Nous pas jamais qu'à faire ça nous.
I'm sorry, woke patriot. I was too harsh on you. I apologize. That's all I wanted to say.
Besoin faire contre monde qui mette situation ça. Mais chaque jour, parfois nous parler.
So frustrating. You're so frustrating.
À chaque fois que me tendez dans nouvelle, soit au kidnappe un monde, soit gon bagay qui pas bon, qui fait.
That's no excuse.
Toujours les messieurs dans téléphone pour regarder ensemble comment nous capable corriger ça. Et même yo même tout qui t'a fait là, je dis à yo commencer à prendre conscience que et ça pas bon, nous pas faire encore.
Jimmy Chirizier, a former policeman and self-proclaimed man of the people, he paused to fly a kite, an Easter tradition here, laughing and joking with his people. A criminal to many, but an unlikely hero in his territory, no ordinary society needs people like barbecue. But Haiti isn't normal. How or when it can achieve normality is impossible to predict. Stuart Ramsey, Sky News, Port-au-Prince.
Of course, woke patriot.
This is democracy.
No. All right, that's it. 5.5 hours. I'm calling it. My dog's whining. I gotta go walk her. Sorry. I'm done. We'll do more tomorrow. I'm done. No. Thank you everybody for being here. I do appreciate it. Wait, no British farmers? I'm putting the British farmers right up front. Hold on. I'm putting the British farmers right up front. And the Brexit stuff. Number one, the first thing we're starting off with tomorrow. Might catch the stream tomorrow. Excellent. I'd love to see you there. Number one thing, that's what we're going to start off with, is the British farmers. No farmers, no food, no future. Big props to Lizzie Mallow, Smash. Big props to Woke Patriot. Sorry for being the punching bag for today's stream. I'm going to stream twice, both times you just left as I got it. Is this something I did? Did I smell bad? So sorry, Arctic Mule. So sorry. Catch you next time. Big props to Lando, my lazy lizard lounge. Bert Stein, big props to you. Quick double tap, big props to you. Apologize for my absence. Hey, no problem. Quick double tap. You got to, mental health is number one. So, Ice King of Space, big props to you. Borderline Feline. Big props. You guys are great. Best chat on Twitch. Best. I'd put you guys up against any other chat on Twitch easily. Blessed Up Kid, big props. Ace Fram, a lot of OGs, a lot of people coming back to the News Underground. I do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the News Underground, folks. We're sponsored by Garbage Fuel. Garbage Fuel, the #1 drink mix company in the world. Make sure you go to your local dumpster today and have a big swig. Garbage Fuel. Where's my garbage? There it is. Don't forget, Garbage Fuel, #1 drink mix company in the world.
Garbage Fuel.
Fiendix. That was entertaining. Thank you, Fiendix. Davin, big props to you, Davin. Big props to Chem Goblin and also Davey. Big fat props. Thank you, Bert. Thank you, Land of My Lizard's Lounge. Thank you, Ice King of Space. Thank you, Woke Patriot, for those kind words. Krayla Xanath. All you lurkers out there, if you've been lurking, thank you for that view. Thank you very much to you lurkers. The lifeblood of the stream, I swear to God. Ah, this is good, dude. My God. That's smooth. Big props to Tukawa. Gata Naranja. Big props to Gata Naranja. Ribbons. Hey, almost forgot Ribbons. Thank you, Ribbons. My God, that's good. Oh, that's delicious. Hell yeah, boy. All right, folks. News Underground, abandon nihilism. Let's not forget these 3 steps. Step 1, inform yourself. Step 2, join a progressive political organization in your area. And step 3, show up and get something done. Get something done. Block that traffic. I don't even care if you're blocking traffic. Do it. Do anything. Step 1, do anything. Become a political activist. Become a thorn in the side of empire. Fight back. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East and glory to Ukrainian democracy. We'll see you next time on the News Underground. Big extra special props to Woke Patriot. Thank you, Woke Patriot, for pissing me the fuck off all day today. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kenji Kondo. Super Mario World. Biatch. Thank you again. Peace out. So good, dude. I'm going to listen to this all day today. Here's the link. If you want the link, here's the link. This is good shit. Get this in your algorithm. Someone you trust is one of us. Ha ha ha.